You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
So what are you doing? Nothing. Why not?
Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website.
Sounds like a cool website.
Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it.
You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is not much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiva grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
Today, I'm going to put a big black square on Mary Jane's face when she's not on the show.
Oh, that would work.
Nice.
I was going to start something, but then I decided, nah, I'll be nice for a change.
You need to be.
When she said she wasn't going to make it, I was going to say that I won the poll this week.
She's busy. She's got a lot
We're
of
gonna
stuff on.
we're gonna have a poll every week. We're gonna say which guests or which ones aren't going to be here and why. And then we'll
So
do prizes.
I got something I want to bring up here. Not bring up, just something. Oh, just give me. I'm just pausing it. Hold on. Something interesting that I found that I enjoy watching this kind of stuff. And it is a top 10 list, and it's about 10 weird facts about the cast you never knew of Strange Brew.
Yeah, I got an interesting tidbit about Strange Brew right now.
I do as well. So let's watch that. I just pulling it up, and I'm a little slow here. Slowness. Let's watch that, and then it gives us something to talk about.
Maybe already had something to talk about.
We have lots to talk about, but I found this interesting.
Oh, what if we don't? Then we can talk about something else.
If it's Strange
and Dave
Brew,
Top,
I'm into it.
Bob and Doug
Yeah,
is a parody of Canadian stereotypes. So popular, they landed their own movie. 9. Max von Sydow, Brewmeister Smith, took the villain role because his kids were fans of the Mackenzie brothers. 8. Rick Moranis co-directed the film with Dave Thomas, even though neither had directed a feature before. 7. Paul Dooley, Claude Elsinore, improvised much of his dialogue to add a satirical corporate edge. 6. Lynn Griffin, Pam Elsinore, was cast partly because she could handle the comedy while still playing the straight role. 5. Dave Thomas admitted many of the Mackenzies' lines were made up on the spot, including their hoser catchphrases. 4. Rick Moranis was also working on Ghostbusters pre-production at the time and almost dropped out of Strange Brew. 3. Max von Sydow enjoyed making fun of himself and overplayed his villainous role on purpose. 2. The cast drank real beer in some scenes, which made the bloopers real unusually chaotic. 1. Rick Moranis and Dave Thomas were pressured by the studio to make the film more like Hamlet, which explains its odd Shakespearean structure. Bonus, the movie's credits include a hidden scene of Bob and Doug talking directly to the audience, which was unscripted.
Now, my tidbit about Strange Brew is I was on the crew that cleaned out the old Lakeshore Hospital for that movie, as well as, do you remember the show Night Heat?
Yep.
It was one of the first cop shows kind of around
was that
after.
Was that a Canadian show?
It was a Canadian show shot at the Lakeshore Mental Hospital.
I remember it.
And the only reason I know so much about it is because my buddy was an extra in a lot of movies and TV shows back then, and I used to go and hang out. So I cleaned out all of the basement part that they used for the castle or the brewery, and ran into Rick Moranis and Dave Thomas and their crew countless number of times when I was there. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, my story is not that cool, but I literally bought the record album, The Great White North, at the used record shop Saturday.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. Just the coincidence that you brought up Strange Brew.
Well, it's
I was like, what are the odds?
Yeah, I just heard that song, and every time I hear that song, I watch clips of the movie, and we talked about I Like Me, which is John Candy's another Canadian documentary the other day, Al and I, and
how was it?
I haven't watched it, but we watched the trailer, and
the
trailer is just like, wow, that's going to be a tearjerker. But my John Candy show story is when I came out just a little guy with a puppy from the Harvard. Remember when the Humane Society used to be on Harvard, Marcel?
Nope.
Okay, well, they used to be on Harvard,
wow.
And as I came out with my new puppy, John Candy and SCTV was filming the sex shop where he's got Snake painted on his face.
Yeah.
Do you remember that one?
Mm-hmm.
I think his character was Snake or something like that. So yeah. Second City was all over the city back then. They filmed everywhere in Toronto.
I like Second City.
We used to go to the Second City Fire Hall every year for my birthday. My mom would say, "Where do you want to go?" I was Second City because the food was awesome, and then you get to sit there and listen to people like Colin Mockery and Ryan Stiles and Ron James was there back then. The guy, he's done a lot of commercials, been in a lot of TV shows, has a crater face. I can't remember his name.
I know
sorry.
Mean.
Huh?
I know who you mean though.
Yeah. There were and guest features.
You talking about Eugene Levy?
No.
Oh,
He's on a ride. He's on a fucking huge ride right now, Eugene Levy.
Oh yeah.
Everybody and their uncle wants him.
But and it's kind of weird like that because that's happened before with other actors that you don't hear anything about them, and then all of a sudden, poof, they're in big demand again for some reason.
Well, look what's going on with Charlie Sheen now. I mean, he's released his documentary. A lot of people have a lot of hate on for the guy.
I was watching that before I joined here. Actually,
is it any good?
The one with Joe Rogan?
No. Like the actual, AKA Charlie Sheen.
There's a documentary and it's on Netflix.
Fuck,
is it not?
Sorry, Pedro Martinez is throwing out the first fucking pitch. Sorry, I got to take a moment here.
That's okay. That's why we brought Lenny on in the first place, was for sports.
Aside for Nolan Ryan, the greatest fucking pitcher of all time, Pedro Martinez.
Hey buddy, hey other buddy. Sorry, Dale, I had a brain fart.
All right. I'm okay again. I just love that man.
All right, you had a moment. So, anyways, yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Was it? You still have to watch more of it, obviously.
Oh no, he just threw out the first pitch of the game. He just said,
"Oh my god, no!"
Yeah, I'm watching the game.
Yeah. No, he's asking you about the documentary.
Oh, AK. Oh yeah, so it is. It's like his life history, and he's sitting in a diner, and they're interviewing him, and it's really cool. Like, I am a Charlie Sheen movie fan. I always have been. It was
I'm the same.
Right from you know what? He's done a lot of good movies and a handful of really good TV shows, and but the drugs and alcohol and his
he's a train wreck. He's a train wreck, like socially,
but he also admits it. He knows he's a train wreck. He knows that whole Tiger Blood fucking shit was just him going
He
fucking
was on
apeshit.
so much everything.
Yeah, he
But it's
admits
cool.
that he fucked up, but
Yeah,
he's not
still-
hiding.
Yeah,
No,
but it's
and that's
cool.
why I like Charlie Sheen, because he's.
But
out
I
there.
didn't realize Nicolas Cage and him were so hooked up back. It was all like it's almost insinuating the bad boy really started with Nicolas Cage.
I have a Charlie Sheen story. Jeffrey Peterson, the 420 comic, his brother Dan has a dog walking company and they've known Charlie Sheen and all of those
I'm sure they
younger
did.
celebrities. They grew up down there, right?
Yeah.
And they used to walk Charlie's dog. Dan's company used to walk Charlie's dog for him. And when that whole Tiger Blood thing was going on, I invited him on the show and he accepted, and then got really weird and it never happened. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, I was always a fan, like iconic, and they go through it, like the big scene with Ferris Bueller, right? That was my first intro, then Platoon, and again, I'm a sports guy and I'm watching baseball.
Yeah, his
fucking
baseball.
wild thing, man. He's fucking
Wild
Ricky
thing,
Gone.
And they did what, 3 of those, didn't they?
I only acknowledged the first one.
I enjoyed. I like the parody movies that he's done too.
Oh
Right.
fuck! Like
They're hilarious.
I loved Hot Shots. I
Men at Work.
really enjoyed it. Men at Work's a great movie. There's a movie that he doesn't get a lot of attention to chase. He did a movie called Terminal Velocity.
Yeah.
That I really enjoyed.
I like
back in
Terminal
the day.
Velocity.
Yeah. The scary movie stuff he did was funny. Like I think it was 3.
No, when I come in, Kirsty was watching Charlie Sheen and his Joe Rogan here from
Rogan interview. Yeah.
Yeah, that was last couple of days ago.
Yeah, it was just a couple.
The night that
it was during the event.
Yeah. Yes, they were on the air.
Yes.
Yeah.
They found out when it happened.
Yeah.
Anyways,
so welcome to the 420 radio show, and now let's get back to weed.
And as you can see, only one of us has a picture that's prepared for Canada. So,
well, because Darcy said he was going to turn his camera on, but he hasn't.
Well, Darcy lies.
I've got that. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm in a bit of a sober September, healthy September mode, so
you're not
although I'm not doing anything right now.
Oh, you're fasting, are you?
I'm like eating like keto, everything.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
If you are a cannabis user, how long would you suggest waiting before you have to go get a blood test for work?
Did you say chronic? You say chronic? Did you say like a daily chronic user?
Yeah. No, not a chronic user, but a daily user. Yeah.
They say it can show up for 6 weeks.
You know, I'll tell you, I took them.
But I'd also tell that person that has to do the blood work, go fucking get another job.
I took him for a blood test 2 years ago, and he hadn't had anything in at least 6 weeks. Yeah. And the lady there said, "You must have used today because your levels are really high." And he hadn't done anything in 6 weeks yet, but he had been around people.
Yeah.
Including myself.
Wait now, what job requires you to have a blood test?
Or urine? Are you talking about blood or European?
CP.
Or urine?
Both, because it's for CP rail, right? You can't operate heavy vehicles and use cannabis at all. Right? Just like construction company.
Yeah, that's a stupid rule.
It is a stupid rule. Yes, you should be able to, like police officers. Police officers consume cannabis as long as they have a 24-hour space between when they consume and when they go back on shift.
How long is it for CP rail, Darcy?
A long time. 30 days.
30 days.
Really?
You got to go for 30 days before you can go back to work.
Have a close
Did
friend
you
that
work
works
for
there.
CP? Darcy, did you work
What?
for CP?
No, I have a close friend that works there now.
Okay, yeah. And construction companies are the same way, because if you're operating or near any heavy machinery, you have to remain alert. I'm sorry, but I would be
I'm
more
telling you
unalert
right
without.
now, folks, if
I
you
would be
see me
more I
operating
would be more
heavy
alert.
machinery,
I would be more unable to work in that scenario without.
right? If you see me operating heavy machinery, you know for a fact I'm high
Yeah, exactly.
because I'm not going to do it straight.
This
Well,
is the issue.
I can't. It hurts.
That's just
Al-
exactly. It's just too much fucking pain to do it straight. All that
This is the
jerking around
issue
and
I'm
shit.
having with. This is the issue I'm having with Canada Pension. I have to be heavily medicated to be numb of pain, but then when I'm heavily medicated, most 99% of the jobs out there will not allow you at work.
But if you don't, you can't collect CPP unless you worked for X amount of years, which I found out I didn't qualify for because I had not worked.
I qualify for, so there's three things you got to qualify for. I qualify for two of them. I don't qualify for the last one because apparently I'm not disabled.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yep.
I got my letter, and apparently I'm not. I obviously.
So you need to get a hold of one of them disabled lawyers that go in when you're denied.
That's what I said.
No, the ironic thing of the whole situation is my old CEO is now chief of staff for our MP who is in Ottawa. So I've contacted him and trying to go in through that route if I can, because obviously he knows me. He knows that obviously you're in a chair, you are disabled. So I'll try that route.
Yeah, but how you know what? I know a lot of people in chairs who don't consider themselves disabled.
I mean, I never thought of myself like that, but you got to sit down and realize you are in a chair and you ain't gonna walk again. So if that's not disabled, I don't know what is.
Yeah,
Well,
define disabled.
That sucks. That's bad for CPP. I'm not looking forward to turning 65. In fact, I might wait until I'm 70 to even look at that. Maybe I won't be here. I won't have to worry about that fucking retirement bullshit.
But with Darcy in a chair, it's not that he can't work, but he has to work with a job that suits his skill set. And
in a proper environment, yeah.
Yeah, and if said job does not exist, like that's not fair to him. Like you have to, like he's looked, and if he can't find one that works for both him and the employer,
then they should accommodate him with a job.
Or either they could accommodate, but if there's no job that he can do, and he's looked for jobs, he should qualify for the pension or disability.
Yeah, or they should create a job for him.
I tried to apply, and I'm on disability, and I tried to apply for this new Ontario disability credit, and I was denied. And what they said was I have to apply for the Ontario or for the tax credit first, and then you can apply. Then I can apply again to this disability fund. Sounds like a big roll around the fucking carpet to me.
Well, that's the Canadian government anyway.
It really is.
I went and signed up for the new dental plan that you can apply for when you're low income or disabled, and I got my Sun Life package last week, which covers pretty much everything except for major surgeries and implants. So with that, as well as what ODSP allows for dental, I can now get my teeth all fixed up. And so I would recommend, if you are on low income and you live in Canada It's the dental thing is Canadian, is it not?
Yes.
Yeah. I would apply. It's real easy to do. Go and fill out the form. If you qualify, you'll get it, and if you don't, you don't.
I applied for family pharmacare here in Scotia for low income, and I got approved. But then come to find out that they don't cover my catheters, which was the whole reason why I wanted family pharmacare. So now I got to go through and play the, well, will they cover it under special circumstances? And then if so, my doctor, I already ran into him. He said, I can write you a letter, but I've never done like anything like that before. So then that tells me maybe they don't, then that tells me they likely will not cover it under
Let him write the letter, Darcy.
What's that?
Let him write the letter.
Oh, he's going to write me a letter, but
and then he can submit your records as well, and then they'll make them, you know.
Oh yes, definitely. But where my train of thought was, well, fuck, if he's never done one before, and he's a urologist, and he's seen a lot of people, and he deals with a lot of people with catheters, so maybe they don't do
Yeah, but
that.
you know what? Urologists wouldn't generally be involved in that kind of stuff. I wouldn't think. I would think your main practitioner would be handling that kind of stuff on information that the urologist is giving them.
Yeah, not my family doctor mostly just deals. Well, he was just dealing with my can and stuff, but furthermore than that, he pretty much passed me off to my specialist in Halifax because there was nothing he could do to help me, and then passed me off to my urologist on that end, and then I got passed from one urologist to another because my original urologist went off, was sick, and then he came
back.
Get a
lawyer, Darcy. Just get a fucking lawyer, man. Jesus, that's what I would do. Just like enough fucking around. Get a lawyer. You're entitled to what you're entitled to. These benefits are there for those situations.
Yeah,
and then they're telling you you're not allowed to access them.
Yeah, it's shit they make because they make you run through hoops, man.
Yeah. Yep.
Makes you discouraged. It makes you discouraged some days, but I use cannabis, so I stay pretty positive for the most part.
Well, Darcy.
Yeah, but when you can't afford
if you weren't running and jumping through hoops, then they wouldn't think you weren't fucking disabled.
No, true enough.
Right? Yeah, no more volleyball for you.
Yeah, no more tennis.
You were playing
tennis.
Yeah, volleyball. No more tennis. Don't play. They're going to tell you no. You can play tennis. You can go out and get a job.
Yeah, as a professional tennis player. There you go.
You could even go back to them now and say that you're really disabled now because you only have one arm because your friend's an asshole.
Yeah, because he let the fucking Yakuza cut it off last night.
He what?
Lenny.
Darcy had a dream that the Yakuza cut off his arm because I wouldn't give them my gummy recipe.
Is that because he had a strong gummy?
Marcel had the gummy recipe and everybody wanted it and he wouldn't give it to anybody. And then Marcel tells me, well, I don't got it anyway. So they're going to cut both your arms off. I was yelling and screaming at him, telling him, just give him the fucking recipe, Marcel.
No.
Yeah.
I'd be there. You haven't got the guts to cut his arm off.
I can see that.
Yeah.
I can see Marcel. Give me the saw. I'll do it for you.
Yeah.
You're gonna cut off an arm like that? What the fuck are you doing, you amateur here? Let me show you how.
Yeah. So no. What a guy.
Hey, speaking of cool butchering, I pulled a fucking neat stunt this week that I was rather proud of myself. I went to Costco, and while I was at Costco, I saw a whole ribeye. Like
a whole what?
Ribeye.
Like the full ribeye.
Oh, a ribeye.
The whole ribeye, which works out to, in the grocery store, you'd pay $29 a pound, $29.99 a pound for it right now for a boneless ribeye. At Costco, it was almost $300.
Yeah.
And it was right around 13 pounds. said, no, I'm not paying. That's like $25 a fucking pound. I'm not paying that much. I can get it cheaper. So I left Costco and I went right across town to another little store, and I went in and I went over, and they had one left for $127, and it was pretty much the same size. So I brought it home. So it worked out to $9.99 a pound, and I brought it home, and I now have 20 boneless ribeye steaks.
Wow.
Off of 100 meat.
I ordered a brisket, and she said that it in the package it was 140 and change, but she could cut it down for me. So I ordered a brisket for my birthday for the end of the month, so I can have a brisket for my birthday.
When are you getting another brisket, Lenny?
I'm not sure when the right time to do it is.
Is that about what you pay, Len?
About 120.
Yeah, so it's about the same price, a little bit more expensive.
About 15. I think mine's usually around 15 pounds.
Okay, I want everybody to. Len,
meat tends to get cheaper in the fall.
Can you make a fish face, please, Len?
Here, Al. Here, Al.
Okay, come on, Durst. There you go.
The irony after my brisket, after I spend like fucking almost like a day cooking it, I like one bite of it, I don't want it anymore.
You didn't like it?
No, I love it. It tastes so good, but it's such a rich meat.
Yeah, it is. I love it.
Same thing happens to me with when I make pulled pork. I'll spend like fucking 8 hours making pulled pork.
Yeah,
and then I'll eat one bite. I've had enough.
But and same with turkey. I have my fill. I go for turkey dinner, and I have my fill. I come back. I don't want fucking three
turkey.
Turkey's different. I eat turkey like 10 times in a row.
I can do turkey.
One turkey sandwich after the day after, and a nice hefty turkey meal is all I want, because I get.
I think it's the heavy spice too, right?
It might be. Yeah,
briskets.
I love brisket. No, I can eat brisket. I would camp out in front of fucking Panzer's Delicatessen if I could.
You cook yours in tomato?
I don't like tomato. No.
So what do you cook yours in?
I don't know. I've never made a brisket. I'm going to find a recipe. Hi, Carla. And see what happens.
Use tomato, Al, or Lenny?
I can't use
tomato. I
I
do a smoked brisket.
Yeah. Okay.
No tomatoes. So mine, I can't even remember my recipe. I just know I start around 7 at night. It's usually ready at like 6 the next day.
Well, I think I'm gonna slow cook it on. I'm gonna wrap it in onions and stuff, and
be good.
Some bacon in there. And I don't know. I'll find a recipe that I think I'll like, and then I'll slow cook it in the barbecue for a little while, or in the oven for a little while, and then I'll.
As long as it's slow cooked, you just gotta.
I want it slow cooked. I want a delicatessen roast beef or brisket sandwich. That's what I really want, with all the fat and everything.
Apple juice.
Apple juice, yeah.
Apple juice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that what they do in the delis, do you think? They use apple juice?
Yeah, they'll use apple juice. They'll use a lot of different things. It just depends on how long they're going to cook it. Like some will do a brine first with fish sauce and apple cider vinegar and shit like that.
I suspect that this is packaged in a brine because it's a packaged one. It's not a fresh.
No, it's never brined. That's called corned beef.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
but it's in a package, so they'll have seasoning in it already, wouldn't they?
No, it's vacuum sealed. All it is just a piece of meat that's vacuum sealed. The same way I bought my ribeye the other day.
I've never bought one that's packaged. I've always gone down to St. Lawrence Market with my mom and got them down there fresh.
Okay, so if you went to St. Lawrence Market and said, "Hey, can you put that in a plastic and vacuum seal it for me?" and they did it, that would be the same thing.
Okay. Okay.
That's all it is. It's just vacuum sealed for freshness, to keep it fresh.
Well, we'll see what happens. I might not even have to cook it.
Got him.
Right.
Fucking right.
I'm pretty sure you're going to have to cook it, Al.
No, I mean myself.
Who are you going to get to cook for you?
Dean makes a good roast beef, so I might ask him to make it.
Yeah. I mean, if you cook at low temperature for a long period of time,
I've heard 3 hours for up to 12 hours in the barbecue would do it.
For what?
A
Brisket?
brisket.
at
Yeah,
what temperature?
Minimum 12, but I usually do
What,
mine
300?
about.
Because that's as high as my barbecue will go right now.
No, the thing is for slow cooking, you don't want high temperature. You want a lower temperature and a longer period of
Yeah.
time.
So I do
Okay.
mine at 225. And I probably goes. I'm trying to remember. I probably did it 14 hours. I may turn it up. So what I'm trying to remember what I actually do. I think I tried to get to 170, 175.
This is what
internal.
happens when Len doesn't use cannabis.
Yeah. This I'll tell you where to look. Look up Meat Church and Matt Pittman. That's where I steal my shit from. But then I usually wrap it at 170, 175 and get it to 202. And then
Well, I used to make.
But the other trick is you got to let it really sit for 3 or 4 hours after it's done. I
used to make them 2 days before we needed them at the restaurant. But when I didn't really make them, I just put the seasoning on and wrapped them in foil and gave them to the cook, right? But so I mean, I have made a brisket before. I made one in the slow cooker that came out really nice, but it was too dry for me.
That's why you need the juice.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
so well, no, like the apple juice. That's why I said about tomato when I asked it, because
I put water in. That's what I've always done when I made a roast. I would put water in.
Right? So I do brisket the same way I do
Welcome
my ribs.
to pothead cooking.
Or very similar to the way I do my ribs. But my ribs never fail.
I don't do ribs. I don't like ribs.
Well, yeah, but my rib process is the same thing that I would do for brisket. Right?
It's the same kind of meat, isn't it? Isn't it around the same area, but it's just got ribs in it as opposed to, although
the thing with ribs, Al, is you gotta remove the thing with ribs, you gotta remove that silver skin. Marcel taught me very well.
The membrane.
Yeah, the membrane on the inside of the ribs, you remove that with a piece of paper towel. It's pretty fucking easy once you grab a hold of it.
That's what I do too.
Pull that off, coat the whole thing in mustard.
Yeah.
And then coat it in my spice rub. Then it goes on my barbecue.
And then when you cut it up and put it on a sandwich, put more mustard on it.
No. It goes on the barbecue on high heat just to char the spices in the mustard. Once that's all charred,
I've seen that
on either side, it goes onto tin foil. In the tin foil, gets more seasoning if it's needed, plus either apple juice, orange juice, or even apple cider vinegar.
I've heard of orange juice. I've heard of apple cider vinegar, but I've heard of apple juice as well.
It's the acid that helps break down the meat proteins.
Yes, I've seen what's his name, the BAM guy.
I've never done it that way.
Legacy.
Yeah, that gets wrapped up into tin foil, so it's sealed up tight, and then put in the oven, usually at about 275 for 2.5 to 3 hours. When it comes out,
hungry.
The bones fall out, but I'll take the whole thing and put it back into the barbecue and throw the barbecue sauce on it, and heat it up with the barbecue sauce. Bring it up to temperature. It's already cooked meat.
Do you use the bones for anything after, like for the marrow or anything?
Nope, not off a rib bone.
No,
and I'm not a big marrow fan.
Neither am I. No, I love beef.
If I take beef marrow out of a bone, I feed it to the dog. She loves it. My dog eats pretty fucking good.
Rosa gets scraps, but for the most part, she eats kibble, and yeah.
No, my dog is.
But she gets rice that I don't eat and things like that.
Right, so she'll get leftovers. But I'll even go so far as to cook extra for her.
Kelly cooks for her Shih Tzu, fresh chicken and rice, and I understand Al does the same thing for Tessa as well for his dog.
Oh yeah, I make a rice dish with either ground chicken or ground turkey, rice, canned vegetables like peas, carrots, shit like
Yep,
that.
yep. That's what I make
Rosemary.
for myself, so she gets some.
Mix it all up into a paste, pretty much as a paste.
As a
And
paste. Why a paste?
well, it's almost as a paste. Well, 'cause once the olive water evaporates and everything, it gets pretty gluey with all that rice,
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
right? So then she can get that into her food. But if I'm cooking a steak, chances are she's eating steak that night. Well, we go to Costco and buy rotisserie chicken, and the first thing I do as soon as we get rotisserie chicken is I remove all the skin and all the gristle. That goes into one dish. That's for her for later. And I can throw that into her kibble, and she'll eat every
Yeah,
bit of her sauce.
Rose gets any fat. She's my little vacuum cleaner.
Hmm. But it's not just that. Your dog is loving it because it's getting a lot of fat and
Oh,
protein
she loves
that
it,
it
but
doesn't normally get.
too much human food. Too much human food can kind of, yeah, not good.
Too much human food's not good for humans.
Yeah, you're right there,
Fair
Lenny.
enough.
So, you guys ever smoke THC with some CBG infused shit like that?
No.
I got a product.
Only in a wrap doobie, like you get.
Yeah. Well, anyway, it's sold out pretty quick, and a few people. Nick smoked his today, Darcy.
What do you think? I gotta ask him what he thinks of that.
It was a hash infused joint, but wrapped in CBG keef.
Oh.
Anyway, I got one for tomorrow night.
Shatterizer has one of those.
Yeah, but anyway, they say it's like a real interesting high but you kind of stay a little really. I guess you'd call it a sativa like effect, like kind of focused and alert. And anyway,
and no, they sound.
Hi, Tim.
I've had some CBG like gummies and capsules, and I didn't find nothing CBG alone, which I didn't expect. But anyway, it was just kind of interesting when they kind of topped it up into that infused hash joint. Just he really liked it, and so did Darcy would know Evan. Evan liked it too.
Yeah.
So anyway, just interesting feedback. So I'm kind of excited to try it.
That's funny you say that. He owns a legal shop.
Did Griffey come back in again yet?
See what Tim said?
Yeah, Tim. Sorry, disagree.
There you go. Anyways, I like trying new stuff.
Anyway, no, I was convinced to get it in.
They have something like that that has it's not hash though, it's shatter that they've infused into it.
Yeah, no, and just something the company, whatever, they kind of convinced me to bring it in, and so I decided.
Did you try it?
No, I'll try it tomorrow night.
Oh, after your fast. Yes, that's correct.
Well, I'm kind of cheating my fast a little bit.
You go to the game last night, Lenny?
Yep.
Did they win?
Nope.
Goddamn.
Thought they would. They looked like it was going to be a blowout the first 10 minutes, and then kind of game crept back on them, and they lost.
Yeah. That's how it's been when I've been watching the Blue Jay games lately. I've been turning them on halfway through the game, and it's like they're losing, and then I turn it over, and then I turn it back for the last 2 innings, and they're already fucking winning the game.
Yeah, I'm just trying to I'm just hoping Red Sox get there, but get there healthy. Just like, Jesus, you're down the last fucking 2 weeks of the season, if that, 12 days or something like that. Don't get hurt.
Our
man, already lost one guy.
Yeah, the Jays' magic number for them to make it is 10. They said the magic number was 10. So whatever.
Yeah, I really don't care about. I just get in the show. Just
Yeah,
get in.
Get into the show. Yeah.
I don't care about first place and pennants. It's who's standing at the end of the fucking season.
That's just it, Letty. You can have the last place team come into the playoffs and win the whole thing.
Exactly.
They have the momentum. They have the pitching. Do what baseball is. You got to have the hitting and the pitching, right?
Yeah.
And you need that pitching. You need that pitching when you need it the most. And I've been noticing it's like after like the 6th inning, that original guy comes in. If he doesn't do very well,
to all you Toronto Canadian fans, I don't think they're going to win it anyway.
Oh no, it's Toronto. They're going to flop.
No, it's I don't. My theory is that the way baseball is played today, you got to be able to steal bases. Yes. Toronto, and I think that's going to be highlighted even more in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I don't know if Toronto's got the legs.
Okay. Yes.
That's just my theory. The way I watch the ball games just now, and I think both Red Sox and Yankees can run.
Yeah, they can. That is true.
So that's my theory.
Yeah.
Not hating on the Jays. I just don't think they got the speed.
I could bring back the Expos, but that never happened. Well, Lily or Lenny.
Well, I was never. I was an Expos fan before. Like once the Expos left is when I committed to the Red Sox.
See, I wanted the Expos and Toronto to play against each other for the World Series, and that would put an end to baseball because nobody would watch it from the States, so they wouldn't have any money. They would just dissolve baseball.
Listen, I find as soon as fucking if it ain't the Phillies, Yankees, or Red Sox in the playoffs going into the World Series, nobody seems to watch it anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
Like that's your big East Coast market. It's LA's LA.
Yeah.
But really, out of the other American teams, I find most of even Canadians, it's like usually it's Yankees or Red Sox, but there's I guess Cubs too, but Cubs don't get there too fucking often.
It's in progress, Dale. Hey guys, I've got a submission the other day from a band named what?
I'm just saying, I'm glad it was from a band, not from like somebody's OnlyFans or something.
No, the band's called Jet Black Roses, and they sent me Barefoot Gypsy Mama, and they're really good. I've been listening to them this week and enjoying it. So we're gonna take a break and listen to some songage, and we'll be right back.
Good. I got
a joint break for Darcy.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420peace.ca.
South Georgia Freeway, looking for a sign. Gonna see an old friend of mine. I'm holding steady, she's always ready. Good loving every single time. Barefoot gypsy mama, sweet peaches on the vine. She goes down like fine moonshine. Barefoot gypsy mama, looking good in the Sunday dress. Got your sins and must confess. Barefoot gypsy mama, smoke in the headlights, curve of the line, as sweet as a muscadine. Yeah. I can taste her on my tongue, the technicolor high, my Lucy in the sky. Barefoot Jackson mama, she's peaches on the vine. She goes down like fine moonshine. Barefoot Jackson mama, looking good in a Sunday dress. Got to see I'm lost in bed. Barefoot Jackson sweet peaches on the vine. She goes down like fine moonshine. Jackson mama, looking good in the Sunday dress. Got to see it, I must confess.
Was that it?
That was it.
Oh, what a weird ending.
I know it just kind of stopped, eh?
Yeah, just cut
Yeah,
off.
it just like we're done.
Hey, Darcy.
Not a
You
bad
back
song.
yet?
Darcy's having a smoke.
Yeah.
Yeah, I you know what? They've got a few songs that are different genres, but fit together. It's like I said, it's Jet Black Roses. And here I'm gonna.
Where are they from?
You know, don't ask me questions like that. I don't.
Well,
I'm working on getting them on the show. To be honest with you, so.
Oh no, it was an interesting song, good voices. Kind of curious.
Give me a second, and
I assume I can Google them.
Yes, Jet Black Rose. What I'm trying to do is load their. I have a playlist on my YouTube here, and I'm trying to load that, and then I'll put the URL in here, and people can check them out. Jet Black Roses. There they are, right there. And into the chat we go.
No.
Hi, Dee. There you go. You should be able to find them there on the YouTube. Yeah. I it's nice when I find a band that's new, independent, and I like it. So check them out. You guys are looking at music, aren't you? Do you want to hear another one? Here's another one.
No, I'm looking at their about page to see where they're actually from.
Oh, okay. You find information. This is another one here.
I know this little voodoo lady. She hails from home of Louisiana.
Let's play the video.
She knows just how to drive me crazy. I go to see her anytime I can. I want that blue that you do. Just give me all your juju, baby. She said, psycho boogie, hoochie coo. That's what you do. I'm telling you, baby. Psycho boogie, hoochie coo. I wanna do it for you. Yes, I do. Got a freaky dick.
Yeah.
Another one that just ends.
Would you find out, Marcel?
East Coast, U.S.
No, I stopped it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
You know what? I believe they're real, buddy. I've watched a few videos of them playing. They sound pretty good live.
They actually have a producer and a publicist, so not too
Yes,
many AI have those.
Samantha is the gal that I've been talking to at whoever the distribution people are.
I think Samantha's out of New Jersey, and
I
the other
was
one's out of
joking with her in
Tennessee.
my email. I said I told him I was gonna play a couple songs, and that I was hoping that we weren't going to get flagged. So if the show disappears later, that's why.
They don't make the whole show disappear, though, do they?
No, they will.
They just mute that song.
Yeah, they mute. Well, actually, they used to just mute it, and then you'd have to sit there and watch the video with nothing, however long that's playing. But now they just remove it.
Oh,
I believe. I don't know. I've never watched a video that's been censored. I guess I have. I don't know what I'm fucking talking about. I can hear my dog because it's 7:55, 53, and she's looking for dinner.
I fed my dog before I come in. Whether or not she eats it until I get out there, I don't know.
I usually do, but somebody was talking to me.
Who?
Yeah, I don't know, Marcel.
Well, me, I'm just sitting there fucking trimming, bud.
You're trimming. What are you trimming? What brand are you trimming?
I don't know.
You know what?
I think it's some passion fruit hash plant cross that I got, and I'm hoping Darcy remembers the name of it.
I have 3 that I clipped to give to somebody else, and I forgot to label them. Well, I didn't forget to label them. The labeler forgot to label them, so I have no idea what they are. So they got, whatever it is.
My picture is what I'm trimming. If that gives you any indication.
Is it? Well, I saw the biggies that you were trimming the other day in your table and all that.
Those were the I'm gonna
Nice.
get this name. No, I'm gonna get this name right. 5 Island Sunset, because I don't want them getting mad at me.
Because of the weather here, I'm about a month and a half, maybe even 2 months behind you guys. So mine are about 3 feet now and coming along really good. They're all budding. And
well,
I've had to put a heater in the greenhouse because it's so fucking cold at night here.
Well, I've got one plant that's just starting to flower now.
Yeah, mine are just starting.
Yeah, well, it might be a winter plant that stays there all fucking winter, because I'm not putting up that shit. Because that won't be ready until like November, and I don't want to wait that long. Last one I'm waiting for is the Durban poison. So if it's not right before the Durban poison, then it's left to the elements.
I'm a little not upset, but I'm a little perplexed that I really shouldn't have trimmed. Like I shouldn't have topped these.
Why?
Because it didn't really do anything, and they're all short now, and they would have been up 5 feet, 6 feet tall by now.
No, they would have had one tall, long branch.
Yeah, I know. I realize why I did it. I'm just
now you have
saying
more branches.
It doesn't. So now they're all about 3 feet now, and they're still going. So, we'll see what happens. I ain't wasting no fucking money this year.
Well, I grew my plants differently because I'm so used to having to go out and get my plants during the middle of a fucking hurricane that I grew my plants purposely short and thick. And then we didn't get a fucking hurricane.
Yeah. So now you've got tall, thick plants.
No, they're still short and thick.
Okay.
Well, actually, a large majority of them have been harvested already.
Yes, I saw
Or at least the first cutting's been done. So all my top
I'm
cores
not
are
looking
gone.
forward to that. I hate trimming.
Well, this is the only one I'm doing by hand, so. And it's only because it was only one plant.
Where did Darcy go? He was going to do this big production of.
Ta-da!
Darcy, did you look at that message I sent you?
This is how it grew to be.
From the fish tank, here's Darcy.
From the fish. Yeah, no. Yeah, so Al asked me a question earlier. What was that again, Al? I told you I ate a gummy and an ice cream and just smoked a joint.
I don't remember, buddy.
Okay,
so what the question
CO2.
was, what?
CO2.
That was part of it, but that wasn't part of that wasn't all of Al's.
Part of it.
No, what I said was I'm going to go to the once I start working inside, I'm going to get a rock for my tank, for my water tank, right?
Why don't you have a rock in there now?
That's just going to generate oxygen in there.
Is that a good thing?
Yeah.
Well,
so
yeah,
more oxygen in water means more oxygen at the root zone, right?
And it circulates nutrients if you're using it for nutrients as well.
Yes, there's nutrient, and it'll stop any mold growth or anything. Correct?
There shouldn't be any mold growth anyways.
Yeah, no, there shouldn't be.
Fair enough.
But you should have that in your tank outside already.
I don't, because I have
No.
I have one power cord to go out there for 2 things. So right now, don't have one.
Right now, don't have one.
But I'll get one. There's a pet store here in town. I can go get one.
But far as CO2 goes, when it comes to CO2 in any room, whether it's in a grow tent or commercial style grow room, pumping CO2 in is great. But if you're venting that room out, you're just wasting CO2. You're just burning it for nothing, right?
So it's better to have a rock or something like that in your water tank, right?
No,
it is. Yes.
Rock does nothing for CO2.
No,
the rock is only for oxygen.
Oh, okay.
So
CO2.
Plants convert CO2 into energy and oxygen. Right?
CO2 is in grow rooms. CO2 is mostly used in the flower stage, Al.
Oh, okay. But you don't have to use it, though, do you?
No,
Does
you
it
don't.
really help, or no?
Well, yeah, it does help because that's what plants live off of is CO2. Right? But you don't have to go out and buy a CO2 generator or CO2 burner. You just make your own.
Yes, you can. You can make your own, but you can make your own with just yeast, like
and beans.
You generate beer.
Eat a bunch of beans.
Yeah, or you can buy CO2 bags.
Yeah, I prefer the make your own method with yeast and sugar.
Yes. But I
Because
like them fungus bags, the mycelium bags.
they're all right, but it's a thing of yeast is what, $4 for a jar of yeast, I think, or $5 now.
Yeah, one of them bags is like $35.
Yeah, a bag of sugar is what, $3,
Yeah.
and you now have enough generative material for an entire grow for CO2.
That you do, yeah.
2-liter pop bottle, throw in some yeast, throw in some sugar, stir it around, and put it in your tent.
How is your fish experiment coming?
My fish experiment is awesome. They're out there growing like a bastard.
Awesome.
Aren't they gone yet?
Not yet.
When
I haven't got out to see him.
Oh.
When are you eating them?
No, I'm taking my friend's got a pond that's, I think he said it's 16 feet deep on one side or 20 feet.
Oh, so it's winterized.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He keeps koi in.
He's got some pretty expensive koi in there.
Now, will you go back and get them next year?
Nope. They're his fish.
Okay.
I can go to the pet store next spring and for $4 I can buy like 15 of them.
And you'll do it again.
And I can do it again. Or I can take
a few months ago we showed a thing where you take fish and you put them into a tub and you collect the poop but you're just using a bucket and then filtering it out, right?
Yes.
What?
No, I'm using a 45-gallon drum out.
Well, that's what I mean, a bucket. Like you've got them in a drum in a big swimming place.
Yes, and then what I do is I clean them out usually once every 2 weeks, and I take that water and I drain it out.
Using the water and whatever's in it.
Yeah, I take the water and drain it out into a 107-liter tote, and then I scoop it out there and feed it to the plants.
And is that all you're using?
No, I Floor Max.
You're using the Floor Max stuff too.
Oh, I've proven it. I had 2 people here tonight that stopped by. I'll remain anonymous, but they seen my plants and they seen the Floor Max and how well it works. And I told them, I said, "See, I've been telling you for years that it works. Proof's in the pudding, my friend."
Well, even though I had not a lot of yield last year, the buds were huge. So
yeah,
and I was using it. So I'm going to find out this year how good it is because I'm about to start feeding them bud stuff.
Yeah, well, I got colas out there right now. Now, Al, we measured them tonight. They're like fucking 8 inches round.
Nice.
Because I got to measure that. I got to measure. You got to measure and tape. So I do, yes.
I use my penis to measure my buds.
But he goes,
buds,
but he goes, Floor Max.
How do you know there, buddy?
Because I've seen the pictures of the buds.
Actually, no. Last year the buds were really nice. I was actually surprised.
Somebody else's penis?
I used somebody else's penis last year. Yes.
Somebody else's penis.
Oh my God! This strain is just fucking eye-watering, man.
Purple satellite.
What strain is it?
No, it's not the purple satellite.
Which one is it?
Passion fruit hash plant cross.
No.
I
know what that is. That's Frostmaster.
That's the name.
Can I make a suggestion, guys?
Yes, I know exactly which one you're trimming up, Marcel.
Yeah, it's breathtaking.
I know. Mary Jane just messaged me. She likes the look on my face. The angle, because my camera's down so low, when I put my head back, it looks like I'm sleeping. I said that to Al the other day. I'm not sleeping, though. I'm very awake.
Oh, okay.
And if people are wondering what my hat all says, it does say stoned, but it says stone, not stupid.
So my question to Mary Jane is, because obviously she's listening, you're able to text us that you're listening, watching, but you're not here.
She said she's got no voice. Her
That's
kid
no-
got her sick.
She hardly says anything, anyways.
Well, that's true too. But
She can just sit there. She can just sit there and look pretty.
Yes,
don't
we can show her. We
don't
can
let her know that I won the poll this week.
That's your job, Bruce.
You just did.
Sit there and
Oh,
look
shit.
pretty. Jesus fuck, man! You must not gonna get no viewers.
Why?
Because if I'm sitting here looking pretty,
Well, that's why I don't turn the camera on. I don't want to distract from you guys. You're
Yeah,
welcome.
In other words, he's starting to have a receding hairline, and he doesn't want anybody to see it. Wear a hat like the rest of us, buddy.
You can see mine.
Lenny, you can see mine. Yeah, mine too, Lenny.
No,
Listen, I was just trying to make it to 40 with hair, so I'm all good.
Dude,
Yeah.
I didn't get past 30, unfortunately.
I'm doing better than most people in my family. I guess I still got
Garbage.
people. in it.
I had rocker hair back in the day,
Texas Ranger.
curly, mullet. No, more of an afro. More like give me a minute. A Weird Al Yankovic kind of hair.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I'd have beat you up.
you would have had, would you?
'Cause back in the day, I had a military haircut, and I looked like a cop, and I was an asshole, and I still have a military haircut. Look like a cop.
It's still an asshole.
I had an afro in the 70s, and that grew out to the rocker hair, and then it started falling out, unfortunately.
Not me. I had.
Now I call it a Jufro. Where is it?
I came into junior high right as grunge was coming in, so I had grunge hair.
Yeah,
You had
I
a
did.
mullet, in other words.
No, it's kind of Cobain. It's long, but not
Exactly.
not-
Lenny knows exactly what I'm talking about.
I had that hair.
Yep. And I wore my grandfather's jacket because that was kind of the cool thing. And
I miss the Jufro.
my
I do.
and my fucking Airwalks. That's when Airwalks were expensive as fuck. Now I can go to fucking Walmart and buy a pair for $20. Yeah, remember that? Lenny? Remember when they were big for sneakers, Airwalks?
Oh yeah, I remember having a.
And then that
And then the
I
pump-
definitely
and then the
original
pump
pair.
came out after that, right? The pump
What's
ones.
that?
The pump ones came out after that.
Was there Airwalk pump?
No. I mean, in general, they had the pump ones as well, right?
Nike pumps.
Yeah.
Or the Reebok pumps, yeah.
Yeah, I
I don't
remember
know
Reebok.
what brand
but-
it was, but I know that they had them.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
Reebok.
forgot. I used to love my Airwalks. I had a really nice fucking black.
I've never been big
pair.
on.
I had a
brand
black
name
pair, Lenny.
sneakers.
I miss my combat boots
Yeah.
because that's what I wore.
And Doc Martin.
Yeah.
I grew up. We wore Grebs, lumber jackets, cowboy hats with roach clips all over them. That was our thing back then.
Cowboy
Yeah,
hats.
my last pair of Doc Martens got ruined at Woodstock '94.
I had a camera that got ruined.
I couldn't salvage them. They were just fucking around.
I ruined a camera there.
There was a shit ton of mud there, wasn't there, Lenny?
There
Yeah.
was. It rained the whole Monday, basically.
Was it on a Monday?
I think it was the Monday. No,
I can't even remember. I can't even remember day of the week, to be honest.
They
It was
were
like
there.
fucking-
They had a slide that people were just going crazy on a hill that they made.
Yeah, I
It
see.
turned
Yeah, I
into a
saw that.
slide.
I was there.
Yeah, it was crazy. I walked that whole park during that storm,
Well, it took
and
like a
that's
fucking
where
hour.
I fell into a whole big pile of mud, and of course, no more camera after that. Broke the lens right off the fucking camera body.
No, I was you're just muddy. Like it was like basically 6 inches of mud all weekend.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
It was fucking awesome.
Yeah, I didn't mudslide. I was like,
weird
fuck
idea
that.
what office it
I
was.
didn't either, but I got thrown into the mud. I mean, I fell into
Well,
the mud.
you get covered in it anyway. But
I managed to go through the whole area a few times without falling, and then it just took that one time.
Yeah, the like to go between stages. I remember the crowd was like it was almost like an hour, like just going between the two stages. Like fuck, it was like there's so many people. Or at least it felt like an hour.
When we got there, there was hardly anybody there, but Van Morrison was playing, and we took a bus from the parking lot into the media area, which was backstage behind stage 2. Yeah. And we parked ourselves and set up on a hill. So we didn't, although there was running under us, we didn't get drowned out. There was rain. Okay.
Yeah. So the first night we kind of slept out in the field. We didn't have we had to go sneak our tent in because they wouldn't let steel pole tents in.
But by the second day, by that morning, I guess it would have been the Saturday morning, they had already broken down the fences and people were just coming in, and it was a free.
Yeah, they're bringing 2 floors of beer and all that.
Yeah, they broke down the fence. Some kids broke down one of the parts of the fences, and people found out. Security couldn't control it, so they just threw their hands up in the air and let people go do what they want. But I tell you, Woodstock '94 was so much more peaceful than '99 was, because '99 was basically a fucking riot.
Basically, yeah.
You know, I didn't, and I'm glad I didn't go. I stood on the platform for wheelchair people to come in, and watched the whole mudslinging event there with Green Day. That was fucking awesome.
No, I was in that. I was pretty close to that one. I got mudslung.
Fleas running around naked, just covered in mud.
Well, it's funny. I actually bought. I still have it, but the Dookie CD. I actually bought it at Woodstock.
Have you watched the video? The video that they did, like the show,
like of '94.
Yeah,
or the '99
whole
one.
thing. It's on YouTube.
Yeah, like friends like back then. Obviously, it was on pay-per-view, and one of my friends' brother actually
recorded. I recorded all that. Yeah,
I still have the VHS tapes of that. Anyway, I know it's on YouTube, but I do have it.
I have a bootleg on a small recording of the whole Peter Gabriel concert, just on a little 30-minute cassette thingy.
Yeah, the only thing I did show is I brought it up.
Nice stars.
Brought it up the Cypress Hill at that show.
Yeah,
show kids, because this is a true story. It was in between sets, and somehow me and my friend were on the right side of the stage. I was there with 4 guys, or 3, I guess 4 of us, pardon me. And we were trying to get back. We knew our other friend was going to be on the left side of the stage for some reason, which we spent most of the concert there. I don't even know how we got over there. And they were like, fuck, it's so far to walk around the thing. So I was like, do we walk through the pit? And like, I was like, oh, if we do it really quick, we'll get on there, because we knew Cypress Hill was coming on. And the pit was kind of crazy.
That was the first time I saw them.
No, me too. And I wasn't really like Insane in the Membrane was on. Like I knew the song.
They were different then. They were different then.
I was not a rap guy anyway, but obviously that song was cool and everyone knew it. And we were there really for like 9 Inch Nails and Metallica and Green Day and shit like that. Rollins band.
Yep, I saw.
But the point of the story was we were walking through, like the very first step into the pit, you dropped a foot.
Yeah.
As the people jumping in this soft ground, like you literally dropped like out of the in existence. It was like, oh.
Did
and
you
then
see it when everything
halfway
was
through
done?
the fucker, halfway through no, I didn't. Halfway through, the fuckers came on. We're in the middle of pit. We just got fucking hammered. It was like
I was sitting in the bleachers. We got a good seat up in the bleachers there for most of the concerts. But I spent most of my time during the day at stage 2. Rita Marley and whole bunch of people, and then they had a remember the big dance party at night they had?
Yeah. It was annoying. I was trying to sleep.
I know,
The interesting thing that we found there, we couldn't get weed.
I don't remember. I did peyote.
Well, we couldn't find weed. Obviously, there's acid, which I was like, no.
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah, that's how I found out that the ground hadn't really dropped. It was the acid that he dropped that made him feel like that.
I got weed. I had
weed. But the funny thing was, one of my friends was a little bit crazy. Still a friend of mine to this day. He came back. He's like, I got opium. We're like, what? Opium. So we ended up smoking opium all weekend, and it was quite pleasant.
Tried that.
I really enjoyed it. It was very pleasant.
I tried that. It was the first time I tried it. Yep.
And
hey, Lenny,
I'll admit it. Yes, it was fun.
What was what was one of the positive things of taking that opium that night?
I didn't shit for 3 days.
I've
told Darcy this story before, obviously.
Yeah.
Pretty sure I destroyed a Dairy Queen toilet like the day after the day on the way back.
Oh, you know what really pissed me off, Len? You know, we're partying all fucking hard there, and hardly any food backstage for anybody, and then a lot of the vendors just ran out of food real quickly.
There was a food issue and water issue.
We decided to walk out to the road, and there's a fucking McDonald's right there. Had no idea.
I heard that.
I was so pissed off because we were fucking starving.
Yeah, so I ended up kind of surviving off all I really focused on drinking was
French fries.
That too, I guess. Yeah, that probably helped the appetite too. I didn't realize.
Yeah,
because in the end, I didn't get pizza. I ended up getting these.
There was plenty of food there, but the lines were horrible. So long that people were passing out, and it was raining, and then they ran out of food very quickly.
They did. I managed to get a big burger every day, and I think that was.
And then, people started going out to the road. That's how we found out McDonald's was there. People were starting to go out to the road to explore to see what kind of food was out there. Now, when we went down to 94, we went to Bethel first, to the original site, and there was a whole bunch of stuff going on there, even though the concert itself was canceled there. So we had already booked going to 94. So we went there, but I would have rather have stayed in Bethel, to be honest with you.
Well, technically that summer, the plan for us we were actually going to go to Toronto Lollapalooza, where Nirvana was headliner.
Was that the same weekend?
No, Kurt Cobain killed himself in April.
Yeah, didn't happen.
So, but that was the plan.
We drove down from Toronto, me and my sister and one of our reporters, and we camped out basically the whole weekend there on the hill. Oh, it was horrible.
Yeah. But no, it was. But yeah, that was the weirdest thing. We couldn't find actually weed.
Well, like I said, we had some weed. Don't know where it came from, and some of it had opium in it. And I think there was some peyote along the way. But I don't remember. I remember meeting Annie Leibovitz, which was a real thrill. She's a famous photographer. She used to shoot for Rolling Stone magazine, I believe. and all the others, I'm sure.
But I think I still attribute that concert to this day is why I don't think I really do well in crowds.
But you know what? That was, even my sister will say the same thing. She still has her shirt. That was by far, I've been to a lot of concerts in my lifetime. That was by far the best concert weekend that I've been to. Although another roadside attraction at Cayuga Speedway will come in second. I didn't. Oh, bear bang! Did you hear that? There's a bear around.
Is that to kill it or scare it?
Scare it.
Was that yours?
No.
Or neighbors?
Neighbor. Yeah.
Well, hey, that lets you know that he's close, though, Al.
Oh, they're always close. They're right behind me all the time. They walk right through our Darcy.
He has to come up there because I wonder if you guys are allowed to shoot 2 black bears like we are down here.
Not in town, but yes.
So you have to come up there and shoot him for you, Al. Eat the bastard.
We can shoot black bears?
There's not in town, no. There have one was going into, I just told this story to Al the other day. One just a few houses up the road, one broke in through the screen door of a house and scared the shit out of a lady, and then came back. So the police had to dispatch it, as they called it. But there have been a lot of rehoming. They put cages out and catch them.
Take them 40 miles, 50 miles away, and then get.
I'm told it's 100 to 120 kilometers away, Darcy. So, but we have one very large bear in town here that we've called Tony two tags, because he's got a tag in each ear, and people have been trying to get a clear shot of it to find out the tag number, and they just got one the other day. But this guy walked through my yard. I posted the video the other day, and he was fucking huge. And then I saw one this afternoon, just kind of cutting through the yards here across the street. But
you got a bear problem, and I got a deer problem.
Well, you know what? It's not a problem. What the problem is that we had, because of the weather up here being so off, we didn't have any berries. There's been no berries at all this year. So they're looking for food. They're hungry.
They're coming to your house.
They're every day. Yeah. But I had to go out, as I was telling Marcel earlier, I had to go out this morning to turn the heater on in the greenhouse. And it was very foggy. It looked like, looking out through the trees, it looked like a scene from The Exorcist. And I got bears in my backyard. I was like in and out. I just went in, turned on the heater, and left. Went back into the house real quick. I don't usually go out before daytime, but I've been sitting out front at night watching the wildlife walk around until I hear in the middle of the night, because that would be a skunk.
What?
We got skunks, and we've got they make that squeaking.
That's a squirrel.
Okay, whatever, but you know,
okay,
squeak.
Big difference.
They skunks sound very similar to possums.
Skunks you very rarely ever hear.
We see them under my
You'll
desk.
smell them before you hear them.
Yeah, I know, but I've actually been standing in the greenhouse and had one walk through my backyard, and it's not usually at night. It's usually during the day.
Is Pepe Le Pew still a thing, or has he been banned too?
Oh, he's
no. I don't think we're allowed to talk about him. Come on.
I'm just asking. I haven't seen him in a long time.
You know,
they canceled him.
The woke retards canceled him.
Why? Because he was a stalker.
Yeah. Well, kind of like they canceled Baby It's Cold Outside.
Well, I'm trying to think. Like Speedy Gonzalez is gone.
Hey, no, he's not. He's right here.
Was Slowpoke a stoner? Was Slowpoke stoned?
Fuck yeah.
Was it?
Andale.
We're confirming that though. He was really stoned.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He had red eyes, didn't he? Like
he was baked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of funny they got away with that, actually.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yosemite Sam's gone.
Shaggy, but Shaggy and
yeah.
Scooby Doo are still around, and like they're the ultimate stoners.
You know who I miss? Goober and the Ghost Chasers, which was a Scooby Doo ripoff. I know, but you know.
Yeah.
I don't know if I really know them that well. I remember the name.
Goober and the Ghost Chasers.
But Scooby and Shaggy, I mean, like even
I can still
Scooby
watch
Snacks.
Scooby Doo show.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's definitely
they're baked.
Yeah.
They always had the munchies.
I can
Always
sit there and watch Scooby Doo still, and SpongeBob, and of course Bugs Bunny is my favorite.
I can't watch SpongeBob.
I didn't ever get into him.
Me
I started watching SpongeBob with the kid right in the morning, so I kind of got.
I like South Park.
No.
I like Simpsons. I like Family Guy.
No.
I like Bickleberry. That was really good. But
so I have a question for you, Marcel.
Can I say something first?
No.
I'm gonna take off now. I just got a text that my uncle just died.
Oh no, buddy.
Sorry to hear.
Which one?
My uncle Johnny.
Oh.
He was married to my Aunt Juanita.
Oh.
All right, buddy, you go.
My mom's sister.
And we'll talk to you next week.
Yeah.
May I ask, was he ill or is this sudden?
No, actually, he was doing really well. He was in here 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Actually, Marcel, he's the one that bought me that bag of stuff.
Yeah.
I poured in my driveway. Yeah. I had a hole in my driveway. God love his fuck. God bless his heart. I had a hole in my driveway, and I tried to get them to fix it, and they were going to fix it, but they just never got around to doing it. My uncle was here one day, and he seen the hole there, and he said, "I'll see you later, Darce. It's not a problem." And he took off, and 10 minutes later, he came back. He said, "Here, poured it in the hole." I said, "Can I ask you how much you paid for it?" He said, "You can, but you'd be just wasting your breath." So, yeah, God love his heart, but yeah, I just got the phone call he died, so I'm trying to find out.
I'm sorry to hear that, Darcy. Now
I know why.
Yeah, see you later,
I will. I'm sure
care.
you'll find out, Marcel.
Yeah, give me a call in the morning.
Hello, guys.
Take care.
Right. You do, guys.
Wow.
Dun, dun, dun.
That just kind of killed the buzz.
Yeah,
well,
we sort of fucking ruined the evening.
As a probably should, I guess, but yeah, it's hard.
Yeah.
I'm crying here because the Yankees are beating the Red Sox, and like Darcy's getting family members dying. So puts things in perspective.
Holy Jesus, you people! Oh
no, actually, there's something I don't know. Obviously, my right eye's been like just randomly waters the last several weeks, and like my wife's like, "Why are you crying?" It's like I don't know.
You know what?
I've had that.
Probably
there's something. Yeah, there is watery eye, but just it's my right eye only. And
mine's my left eye. Mine will be both eyes, but it's majority my left eye. But mine will do it even with a slight breeze. If the wind hits my eyeball just the right time, it's just like I'm crying.
I actually have a theory why I do it. I do use some cannabis topicals, and I'm assuming when I get a little left in my hand sometimes, and you rub your eye, and I'm assuming that's what I'm doing.
Oh, so yours hurt?
No, it's just water. No, it doesn't hurt. It's just watering. Like I'm rubbing my eyes and just.
If there was cannabis in it, it hurt.
Well, you would think, yeah. Oh, listen, if the Red Sox still lose, I probably will fucking cry. But,
So.
So Al is trying to figure out how to smoke a joint.
Holy fuck! Why don't you play one of your videos, Marcel?
Because I can't touch anything.
Why?
Why not?
Because look at my picture.
Oh, you're trimming.
And imagine what my fingers look like.
For everybody in the world who's trimming, don't touch your eyes.
Oh, fuck no.
Don't touch your eyes.
Why did any reason why you lost power there last weekend, Marcel?
Yeah, Marcel, thanks for fucking up the show last week.
It wasn't just us, man. It was a whole big swath.
Yeah, no. I heard others, but any reason why? Any explanation?
All they said is a transmission line failure.
Okay.
But it took out power from here down to Parsbro, down to Five Islands, and people fucking across the street had power.
Oh, don't you hate that?
Oh, I hate that like you wouldn't believe. But at the same time, it's happened that they've lost power and we've had power. So
I don't know if it was Fiona or one of the other ones, but I remember, you just seeing your neighbors with the lights on and shit. It's like, fuck you.
Yeah. Well, with us, if like as soon as the power went off, I go online and check and usually report it, because most people, actually what I saw was most people go on Facebook to ask if anybody's power went out. Instead of going in to report that there's a power outage, they would just rather go ask somebody else, did your power go out?
A lot of people, I kind of get cracked up. It's like, hey, does anyone know a good travel agent? No good plumber.
Listen to another song, man.
Do you need a good projector?
No, I just wanted to borrow a projector that I could put an image up against the wall.
I have a shitty one.
Well, no, but I put the post out, and within minutes, I had all kinds of people saying, "Oh, I've got one you can have, and you can borrow," and things like that.
So, you're one of those guys.
Yeah, no, and then one of my buddies posts, he says, we've got one. He said, I'll drop it off on my way to work. Right? So when I got home, it was already here. Bonus. No, I used it to paint the picture on the baby's wall.
Ah, yeah. Actually, mine would have sufficed.
Baby came home today.
Oh.
Yeah,
with you guys? They're living with you guys, or they have at their own place?
Oh, they got their own fucking house.
Oh, okay.
Or apartment.
I know. You just got rid of them. You don't want them back. I know.
Yeah, no. They finally got their discharge from NICU today.
Oh, good.
And so they're home, and it's funny because we were laughing about the baby, because when she came in, her eyes were closed the entire time. They stopped at Darcy's on the way home, and that baby never opened her eyes at all the entire time she was at Darcy's. She got here, she had her eyes closed until she heard my voice.
Didn't we already have this conversation?
Yeah, it was before the show.
Oh, okay.
But every time I spoke, then her eyes would pop open. So they were making me like be quiet for a minute, and her eyes would go right back closed. I'd say something, her eyes would open right up again. I said, okay, I know who's going to be the boss in this one.
You're going to be the babysitter.
That baby's going to love me.
All right, so I get a video pulled up. Let's watch another video, listen to a song by Jet Black.
Those same guys again?
Yep.
Okay.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, our whole show is going to be banned.
They're independent, so I don't think so.
Oh.
And they were submitted. Oh,
but are they?
Sorry.
But are they on YouTube?
No, I'm Brother Jeff. Nice to meet you.
They are on YouTube, and they are on several
There you go,
platforms.
brother. There you go.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's all there. It's all there.
I could
It's all
see
there. It's all
YouTube
there. Yep.
kicking
We
us off
appreciate
because they
y'all.
have rights
Oh,
to it.
thank you, brother. Thank you very kindly, man. Thank you. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all come on in. Come on in.
Yeah, I don't know, Marcel. That's just an experiment, right?
Yeah.
The only time I ever feel the light is in a barroom, on a stage, on a Friday night. The only time the Lord moves in me, when I got a good woman in my arms, and a sweet melody. Barroom believers, saints and sinners, holding communion under neon lights. Sweet benediction, a new religion. Can I get an amen? Amen. From a barroom believer. Angel came down to a bar a little fire. She had pretty little wing and a cross by her side. She said, Jesus loves the broken. He turned water into wine. So let's all fill up our cup and give our back to the good times. Makes me wanna testify. Barroom believers, saints and sinners, holding communion under neon light. Sweet benediction, a new religion. Can I get an amen? Amen. From a barroom believer, yeah. Barroom believers, saints and sinners, holding communion under neon lights. Sweet benediction, a new religion. Can I get an amen? Amen, amen, amen. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Barroom believers, saints and sinners, holding communion under neon lights. Sweet benediction, a new religion. Can I get an amen? Amen, amen.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
Ta-da!
Ta-da!
You know what? Actually, I
Yeah.
like that song. That was a good song.
Hey, there you go. This is exactly what I'm saying. So, thank you for saying that, Marcel. If you've got a band, if you've got something you want to say, let us know. Okay.
Danny didn't think it was a good song?
No, I thought it was a good song. I'm just Red Sox just stole second and third.
Oh, the bastards.
No, it's good. It's good. It's good.
Oh, well, stealing
just
is
like-
never good, okay?
Don't you fucking strike out. Jesus.
Stealing
Hey,
is
there's
bad.
three of us. We fit in the let's put Marcel in the center.
This is huge.
Yeah.
There. Now we're all looking at the right place.
Swimming with the fishes.
Swimming with the fishes.
No, I'm looking at my tray and that picture of my tray now, and it looks completely different. I'll take another picture here in a minute.
Fuck's sakes!
Something happened. Well, something happened. Come on, give us.
Struck him out.
You're on stage, buddy. Give us a little recap here.
He got struck out.
Rafael struck out with 1 out, and Bannon second there. All you had to do is fucking touch the ball.
You're not allowed to swear on the air, sir.
Pretty sure I do.
What? Swear in the air?
Yeah. I don't know if I can go like 30 words though to swear coming out.
I know I can't.
I can't believe that. Oh, that hurt.
Oh well.
It's the
so we're getting close to winter.
Yes, we are. It was cold. It was like 14 today in Nova Scotia. It was like a little chilly.
14 where?
Like Toronto today. Like it was not warm.
Oh really? It was 18 or 19 here. It was
that was probably maybe 11:30 noon, so maybe it got a little warmer, but like it wasn't.
It's only 11 right now. 12 in the greenhouse. I'm gonna have to go crank the fucking heat up tonight. I had it up to 20. And then during the day, it was going up to like 35. And I was like, whoa, now paying for fucking shit I don't need to have.
Oh, he hit it right at him. No, he ripped it. It was a good swing. Anyway, it just didn't work out. But that strikeout sucked balls.
You got anything else you want to share, Marcel?
Share some of this trimming if you want.
No, I think we're going to wrap it up then.
I have some hash holes. I have some hash holes coming in.
No, not yet.
Holes?
Yeah.
What's a hash hole?
Like a hash core rolled joint, like flour. They're called hash holes.
Oh,
hash
it's kind of cool.
So it's an infused joint with hash in it.
Yeah, basically, but they kind of do it nice. They make a little line of hash like a snake and wrap it up, done by hand. It's a novelty thing, but it's kind of cool.
So basically, it's what I do at home.
Basically,
yeah.
But
a 30% surcharge.
they pretty it up.
I don't buy those foo-foo joints, and like Marcel,
it's a
novelty like that. I'll do it myself, right down to the keef, whatever you want to fucking call it.
Oh yeah, no, doing yourself is always cheaper, better, and blah blah blah. But
well, you get to pick what strains you're using too.
Yeah. Now again, this is my same argument many years ago. Like, how many people roll their own tobacco nowadays? And not how many I said, but how many? What percent?
I don't know. Let's check.
Yeah, but just same as I say, minority people don't use DVDs.
I wonder if census
minority don't use VA. Humans like convenience and easy. Like, how many people go into the Tim Hortons to pick up their coffee now? They drive.
It just tells me the majority have gotten so apathetic and lazy.
Yes, that's human nature.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
I'm not apathetic or lazy.
I'm just saying, general society is that way. I include myself in that, by the way.
Oh, I mean, if you want, I mean,
no, but you can look along at Tim Hortons drive-through line.
Right, here we go.
I look at it as the downfall of mankind was information technology. And
relatively few smokers in the U.S. Only 6.7% actually roll their own cigarettes. In contrast, this rate was 17.1% in Canada, 24.2% in Australia, and 28.4% in the UK. Thank you, Google.
So it's just that some countries know how to roll.
Well, it's like,
it's a matter of convenience.
You ask somebody down in the States if they like poppers, they're not going to know what you're fucking talking about. Poppers is a Northern Ontario thing, a Northern Canada. Oh yeah, it was invented up here, right?
What are you talking about?
And all a popper is a bed of tobacco with some hash or weed on it. Usually,
it's the only way my kid smokes pot and has since day one. She loves
it. But that's when it's the Canadian thing is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Right? If you ask somebody if they do poppers from the States, they're not going to know what the fuck you're talking about. Probably.
Yeah.
Is what I'm getting at.
I don't like them. But
I used to when I was a tobacco smoker. But you're doing the same thing in the joint with, you're putting tobacco in a joint. It's basically the same thing as a popper. But now, hold on. What I do know, the reason poppers work so well is because tobacco opens up your bronchial tubes to allow the cannabis to get in deeper into your lungs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I've learned some things. But when I was smoking cigarettes, I was smoking doobies and cigarettes, but I started toking my cigarettes, and I was blanking out because of probably an allergic reaction as well as asphyxiation. So I quit smoking. I couldn't breathe anymore. I have not touched tobacco other than give me one of those and try it, and I'm like, yeah, right. Done that a few times, right. But I miss smoking. I am a smoker. I mean, I still smoke joints, but
I've mixed tobacco with weed on occasion. If you get weed that's not really dry enough to burn, tobacco is a great way to at least let you have a joint. But yes, tobacco also does open up the airways.
Most hash smokers use tobacco.
Yes,
I would think.
Yes,
I wonder.
For one, it doesn't take away a lot of the taste from the hash.
No, but it opens up the reason is because it opens up your bronchial tubes, right?
Yeah.
Like it really opens. If you want to get baked, roll some tobacco in a hash joint.
That's how I always roll my hash joints.
Well, I think most people.
But I'm not baked.
But you could be.
Not, yeah, man, I'll tell you, for me to get baked, it takes some fucking pile.
So, the other day I took some of my mixture, which is olive oil and full extract, cannabis oil.
Yep.
And I'm going to do it after the show because I'd be asleep by now. I just took it. And then on the top of it. Oh, it was so good. I'm one of those people. Marcel doesn't like the taste of weed. I love the taste of weed.
I hate it.
I love it. It's one of my favorite. Now, my mom.
I hate the taste of chlorophyll.
My mom. Yeah, but this is oil. So.
I don't mind oil, but if you use oil properly, you shouldn't taste it anyways. If you can taste it, you've used way more than you need.
Yeah, I used to joke around that if your poop smells like weed, your tank is full.
Yeah,
I've actually, but that's I've had it. I've had it happen many times, but I have not used butter made from weed in a while. I've been using oil, and there is a difference, right? Like I've used half of that mixture up, Marcel.
Yeah,
and it's been 2 months.
Yeah,
and
how much you make? A pound of butter?
I
Or
still
no,
have.
you made olive oil.
I have 3/4 of a pound still in the fridge. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I made. So what I did was I warmed up some olive oil, and then I put a gram of Fico, or you can call it Rick Simpson oil if you like, into it, and mixed it all together. And then I put it into a pill bottle that seals, and put it in the fridge so it's congealed. And I just take a little, put it in my tea in the morning. And I want to tell you the effects I'm getting, Marcel. Okay. I am alert. I'm alert.
Yeah.
I'm not nodding off in the middle of the fucking afternoon because I'm not taking a big glob of fucking oil. Right. And I'm able to walk a little bit better than I was. And so I'm doing that 3, maybe 4 times a day, a little more if I put it on something, right?
Mm-hmm.
So thank you for
You're welcome
for that.
Like I say, once you realize how this medicine works, you can have yourself an ultimate medicine and an ultimate time with it.
Well, I can take this.
I got a jet. My battery is about to die.
All right, buddy. You have a good week,
Hey guys. Yeah. Bye.
Or weekend,
Bye.
whatever day it is coming up.
Yeah, it's Friday.
No such thing.
Yeah.
See ya. Bye.
I'm enjoying, and I don't like my picture that big. No, I don't need to look at myself that badly. Thank you. There. but the other thing that's happening, Marcel, is I'm not waking up groggy.
Yep.
And that's the
so you're
one.
Taking a small amount before you go to bed too.
Yeah, 3-4 times a day. So
Yeah.
I'll have in my last tea, I'll have some, and then I'll have some in the morning, and then for lunch, and then recreationally, if I need something, I'll have some of that. And it's cutting back on my my weed
Amount
intake.
you smoke. Yeah. And see, even back when we were doing the clinical trials, that was the one thing that we found was the low doses were saving people a shit ton of money because they weren't smoking near as much.
Well, the only reason I brought it up is because I'm a smoker, and I need that during the day, and it's either doobies or cigarettes, right?
Yeah.
And I won't touch cigarettes anymore, so I'm smoking way more than I should be. I know, but I'm smoking.
You know what I do is I take that same oil and I put it on a paper, and then I put a little tobacco, and then.
Well, I do that at night, because.
But you do it with weed.
During the day, yeah, with my weed.
Yeah, see, I don't do it with weed. I do it with tobacco.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and that's when I was smoking, my favorite things was wrap a cigarette in oil, and I still do it with doobies as well.
Yeah, see, I know how to roll a joint, so I just roll joints.
I roll a joint and then I wrap it with another paper in oil, or sometimes I'll just put some oil on the doobie. Depends on my mood, how creative I am.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dee. So should we say goodbye?
Yeah, just hang on. Yeah, say goodbye.
Okay.
I can't move.
We will see you next week. Thanks for watching.
And it's perfect timing because I'm finished trimming. Now I got to go and throw this all on the drying rack.
Awesome. We will see you next week.
Talk to you.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca. Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
The Cannabis Business Times headline says Massachusetts AG approves ballot petition to end the $1.6 billion adult use cannabis markets. Okay, that doesn't sound too good. Let's see what it says. No state citizenry has backtracked on cannabis legalization after a licensed and regulated program was implemented, but prohibitionists are hoping to offer Massachusetts voters the opportunity. Massachusetts Attorney General Andrea Joy Campbell certified two versions of a 2026 ballot initiative petition on September the 3rd that intend to repeal cannabis laws governing the Commonwealth's commercial adult use cannabis marketplace, including licensed cultivation dispensary operations. Think of that, people. Just think of it. They're going to shut down legalization, or are attempting to shut down legalization in Massachusetts. It can happen in this state. It can happen somewhere else. That's why you say you got to do it federally. Now, in other words, the petition would undo the cannabis legalization measure that Massachusetts voters passed with a 54% majority in the 2016 election by halting an industry that has produced more than $8.3 billion in retail revenue, nearly $900 million in excise tax revenue, and roughly $440 million in sales tax revenue since dispensary sales launched in December of 2018. Now, that's according to the state's Cannabis Control Commission.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everyone. It's the end of the week, but it's not the end of the world, so it must be time for the VAC Roundtable, and this one's number 62. We're joined by Nurse Nique Pichette, who has, of course, been in the cannabis scene for a bit, but it was also a Marine. So she is one of us, and as we are looking to continue our discussions with people whom we respect and view in a high light here in the cannabis community. We've had talks with other educated nurses and doctors, and we want to continue that discussion today. And so we'd like to thank Nurse Nique for joining us and taking the time as we get things underway. So with that, we'll go directly into our speaker view. And right off the the bat, Nurse Nique, our first question is kind of a multi-layer question, but how did you first come to cannabis? How old were you when you first heard of it? Did you use it? And what made you choose that direction?
So I first tried cannabis when I was 16. I didn't like it very much. It made me paranoid. It wasn't something that I had much pleasure in. I couldn't understand why people used it. And I grew up with it being stigmatized as a street drug. And fast forward to 43 and my second diagnosis of breast cancer, I found that I was allergic to the antiemetics, which are the medications that we use for the nausea and symptoms from pharmaceuticals. And I was also writing a blog called Breast Cancer and Me. And I started to have many people start to follow me and send me messages that I needed to try cannabis. So at the time, I was a director of nursing operations in an assisted living, and I was afraid I was going to lose my nursing license. And I was afraid that the rest of my life was going to fall apart. And I saw a picture of my son, and it was him and he was taking me to radiation. And I was extremely emaciated, and I was 111 pounds, and I was a recovering anorexic. And at my lowest weight, I was 93. And when I saw that picture, that was like the wow factor, because I was like, if I looked like this at 111 pounds, what did I look like at 93 pounds? And I reached out to Stephen Plasick. He's from New Jersey. He was like the biggest advocate, messaging me articles constantly. And at the time I was living in Rhode Island that had a medical program. This was 2013. So I went through the steps to get my medical card, and I started using cannabis medicinally. And my caregiver was actually an Army veteran. His name was Chapman Dickerson, and he came to my house with a care package, and he sat with me, and he had edibles and tinctures, and he had lemonade, and he had flour. I mean, any way you could use cannabis, he had in this care package. And he said, just try what you want, see how it makes you feel. Just do a little bit at a time, and I'm here if you need anything. And today he is the owner of Basque in Fairhaven, Massachusetts, one of the top ranked dispensaries here in Massachusetts. So I was blessed at many levels.
That's quite a journey. Thank you for sharing that with us. Next up will be Council Member Wade Laughter for our next question.
Is he muted?
Just 1 second, yes.
There we go. Now let's see if I can get back to the chat. Basically, the question, first of all, thank you for joining us this afternoon. And I'm still sorting out how to do this on my phone. And my question is, as a veteran and as a survivor of cancer treatment yourself, can you discuss how cannabis has played a part in that? And please correct me if I left out part of that question, because again, I can't seem to get my phone to cooperate here. Anyway, you get the gist of the question, I think, and you might even have a copy of it, dear. So thank you so much.
So would you like me to repeat the question?
Go ahead.
So did your military background help you confront cancer and the debilitating treatment for the same? And the answer for that is absolutely. I'm a veteran of the United States Marine Corps, and I chose the Marine Corps because I grew up in a very male chauvinistic household, and I wanted the branch that was supposedly the hardest boot camp. And my dad was Air Force, World War II, and Korea. And so I was like, okay, he's Air Force, I'm going Marine Corps, and my brothers never served. So that was the background divide, chose the Marine Corps. And physically, boot camp, I excelled extremely because I prepared physically, but I didn't know how to prepare mentally. And by the end of my 13 weeks, I was mentally prepared, not as much as I needed to be, but at least for that time in my life, the Marine Corps broke me down emotionally and mentally, and I graduated as they picked us all back up and sent us sent us to our duty stations. So the mindset that I had from the military and the Marine Corps was one of never giving up, never surrendering, and by all means, kill or be killed. So that's what my attitude was when I received my second diagnosis with breast cancer. And I was determined that I was going to give it my best fight and take some of those psychological and physical lessons that I was taught through boot camp on this next journey, another war, if you want to say, that I had to put myself through.
Thank you for that. And hoorah, Marine. We don't get many to female Marines out there, although we do have a member who is, but not many that make their way in, the level of nursing and doctorates that you have necessarily attained. So at a girl, thank you very much for sharing your story and your trials and tribulations. I think all of us in the military can relate to that. Next up will be Councilmember Alex Popoff. Councilmember Popoff.
Thank you, Etienne, and thanks for joining us, Neek. The question I have is, you're active in bodybuilding. Was this part of your return to a healthy overall physiological condition?
So I actually was competing in bodybuilding before I joined the Marine Corps. That's why I said I joined when I was 21. So my recruiter told me that I could be a bodybuilder in the Marine Corps, and that was not real. So, but that's okay, because that's why I said the physical training of the Marine Corps actually was easy for me because I was so conditioned. But I did use bodybuilding and cannabis to get me through my second battle with breast cancer. I actually got a personal trainer, and I made sure that during my chemotherapy, so my chemotherapy was every 2 weeks, so it was every other week. So I had a trainer that I met at the gym once a week, and the rest of the time I trained by myself. And I made sure that I definitely made sure that he knew when my off week was because I felt better, and he knew when it was a chemo week because I didn't feel too good. But it gave me again that mindset and that determination that like I just had to do this, and he helped to push me through and again have the determination and the resilience that I needed along with cannabis. So I was actually advocating for cannabis and bodybuilding in 2015 and actually started a clothing line called Neekwear. And it was too soon. People didn't like accept it and understand it. And I was really advocating for cannabis over steroids in the world of bodybuilding. So
you were a little bit ahead of your time in that sense. And hey, it's part of being a trailblazer, right? Is sometimes being ahead of your time, and time and expectations of society don't always meet. However, just to kind of follow up there, because I know how roid-ridden the industry is. Did you actively engage people regarding their steroid use and try to use cannabis? Because I'm also aware of people like Arnold Schwarzenegger and others that decided to imbibe on cannabis because they didn't get the calories from drinking, which of course alcohol does, no matter which way you imbibe alcohol. So what was the reactions to people when you engaged in that? That must be challenging.
So I was still a little nervous about being like really loud about it, but I would like blog and post pictures. And to this day, I haven't called out anybody in the bodybuilding industry about, hey, you use steroids. What's wrong with me using cannabis? It's still quite hush hush. It's still something that like it's known, but it's not discussed. And for some reason, it's okay in that sport. So again, I just try to kind of, I tried to just go forward in my own healing, and I actually connected with Marvin Washington, who's an NFL player who's in the space that I met through the Cannabis Nurses Network. And when I was competing in California in 2018, I was also marketing his CBD water and some of his products. So I would be at the gym and I would have his products and stuff like that, and Nature Nurses products when so I could show what I was using as my dietary supplements, if you would say.
Thank you for that. Our next question will be from Councilmember Michael Krawitz.
Thanks, Etienne. It's so nice to meet you, Nurse Neek. I wanted to say, well, first of all, let me say I was able to not join the same service rank, branch as my dad, and yet somehow still stay in the Air Force. My dad was Army Air Corps, and I joined the Air Force.
Yes, my dad started Army Air Corps as well.
My question it really revolves around, and we found it very interesting, your background, especially being a psychiatric nurse. We have, Mary Lynn, who's, an addictions nurse, and certainly addictions is in that camp, so she can sort of translate for us sometimes. And then we had some great psychiatrists that we worked with, Dr. Mick Correa comes to mind as one of our mentors. I believe you may be the first psychiatric nurse that we've actually been able to talk to. So anyway, really great to meet you, and so happy to do so. We really focused in on your tool that you said you created. The question was, please tell us about this tool and how you differentiate the tool that separates inappropriate from appropriate cannabis use.
So it's not totally complete yet. I did my dissertation for my doctorate, and I just graduated in May. And that pilot study consisted of 21 questions that take into consideration the DSM-5, which is like the diagnostic Bible for psychiatric conditions. It took in consideration the Q-R, which is the gold standard that they use right now to diagnose cannabis use disorder. And what people don't understand is the Q-R, cannabis use disorder inventory, stems from the audit, which is the alcohol use disorder inventory tool. So how can you separate alcohol and cannabis using pretty much the same tool and some of the same questions to come to this diagnosis? So the first part of my dissertation and my pilot study went to healthcare providers and asked healthcare providers to review these 21 questions to see if they thought in their professional experience that the questions asked could had a total look at cannabis use and could appropriately separate cannabis use for inappropriate and appropriate use. Was it a full assessment? And we came to find out that the majority of healthcare providers felt that it was the questions came up with a full assessment of cannabis use, and they felt that it would be appropriate in separating abuse versus appropriate use. So I'm working with Olin Neuropsychiatry Center right now with Dr. Perlson. I did submit a grant application for phase 2, in which we did not get accepted for, but the IRB came back and said, if you make a few of these tweaks to this and resubmit, that we feel that you're definitely onto something that we want to move forward with. So what I'm going to do is I'm working actually as we speak on the IRB application with Dr. Perlson and Nurse Heather and a couple of other people in the committee, and we're going to be pushing that through the IRB. But the thing is I'm trying to do it with no money. I'm trying to just say, I don't need your money. I don't need a grant. I'm just need to push this survey through at least 250 people that use cannabis, that they've used cannabis at least once in the past year. I need 250 people to answer these questions. Then once we get the data from those questions, we're going to look at the data that comes in, look at these 21 questions, and then come up with the tool that will actually be able to separate appropriate versus inappropriate use. And that's where we're at right now.
Thank you for that. Next up will be Council Member Nate Landau. Council Member Landau.
Hi, thank you so much for joining us. My question, sorry, there's a train going by. My question is, the VA has mislabeled many military veterans as having cannabis use disorder or COD based on simply on the failed drug test. How should we approach correcting this problem? Thank you.
So this is why I did this study, because I was a night supervisor in a psychiatric hospital in Massachusetts during COVID. We were very short-staffed and I worked the floors a lot, and I was starting to see these diagnoses coming in more and more of cannabis use disorder. So during that time, there was a CEU article for credits for nurses and healthcare professionals that came out on cannabis, cannabis knowledge. Mary Lynn, it was by Eloise and somebody else. They wrote that article for ANA. I asked my director of nursing if I could put it at all the nurses stations. She said yes. I was trying to educate everyone about cannabis and cannabinoid therapeutics in the endocannabinoid system. And within less than a week, somebody anonymously emailed the director, said, you better check your night supervisor. She might be coming to work high. And she has a clique of people that like cannabis. And I had to take all of those articles out of the nurses station, but it's okay because it just lit a fire underneath me. And I said, okay, people are coming in positive for cannabis. They're getting diagnosed with cannabis use disorder. The doctors don't know anything about cannabis or the endocannabinoid system. The nurse practitioners don't know anything about cannabis or the endocannabinoid system. How are they getting diagnosed with cannabis use disorder? Why are they getting diagnosed with cannabis use disorder? And I can't even talk to them about how they use cannabis, why they use cannabis, and when did they use cannabis last. So that's when I said, okay, I started to dig deeper in the charts and I started to have these conversations. And again, I was shut down because I don't think everybody also realizes there's also an ICD-10 code for cannabis use disorder, which is a billing code for insurance companies to get your money from your insurance. So therefore, if you're positive for THC and they diagnose you with cannabis use disorder, now they can bill your insurance company and then they can get paid for serving you. So it's this crazy didactic that's like, it was making me so angry because not everybody knows this about me, but the only reason that I went back to school to collect all these initials is because I'm a patient first. And when you're a patient, people don't listen to you. And when you have a psych history, people really don't listen to you. So because I have a psychiatric history and because I'm a patient, I wanted to try to find a loophole, and that loophole was to get my education. So I had to come in and find all this stuff from the patient's perspective and then try to figure out how I could flip this and say, okay, I'm going to do a study on cannabis use disorder and how we effectively diagnose it. But what I'm really trying to say is we're inappropriately diagnosing this But those of you who know research, I found out the hard way, you have to make it look like you believe in cannabis use disorder to get the results that you want.
That's unfortunately been something we have realized for decades from researchers, as I have come from being a veteran to a patient advocate. Because back, Nurse Sneak, for me, I was before cannabis use disorder became a thing. It was known drug user in the VA system, and I was classified as that and physically removed from multiple VA facilities just for even mentioning cannabis use. So this has been an ongoing problem our veterans have been dealing with for decades. I had to literally work with people to change the laws to finally arrive at my disability rating that I just got a few weeks ago at 100%. So I think that in my opinion, what we have seen is because there's such limited knowledge around cannabis at the doctor's level, we ourselves at Berkeley Patients Group, we have actually hosted doctors, pulmonary surgeons to actually educate them on cannabis because there's no education, ongoing credits, etc., specifically, dealing with and around, medical cannabis. So we've had to educate them. However, they still want to put us veterans into boxes, and there's no box currently for a veteran using cannabis medically, in their opinion. We Asian went as far as going to a FOIA request from the United States government to get all the information, of which this week they came back and told us they have no data. And it's really funny because the other person on this call, Michael Krowitz, was the person who instated that into the VA back in 2010. So for the past 13 years, our government's telling us they're not even giving us or storing the data on top of, again, because you have cannabis, so you have to fit into this, you have cannabis use disorder. It's the same problem that we're seeing if somebody is having nausea and they state they have cannabis, people are saying that they have cannabis hyperemesis, right? So that's another issue of where we have kind of two low-hanging fruit that either doctors or nurses are going off of because of their ignorance, willful ignorance, as well as just the lack of knowledge around cannabis, but at the same time, the institutional respect to give a space for, hi, I'm a patient and a veteran, I use cannabis and it works for me. Can we document this and understand why? So I don't really have a point as much as I just to bubble up the frustration that you're seeing as a nurse practitioner and we as patients have been experiencing over the decades. There's still a disconnect that we have been coming to you as doctors and nurses trying to, appeal. And thankfully there are nurses, like you, Marilyn Mathery, and others that we have hosted that are taking it to the curricula level and educating doctors and nurses at a level that they can comprehend and respect and take forward. And then we saw just this week with the nurses associations coming out and imploring that cannabis is medicine and institutionalizing it to a level that hopefully we'll see some penetration of education.
I do just want to say is that I am not a nurse practitioner. Okay, so I can't prescribe, I can't do medical cards. I do have my doctorate in nursing, but it's in nursing leadership, and I work in research. So I don't want people to get confused or think that I'm like speaking outside of my scope of practice. So I just wanted to say that. The other piece that I wanted to say is that for veterans, if you can get your hand on a DSM-5, which is the Bible for psychiatry, okay, because something that we do not talk about, the doctors don't talk about, the psychiatrists don't talk about, and I wish I had the exact page, but within cannabis use disorder diagnosis, which is in the DSM-5, the criteria, it says whether or not cannabis is being used for legitimate medical reasons may also affect diagnosis. When a substance is taken as indicated for a medical condition, symptoms of tolerance and withdrawal will naturally occur and should not be used as the primary criteria for determining a diagnosis of substance use disorder. Although medical use of cannabis remains controversial and equivocal, use for medical circumstances should be considered when a diagnosis is being made. And that's actually on page 511 and 512 in the DSM-5, which you can bring to your psychiatrist and have them open up to that page.
Great. Thank you for that. That will be very helpful for people and myself. Councilmember Crowell says a follow-up. Councilmember?
Thank you so much. I so appreciate your insights and your work. Interesting. You might find this of interest. The medical cannabis the policy, the medical cannabis policy of the Veterans Department of Veterans Affairs, Veterans Health Administration that Etienne was talking about, that came about as a result of a question that was almost right at the heart of your work, right at the middle of what you're talking about. Because what we did was, we had all these veterans that were using cannabis under doctor's orders per state laws. It wasn't technically legal under federal law, but they were using it under doctor's orders in their treatment plan, and was being accepted under at least some legal regimen at the state level. And the question became very straightforward for the, we actually sent the question to the general counsel of the VA, because everyone was presenting this to us as a legal question, but the question was then forwarded over by the general counsel to the undersecretary of health. And the question was simply, if you're a veteran and you're using cannabis per your doctor's orders, having good success at relieving your symptoms as per your treatment plan under a state legal sanctioned program, should you be punished inside the VA facility? Should you be sanctioned? And the question came back really quite beautiful. The letter was actually quite beautiful from Undersecretary Petzel, who said that it should be treated like any other medicine, and certainly shouldn't be any special criteria based on the fact that it's marijuana. It should be, under that circumstance, treated like any other medication. So I don't say this very often, but I think your work is important. I really do. And thank you for it. But I have one other point. I wanted to just elaborate on something you were talking about, because you just reminded me of it. And that is, when you have such a broad sweeping brush to put people in a cannabis use disorder category, to label them that way with such a broad brush, that we usually look at it from the injustice to the individual and how that screws up the person, and how it can stigmatize you and everything. And that's legitimately our focus, but it also screws up the data for everybody else. I mean, if you really want to know how many people are actually addicted to marijuana, you have no idea. There's absolutely no way to tell from the current statistics and the current data and the current experts in the field. And that I would imagine, throwing so many people at the wall makes it almost impossible for someone that really does suffer, bless their soul, suffer from abuse disorder of cannabis, probably can't find help because of the fact that there's so many people in their way that have been mandated by the courts or whatever else, into drug treatment because of such just abusive labeling. So just again, thank you so much for your work. And while I'm talking so long, I'll add one more thing. Congrats to all nurses for the ANA putting the cannabis nurses in under the tent.
I thank you for that insight and some of those questions. And I do want to say, one of the things is Marcy Cooper, one of the cannabis nurses that was my preceptor during my school, sent me today, that was on a news channel. She's in Colorado, and she sent me a screenshot of her television, and I wanted to share this with everyone tonight. And this news, Good Morning America, actually. Signs of cannabis use disorder. And this was what they had plastered across the screen of the television. Using more cannabis than intended, difficulty controlling use, problems at work, school, or home, needing more to experience a high. And then the second screen that Marcy sent to me that was on Good Morning America was another full screen on the television. Heart health and cannabis study. People with cannabis use disorder have a 60% chance risk of developing cardiovascular complications. I just want to say, this is something that I'm seeing as a psychiatric nurse still working at the bedside. And I just had this conversation with the psychiatrist on the unit. I had a man the other day, this is a true live case study. He was in his early 60s. He was on the adult inpatient unit, and they were getting him ready to start ECT for his suicidality and his depression. His blood pressure was through the roof, like 180 over 105. He reports that he never had any blood pressure issues that he knew of. I went to his chart, I looked, and he was positive for THC. But the other thing is that he had ethanol in his urine. So I went back to talk to him and I said, look, are you using alcohol? Are you possibly withdrawing from alcohol? He said, Neek, I don't drink. I don't know why there's ethanol in my urine. I don't know. The man seemed to be legit. I'm not going to question him. My second piece was, I see that you're positive for THC. How much cannabis do you use? He said, I smoke at least 2 joints a day. I've done it for the past 40 years. What these healthcare providers, nurses, psychiatrists, and the mental health are not looking at is, if you're on an antihypertensive, a pharmaceutical, and you run out of your medicine, you can't afford it, within a few days, you're going to have rebound hypertension. Your blood pressure is going to go through the roof. Cannabis is an antihypertensive. I'm seeing it in the research center as I'm actively dosing live patients with cannabis. It's right there. Within 5 to 10 minutes, you can see the changes in their heart rate and in their blood pressure. By the time I saw this man, he had been in the hospital for 3 or 4 days. He had no cannabis. I went to his psychiatrist and I said, look, I know you probably don't want to hear this, but do you think his blood pressure changes could have anything to do with his cannabis use? He looked at me and he said, oh, you mean like cannabis withdrawal? The only thing they get with cannabis withdrawal is agitation and anxiety. I said, no, that's really not true. There's other changes that are taking place, and we have to see if they're using it appropriately or inappropriately. The psychiatrist looked at me and said, appropriate cannabis use? I don't think so. I said, no, cannabis is being used even as simply for PTSD. He goes, I need to go now. And that was the conversation that I had with the psychiatrist. But I brought it back to Dr. Perlson. I brought it back to the research lab. And I said, Dr. Perlson, look at this is what I'm seeing next door at the hospital. We need to do something to help patients that are actively medically withdrawing from cannabis, not in a bad way, like you do with opiates and alcohol, you can die, but just to help them mitigate that time spent in the hospital where they're not allowing them to use their cannabis. But we need to find a way to get the education. Nurses don't, when you tell them that cannabis, oh, yeah, smoking a joint, right? I thought a nurse was going to fall off the chair the other day when I told her there's patches and suppositories and inhalers and capsules, and they just think smoking a joint and that's it. So I'm trying to like glide on this fence and try to like, you know, get as deep in as I can and find, like Dr. Perlson said, somebody that's going to be sympathetic to my cause that's in the psychiatric hospital that I can get that segue to then bring them to Dr. Perlson, because they're going to respect Dr. Perlson because he's been doing human cannabis studies since 2014. But it's sad. It's happening. And this is why the education and the knowledge is so important. You don't need a doctorate to do this. You just need to find the information, and you need to have reliable sources of people that are going to go against the grain. And that's why I do this. Yes, Michael.
Before another unprecedented thing today, but I wanted to tell you a quick story. When we added post-traumatic stress as a qualifying condition to medical cannabis access laws across the country, we did that as a strategy starting on the West Coast and going to the East Coast. Very successful. Virtually every modern state law now has post-traumatic stress as a qualifying condition as a result of that. And we faced some big battles. Ironically, we were fighting against the American Psychiatric Association. I say ironically because they didn't, I was there for Prop 215 and many other state laws, and I don't remember ever seeing the American Psychiatric Association show their head. But the minute we tried to add post-traumatic stress as a qualifying condition under medical marijuana laws, boom, there's the American Psychiatric Association. Their longest battle was in Colorado, but the craziest battle was in New Mexico. One of their top guys, Dr. Ungerweiler, made a petition to remove post-traumatic stress as a qualifying condition. And I think his story is very telling, because he came to this panel of experts and everybody on this commission to present his story, and it was completely hypothetical. And what was up against him was 300 people in the room that were all patients, caregivers, doctors, nurses, family members, and community members. And that was literally the only person there on his side was him. And when they realized on the panel that it was completely hypothetical, they lost some patience with him. But that's kind of where we're at. It's like I found it very strange, really, that they don't see, because I read some of their materials from the association, and they were at that time really trying hard to do a focus on the patient-centered care and be more responsive to the patient's, input while creating, treatment plans. And I was like, you're not listening. You're not listening. We're right here, and we're trying to tell you, and we're tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands even at this point across the country. Are they hearing us?
Psych, for me, I think from what I see, is going to be one of the hardest doors to push open. On the weekends, I also work at another hospital with a different psychiatrist. And I'll just share this story with you. I had a Vietnam vet who was having severe difficulties on the unit. I work on a Jerry psych. Like to talk to him. I said, let's roll a virtual joint. Right. So he stopped and he goes, what are you talking about? I go, look, let's sit down by the TV. I brought him over to the TV, sat down. I said, look, let's roll a virtual joint. Let's make believe we have a joint here. And he's like, well, I usually put it in a pipe. I'm like, well, you put it in a pipe. That's fine. Let's just, let's chill out here. Let's act like you had some weed. What would you do with some weed right now? The whole entire situation was de-escalated. There was no chemical restraint. There was no physical restraint. He calmed down. He took his pharmaceuticals and everything was okay. That was a Sunday. The doctor, the medical director, was on call that weekend. I told him what I did. He didn't say a word. 4 days later, I get a message from my nurse manager who says, Neek, I need to talk to you. The doctor has concerns about your nursing. I said, why? And she proceeded to say, because of what I just did to take that Vietnam combat veteran from a state that was triggered and hyper excitable, to sit down and roll a virtual joint with him with no intervention, no physical intervention. And I was chastised as he had concerns about my nursing and proceeded to say, we work for a Catholic organization and cannabis is not allowed in this facility. Now, I'm big on perception. I built a whole program on perception. I just want to say this. I also had a patient recently who's an old school schizophrenic. She's in her late 60s, African American, classic schizophrenic. They had her on 60 milligrams of Zyprexa. If Marilyn, you probably know, Zyprexa max dose is supposed to be 30. Some things say 40. They had this woman on 60. Does she have Zyprexa use disorder? Because guess what? I don't care if they went to 70 or 80 milligrams. Her tolerance was there. It's not doing anything for her schizophrenia, but yet we push these pharmaceuticals that cause all these other problems. So then we'll put the Zyprexa and then we'll add some Cogentin because she's having these movement disorders. And then we'll add some Ativan because the movement orders are stressing her out. So let's get her on some benzos and then it's making her nauseous. So we'll give her some olanzapine. And I'm just like, but if you mention cannabis, they question the type of nurse that you are. But I don't care because at the end of the day, there's reasons why I do this. And the bottom line is I suffer from chronic suicidality. There's not a day in my life that there's not like this fleeting thought of like, what if? I have a plan. If I told that to my doctor, which I don't have, but if I told it to a psychiatrist, they would PEC me to the psych ward. But I always have a plan because it just keeps me comfortable knowing that I'm in control if I really wanted to do it. But I see the injustices of the healthcare system. I see what they've done to me. I see that they've done to my peers. I see that what they do to the patients that I care for, but right now I have to pay my bills. So that's why I decided while I'm paying my bills and my student loans, I can figure out how to disrupt the system. And if I can prove that what they're doing is wrong and what they're doing is not unjust and it's poor quality patient care, there's no facts. I've sat with the nurses, I've sat with the doctors, I've sat with the psychiatrists. They don't know anything about the endocannabinoid system. They don't know anything about cannabinoid therapeutics, and they don't want to know. So the next step is we have to find a way that they have to get the education. Why is it that they don't have to have cannabis education and endocannabinoid system education, but they have to learn about the new diabetes medication that's out, and they have to learn about the new antihypertensive that's out, and they have to learn about the new antipsychotics that we're shooting you up with once a month because that's keeping you stable. But yet they don't need to know anything about cannabis, nor do they want to. It's so disheartening, and I'll just go to my grave fighting for the rights. And the ironic part of this is that I don't even smoke cannabis. I can't. Weed makes me very paranoid. The most I can do is 2.5 milligrams. I use 2.5 milligram little cocoa at night to go to bed. I get very paranoid. So I will also fight for those who can't use cannabis because there are negative side effects of cannabis that we do have to talk about. And there are some people that cannot use cannabis and could make them susceptible to a breakdown or something else that's going to harm them. But again, it's about the education. And the last piece I'm going to say about cannabis use disorder, and before somebody else has a question, is that I firmly believe, and I've seen it with the work that I do with perception, cannabis use disorder is not the end of the road. Cannabis use disorder with education can be a learned experience that somebody can go from inappropriate use to appropriate use if they learn how to use it, if they understand their endocannabinoid system, and if they learn what it does to their body and their psyche. And I don't totally believe in this whole cannabis use disorder and what they're trying to do to patients.
Thank you for your extremely eloquent breakdown of that, because yeah, it has so many layers, and unfortunately the willful ignorance, because that's really what it is, right? They're going to deny it because of what they've been told prior, and what they've been told prior was, when we go back and look, I have testimony from doctors back in the 1930s that the then FBN, Federal Bureau of Narcotics, came into their college, made sure that they were all there and in class, and while in class, came in and had them rip out everything regarding cannabis out of their medical books and pass it forward for the FBN agent to take out of their colleges. So the Stockholm syndrome, I think, is something we're not talking about, because of the stigma of the, the big boogeyman of cannabis, because we've been told the boogeyman is cannabis, but not necessarily using their own sense and judgment to realize that they've been duped through ignorance, and they're playing into that hand, unfortunately, because their peers and peer pressure here, and especially I saw Dr. Todd McAree was my original doctor, so I watched him get absolutely railroaded and treated like something you would scrape off the bottom of your shoe, unfortunately, because he dared not only speak about it, then publish books regarding it, calling them out from their own research, and seeing the vitriol, the hate, the abandonment by the psychiatric people as a whole was frightening to see as a layman on the outside. And I could not imagine the experience it must be for those experienced like yourself on the inside to see these types of injustices, much less as you are feeling these types of injustices. It angers me as a patient to see that my doctors or psychiatrists have to struggle with this type of willful ignorance, as opposed to that Hippocratic oath that they were supposedly sworn to keep and uphold. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And as Michael Krawitz says, your work is extremely important to our future and what we've been working to and towards. This is another level that we have reached that has to Kilimanjaro, that has to be climbed to reach that summit, because there shouldn't be anybody dealing with the stigma that you're experiencing, nor should future generations. And hopefully, due to the ANA now making it a specialty, we will see a great deal of education around this, as we see others create curriculum too. So what curriculum would you recommend to a psychiatrist, a young person like yourself that's going into psychology, mirror image of you? What would you recommend them learn, research, or read up on, since currently there isn't a lot of known knowledge at that level? What would you recommend for them to absorb?
To be honest with you, Marilyn has been in this for decades, and she is much more versed to answer that question. She's been in the trenches and started the curriculum with this, and I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for her and other nurses like her. And I need to give that shout out, and I need to put that recognition out there, because I remember in 2015 at my first Patients at a Time, when I was just finished battling my second battle with cancer and found out that cannabis nursing was a specialty, it was Marilyn who I met along with Heather and Marcy. And, you know, I have to give the recognition where it's at. So I'd rather defer that question to Marilyn because she has built the education and the criteria and so much out there to help other nurses and healthcare providers get what they need.
Mary Lynn, do you wish to respond at this time? Oh, Nurse Nurse Yoda.
Yeah, well, of course, I'd say Patients Out of Time conferences, ACNA conferences, CNN conferences, Cannabis Nurses Network conferences. I mean, they're all putting out really good information these days. It's funny though, because same here. I'm at UVA, University of Virginia, trying to get something into the curriculum or whatever, and it's legal in Virginia. I think we got a new dean again and a new director of nursing. So I'm trying to meet with them. They wouldn't meet with me. So I wrote them together, you know, both of them. Can I meet with you jointly? And so I met with them about 2 months ago, maybe, brought in all the books, brought in the Journal of Nursing Regulation that from the state boards of nursing that, as we know, is setting standards and all this stuff. Try to say this is real and it's legal in Virginia and patients are using it and your staff know nothing about, you know, blah, blah, blah. And after about a half hour or something, they basically told me they appreciated my passion in the issue, but that's it. So then I just left it with, okay, well, I'm going down to Australia to present at their national conference on cannabis. I'll come back, you know, I'll, you know, let you know what I learned down there when I come back. And now I just wrote them yesterday, sending them the ANA. It's a specialty now. Do you think maybe we could get it into the curriculum? Do you think maybe we could teach the nurses? But it is so frustrating. It's the intimidation of the institutions that are just, you know, their little thing, oh, we'll get shut down by the federal government if we allow cannabis. And it's like, no, you won't. You really won't. But yeah, there are a lot of good courses out there. And what nurses want are accredited courses, as you know. And I think that's what everybody that I named, you know, whether I shouldn't say Patients Out of Time anymore. For me, I will pass the baton to the Academy of Cannabis Education. We'll be continuing the series that we started. And the plug early now is that we're looking for the spring in Charlottesville next year for the next one.
I do want to add that I recently was appointed the vice president of SIGMA, which is an international honor society for nurses, the Rhode Island chapter. And part of what I had to do for my first task was I had to put together a fall program. And I had to go up against all the board of directors, and they all gave their thoughts on what we should do. And I said, how about if we did a presentation on cannabis? I said, we're in a medically legal state. I have multiple cannabis nurses. I can put together a panel of different specialties in nursing that all use cannabis from experts in cannabis nursing. This includes the University of Rhode Island, Salve Regina University, and Rhode Island College. All of the board members agreed 100%. They allowed me to move forward. I put together a 2 CEU presentation. I have 4 nurses from the Cannabis Nurses Network that are coming from different areas to present on this panel. And it's going to be October 19th. And not only did SIGMA allow us to do it at the New England Nursing Education Center in Rhode Island, in Providence, Rhode Island, but if we're still waiting on the CEUs, if the CEUs get approved, SIGMA is also allowing us to videotape it, and we are going to be able to put it on SIGMA International site and have it there for a year for those nurses and nursing students and educators who want to learn more about nursing, about cannabis nursing. So I felt that that was a huge win, especially because I failed out of multiple nursing programs. And here I am sitting as a vice president in a international honor society. So again, you asked about the Marine Corps Foundation that I have. Like, it's that just, if you tell me I can't, I'm going to. So I'm really looking forward to that and seeing what that does for the shift, because I'm also right here in Providence. We have Providence College just started a nursing program. Johnson and Wales just started a nursing program. And we're also right next to Brown University and some other institutions. So I'm hoping that, as they say, as we keep trying to plant a seed wherever we can, we just need one person to let us in and then just take it from there.
Councilmember Mathry, Marilyn.
Yeah, more than call on me, and it was like, what the hell was I going to say? I think I just blanked on it. Oh, I know what I wanted to let you know, Nick. Melanie Dreyer was the president of International Sigma Theta Tau in 2004. No, somewhere around in the early 2000s. I'll have to let her know you're doing this. She'll love it.
Great.
All right, we will get to our next question, which will be from your friend, Councilmember Michael Green. Councilmember Green, you're recognized.
Hey, first and foremost, Nick, it is so good to see you. Sorry I missed you last week, so it goes. You're like a one-woman battalion. You're amazing. I mean, I've talked to you a number of times over the years since 2015, but what has come out this evening, I've heard the truth. I've heard the difficulty. I see your passion. Keep up the fight, lady. I mean, I would have given you a fucking medal for what you did in that psychiatric unit. Absolutely. And then before I forget, I'd be more than happy to participate in your study. And there may be other council members that might want to do that and share. I guess we would have to talk about a council. For myself, I would love to participate in your study. I'd be more than happy to contribute. Absolutely. And just as Michael Crowwood said, thank you for your good work. It's amazing. And I'm blown away, truly. My question goes to medical cannabis. We know culturally that people have been relying on the medicinal properties of cannabis for thousands of years. We also have had pharmaceuticals, so cultural thing, folk medicine, whatever you want to call it, homeopathy. People self-medicate. But we also know in recent years there's been developments in the pharmaceutical industry. What comes to my mind is Marinol, Epidiolex, and is it Sativex, if I'm saying that correctly, which is not, I don't think, approved in the United States, but nonetheless, pharmaceutical compounds or extractions, whatever, they're medicinal. From your perspective, how do you see the future of these two different threads, maybe commingling or failing to commingle to work for treatment and medical access to cannabis?
Well, again, I'm kind of limited because my specialty is psychiatry.
Yes.
So in the world of psychiatry, it is a little bit difficult, but I do know that on one of the Jerry psych units that I work at in one of the larger hospitals, because I have a few different jobs, we did have a geriatric patient that had failure to thrive. And I was able to convince the treatment team. The charge nurse was put forward to the doctor to start the patient on Marinol. So I did see that happen. And I'm actually going to work with Dr. Perlson on working on a protocol for cannabis withdrawal in the hospital, and possibly use, like Heather said, Marinol or one of these other cannabis-derived medicines if they will approve it. So that way we're not using pharmaceuticals for this, or find a pharmaceutical that's very benign. Like I know with some of the addictions, and Mary Lynn, you can speak to this better than me, they use clonidine. And that, and Eloise, one of the cannabis nurses, was saying that they're using Neurontin for cannabis use disorder. Like, I can't believe they're using, which is also gabapentin. And, so I'm trying to be very cautious about how I do this, because once it gets into some of the psychiatrist hands, they're going to turn it into like a CEWA protocol or an alcohol or protocol or the opiate protocol, where they're going to have, like with alcohol, your Libriums, your Valiums, your Suboxones, your Methadones. Like, I'm trying to dance lightly around this so that way cannabis withdrawal doesn't turn into like this other addiction and they see, I told you so, so it's hard to say where it's going to go with all of that. I don't see a lot of it right now at all. Now on a medical floor with different populations, maybe in psych, I don't see it.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer and being honest about what you're comfortable with addressing or not. I really admire you. I salute you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael Green. Next up will be Council Member Mary Lynn Mathry. Council Member?
This is funny because the last question, do you see a future where psychiatry and cannabis merge?
I do.
Future.
I do. As a matter of fact, in the Olin Neuropsychiatry Research Center, we just finished up a study that I was the substitute investigator for Dr. Perlson, in which we were using 600 milligrams of CBD versus a placebo to see its effects as positive effects on psychosis. So we're waiting to look at that data and see what that looks like. But so far it looks very promising. And that was a small pilot study. So possibly we'll get a larger population. I'm not sure what the future of that study is, but I know we're seeing promising effects with psychosis and CBD. Also too, we are finishing up right now a study with THC and memory, and we use THC or a placebo. We have two age groups, 18 to 35, and our other age group is 60 to 75. So that study is not done yet because there's specific age groups and it's a lot harder to get our participants, but we're dosing them. They come in for 3 visits. The second and third visit is a dosing visit. The first, we don't know which is which, although you do know what a THC or a placebo is. You can tell when somebody's smoking THC and when somebody's smoking a placebo, but they have we use a volcano. I'm administering THC with a volcano. I dose them with a volcano. Prior to that, I'm putting in an IV so I can draw blood. I draw blood at different increments, and we're looking at THC and memory. They're going in an fMRI. They're taking tasks while they're in the MRI. So we're getting brain images to see what THC is doing to their brain. When they're done in the MRI, then they go to an EEG, a 64 lead EEG. We put the cap on them. They go through tasks while they're in the EEG. And that's the data that we're collecting right now on human studies with Dr. Perlson. So we can say, and Dr. Perlson is a neuropsychiatrist. So he's internationally known for his work in schizophrenia. So we're really trying to change the envelope of what psychiatry and cannabis looks like.
Very good.
Councilmember Green had a follow-up.
Yeah, I wanted to mention in passing, because you've mentioned Dr. Perlson a number of times. He put out a beautiful book about 1.5 years or 2 years ago, perhaps now, Weed Science. I would highly recommend it to anybody in our audience. And then it occurred to me, saying that, I believe both Unique and Mary Lynn are featured in Volume 2, Encouraging Cannabis. And so thank you for that as well. And I would also recommend Encouraging Cannabis, where our friend Dr. Bridget Williams, who appeared on the show some months ago on the roundtable, was the primary mover and editor of. Just wanted to share those things. Thank you again.
Well, thank you, Nurse Nick, for taking the time this evening and answering many questions and enlightening people about your work and the work that you've been working to and towards. It is very important work, and please come back in the future and check in with us. We'd love to hear from one of our own, because part of VAC, we're volunteer veterans just working at the national, international, and local levels. So having educators like yourself who are trying to take things to another level, let us know if there's anything that we can help and assist with in the future. Needless to say, I can't thank you enough for taking the time. Councilmember Mathery?
Yeah, Nick, in terms of your study, when you need, if you need veterans or something to answer that, is that something that's like online, or you don't need them locally in Massachusetts?
No, once I have this survey up and running, it's just a survey link. So I need a minimum of 250 people to take the survey. So
we
that
can help spread the word.
Yeah.
That would be really awesome, because to really collect the appropriate data, I need a minimum of 250 participants. And as you know, it's hard to get people to take a survey. You think it's easy, but like even myself, sometimes I'm like really overwhelmed and busy, and I see a survey come through and I feel bad, but depending on how long it is, sometimes I'm like, oh, I can't do that right now. But I mean, as soon as we get it up and running, which I hope it's by the end of October, that it's at least in the hands of the IRB at Hartford Hospital. That's my goal for myself. And because I've already submitted the grant application, it shouldn't be that hard to switch it around to the IRB application, especially because I'm not asking for any money.
And that's key.
Exactly.
Well, you wish you success and luck there, but we're also happy to lend our mailing list to help you out. So we're here to help you. Councilmember Prowitz.
Yeah, our council member from UK reminds us that the psychiatrists that he's working with in the UK predominantly get it and are working on the evidence base, not following whatever NIDA fact sheet or whatever it is that's leading around the American psychiatrist. So I don't know. That would be an interesting one if there's just some sort of international cooperation that might do something to help in this regard.
Pius, did you have a question specifically for Nurse Neek, since you were able to pop in from England?
But unmute.
Pius? We cannot hear you, sir. Your mic.
Can you hear me now?
There you are.
Sorry, I went onto a different microphone. No, I was saying not necessarily a question as such, but I was just commenting that I myself have a prescription for cannabis from my psychiatrist since they legalized it here in 2018. So rather than being like a recommendation, it's like an actual prescription. But I guess from a patient standpoint, as a nurse, I believe that nurses are the ultimate patient advocates and believe in that very strongly. What can patients learn from you in terms of safe use of cannabis, especially in patients who have psychiatric conditions? What would be your recommendations?
That's a great question. And again, I'm not a nurse practitioner. So from the patient side of things, because I am a patient, I've learned because of my sensitivity to THC that when they say go slow and dose low, I really mean that. When I say 2.5 milligrams is what I use. Some people say, oh, start low, go to use 10 milligrams. 10 milligrams, like somebody for me, is too much. Don't feel embarrassed if you're only using 2.5 milligrams, because what you can do is you can break it down and you can, so say you took 2.5 milligrams and then in like a Tylenol, right? In 4 hours, take another 2.5 milligrams if you're looking for a certain effect. I think what it is, you have to build a relationship with the medicine, with the plant. And you really need to ask yourself, what do you want it to do for you? What are the symptoms that you're trying to treat? What is it that you're looking for help for? So when I first started, it was for sleep, and it was for the anxiety and nausea of my cancer treatments. So I didn't need to smoke all day, every day, and I couldn't smoke all day and every day. I think it's individualized care, and that the one thing that I love about cannabis is that you're able to guide and lead your own journey with the plant. So you don't have to ask anybody what it is that they're taking. You yourself will be able to adjust it as needed for the effect that you're trying to get. And I think in the cannabis world, we call it the sweet spot, and everybody has a different sweet spot. But once you find that and find what works for you, it can change the direction of your life.
Absolutely. I said self-titrate for the win, and that's one of the things that is great about cannabis is everybody's level is different. On top of that, what works for me won't work for you, and that is another thing we've had to make patients very much aware of. And dosage is such the key. We're very fortunate to have medicinal access here in California, and one of the great entries is a 1 THC to 20 CBD, which is a wonderful simple tea in a tea form, so that when I wanted my mother to try cannabis for her later in age life, it was an easy access point for her. It was comfortable. It was familiar. She wasn't going to smoke anything. So I look forward to also, the new grounds that are broken for ingestibles and different ways of ingestibles from the transdermal patches, etc. Because, people seek the relief, but they're not seeking the high, which is something that we are aware of, medicinally, but many people, their only experience with it is getting high. So they don't understand that, what and where that is. So thank you for being an educator to help people along the way that we can hopefully arrive there collectively in time. So again, your work is so important, and we appreciate the risks you're taking, as well as your passion there, soldier. We have great respect for one of our own climbing other ranks and establishing their own beachhead in life. And you have done so with great respect and integrity. So carry on your path. Thank you. So thank you, everybody. This will wrap up. Do you have anything to promote, Nurse Neek? Anything coming up that people should be aware of? Any publications or how to get hold of you?
So you can find me in volume 2 with Mary Lynn, Encouraging Cannabis, a book that was put together by Dr. Bridget Williams. My website is getting revamped, but it's still available as is right now, which is positivelyprocessingperception.com. And if you...
The Veterans Action Council is a Pace Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. And how is Tamara tonight?
Well, I'm not swollen.
That's
First
good.
day I woke up without being in pain in about 10. So
Yeah.
today's the day I've been in pain for the last 10 days and kind of like riding the heating pad and not doing a lot.
All right, well, I should let everybody know we are live at paceradio.net and at 420pace.ca. And if you're watching us on YouTube, don't forget to hit the subscribe button.
And Facebook too. Hello.
Yeah, that's right. It's right. Just so you know, tonight, over the next 90 minutes, we've got some studies, some medical studies and reports that we're going to discuss, as well as what's going on over in, where is that place? See, the Dutch Cafe, Cannabis Coffee Shops. An update what's going on there. Yeah, because everybody just thinks cannabis is legal over there.
Know that they had cannabis being served with alcohol at Pup Days in Lethbridge.
Today.
You could smoke cannabis in where they had the beer gardens, right, side by side, and purchase cannabis from legal vendors.
Oh, okay, yeah, side by side. So they're not in the same. They're not in the same.
Not
food.
like they were like you couldn't take your
Right.
joints into
This
where
was-
it was when you couldn't take liquor into where the cannabis was, but you could smoke cannabis in a tent and have a beer next, like, but you couldn't be together doing it.
Together. Okay, so they are separate. So that still follows the federal
Yeah.
regulations, I believe, on that.
They did it at the Calgary Stampede, and they found that it wasn't a big issue, that they had no
Good.
with it. They let them go ahead at Whoop Up Days. Sorry for cutting you off, but I thought
Yeah.
some local Alberta news, some Alberta good news, and so
Right. So where was the first place you mentioned?
Calgary and Stampede.
Well, the Stampede. Okay, was there a second place, or was it?
Yeah, Lethbridge Whoop Up Days.
Okay, there you go. That was the place that I was looking for.
Yeah, Lethbridge.
Yeah. So that's
Just twice
yeah.
Alberta Cannabis Club back in 2007, where we did the first global marijuana marches, where we had cops following us on their bikes, and now they're letting you smoke it at Whoop Up Days.
Times have changed, eh?
It's amazing how Alberta has just kind of gone buck wild, but nothing.
Really, I know. I agree that they've opened up things when it comes to like at events, cannabis events, and having.
God help you if you read The Handmaid's Tale.
Yeah, there are drawbacks. I completely agree with
Anyway,
Alberta,
we won't get
but
into this. Yeah,
they, on the cannabis front, they have done some good things that
like I said, because alcohol was already privatized already, like
way.
anybody could open, like, because in British Columbia, it's partially kind of like you can have a private liquor store, but it has to be, I think, attached to a hotel. I'm not sure
Yeah.
exactly what the regulations are because we have a liquor warehouse that's out by Walmart. So I'm not sure, would maybe a franchise is okay because it's probably ran by the BC government, maybe. I don't know. But we also have like private cannabis stores. But
Yeah.
they have to all sell the regulated cannabis. They can't just sell.
Correct. Yeah. So, all righty. Yeah. Are you? Have you slowed down on your travels back and forth?
School started.
Right.
So I was back.
Right.
I was back, and I got back last week. I still was out there last week, and on the 20th, I came back. On
Yeah.
the 20th, I think.
Yeah.
But
Got
school started.
saving off to school.
He did.
Good.
And today, so we were 2 days in a row. Today was first day of full classes, and because he was out of school for 2 years with long COVID, he's going back to grade 10. And yeah, his class is ahead of him. But again, like I said, you know what? It's a fresh start. It's not like you
Right,
failed.
right.
You never did it. You didn't do it. So it's not a failure. It's not a holdback. It's not like you failed grade 10 and you have to retake it. It's
Right.
totally different. So
CSP. Any update on the CSP?
yeah, it's going. Like I said, I'm running out of things as usual. I'm empty. Pretty much, I'm empty. So and I have
Yeah.
school started. I just haven't had time to kind of like pump the fundraising or anybody for stuff or go out to Dirty Darts. But I have to get that done. But yeah, I'm empty and I've got people waiting. Like I've got them phoning me saying, "Hey," I got them knocking on the door saying, "Hey," and I'm going, I'm just give me some time. We'll gather some stuff.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, because it's fall and it's harvest time, so I'm hoping that some patients will be generous with their harvest. And then again, I've got to go out to Dirty Darts. I've been out there for quite a long time because I was just this summer.
Yeah.
I did. Was it summer?
Well, the thing is, before you know it, it's going to be snowing. You're going to be saying you can't go because it's snowing.
Oh, I will go. I will go out in the snow because my car is not
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
year. Right? And I've got brand new
Oh.
tires because I was in Lethbridge and with two tires, so I had to get
Right.
2 new tires.
So I went out to see my ladies tonight.
Oh, I seen you were trying to kind of reaching for the sun on them the other day. Some shadow shots.
Shadow shots. That's right. Yeah, shadow shots. Let's see if I can.
Well, I guess everybody's got another probably 6 weeks for 6-8 weeks before they're ready. Oh, them are looking pretty nice. They're just starting to get beauty hairs on them. Huh?
Yeah. There's some purple in the hairs too. So.
Oh, I bet. See, we're still beating the 32 degree heat out here.
Yeah. Well, it was 80 degrees Fahrenheit today here.
Yeah, it was 32 degrees here today. Like I'm like flipping the air conditioner from my bedroom out to the living room so that it can kind of get back because the dogs, right? Like even when it's
Right.
cool in here, if the dogs are out in the living room, it's fucking 100 degrees out there. So
Mhm.
they're trying to kind of back and forth it, but it's hot, and it's supposed to be hot all week, like all week.
Well, enjoy it while you can, because soon we'll be complaining about the cold.
Complaining about the heat. I'm absolutely not complaining about it. Like I said, I barely got summer. I was kind of hoping now
Oh,
that it'll give me some time to do some stuff for myself and get CSP back on track, get some baking done. But when it's 35 fucking degrees still, I can't do any baking.
Yeah, it's hot. Eh?
Right?
It's
Like,
extra hot. Yeah.
I can't make candy because it doesn't at 30 degrees.
Mhm.
Even when you get the right temperature, it still just doesn't set because it's just too fucking hot.
Too hot
And
for it to set properly.
yeah, and it stays sticky.
It's like probably like sitting in a warm oven.
Pretty much. And like I said, the last batch that I pulled off, like I still have some that I have to send off in the mail, but they're so sticky. I just don't even want to. Like I was handing them out because these guys don't give a shit what they look like,
Right.
whether they're sticky or not, right? But when you're sending them off to a friend or something for a gift, you don't want to send them sticky stuff, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, with this heat, even my candy has been. I can't make chocolate either. It just will not. I mean,
Oh yeah. I've seen that before. It just melts. Just
well, I
melts.
mean, of course, you put it in the fridge. Like I don't put my candy in the fridge. But
I
with chocolate, you always refrigerate it to let it set. But even
Yeah.
chocolate, even if I thought, well, maybe if I use chocolate chips, because I have these old chocolate, like a bunch of write-off chocolate chips at the store. Give me and I had a bunch of white chocolate. So I thought I'd just try. Like I didn't put any medicine in it because well, I don't have any. But I didn't put any. Like I just tried them to see if they do anything. Like because it's chocolate chip.
Yep.
They were still kind of like you'd see the humidity on them, like you know that.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Once you've added the oil, if you're
I haven't
adding.
added. I didn't add any oil to them. I didn't because I
Oh,
wasn't
okay.
used to. I wanted to see if the chocolate would set, and what the chocolate would do was still like it was still sweating. Like you know what I mean? After you took it out of the silicone and you put it on, like even after like it's in the fridge, it's still sweating.
Right.
It's so hot, right?
Yeah. Yep.
I haven't had a sweet chocolate.
All righty. Let's get into some research and study stuff today.
What about those more pictures of the ladies? Don't you have some more pictures of your friends?
Let me see.
But, I think that it's hard. It's people are wanting to look at that too, and you've come a long way. Like honestly, I mean, let's face it. You were a novice when you got started. You weren't a cannabis.
Oh, I'll tell you, I used
Right?
to.
You like I said, you weren't a cannabis smoker for recreation. You were
Yeah.
like, there you go. See, look at them beauties, right? But I mean, your story is quite compelling too, because like in reality, you weren't a cannabis consumer. You were just an average guy that worked every day, like you and your wife. We have kids and whatever, and then you got sick with Crohn's disease and found out that cannabis was going to be effective for your inflammation and pain, and you chose that over pharmaceutical medication,
Oh
and
yeah.
it came full circle. And then you realized how how beneficial it was. You couldn't stop telling the story, and that's how
Yeah.
you jumped in full. Like that's exactly like with me too. It was like you jumped in full foot, like all the way in, like up into your neck in the swamp, right? And we've been floating around that swamp for the last 20 years, like you know what I mean. But
Yeah.
again, like but it's quite compelling because that's a lot of people like I smoked recreationally prior to using medically, right? Like so I was always kind of known as the pothead or whatever. You want to get a good bag, you could find tomorrow will find you one kind of thing, right? Because I've always been a pot smoker. And then when
Well,
I got into the cannabis movement, it totally changed
Yeah.
my perception too, right? But you, like I said, you were just an average guy, right?
Well, I had smoked cannabis on and off since I was 13.
Yeah, but like not like medically,
Yeah.
like yeah.
When I had smoked oil, which is back then it was called green oil. It wasn't called FICO or RSO. It was just called green oil.
It was usually pretty green. Gross.
Yeah. And then when I stopped smoking that and switched over to cannabis, I got sick. Coincidence? I don't know. Haven't got a clue. But
Yeah, I've had a few people like kind of wanting to argue with me lately about that cannabis thesis, and I'm like, I'm not saying it's not real. I'm just saying that the numbers and the stats are so minuscule on per population that the stats don't really count. Like when it's 0.01%.
you're saying as far as finding a benefit with it? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
finding any the hypersize that like people that have adverse effects from cannabis. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And
Yeah.
and saying that it's causing mental health and schizophrenia. And I have a hard like I'm not saying it doesn't enhance the possibilities that maybe if you have the possibility of having schizophrenia already, that it maybe progressively brings it along. But there are no studies that prove that it does or it doesn't, right? And like I said, when I want to talk about these things, I want you to bring receipts. I want you to bring stats. I want you to bring actual facts.
Well, yeah.
Two people ending up with schizophrenia after smoking a couple joints out of millions and millions and millions of people isn't a deal. Like, you know what I mean? You're making it a deal because 2 people out of fucking 2 billion people that smoke cannabis ended up with schizophrenia because they smoked a joint. So, like I said, when you want to argue with people that
Yeah,
about
and joint's pretty, that's
right, And again, these are some of the arguments or the discussions, I would say. I wouldn't say arguments, discussions that I get into, and I'm like, show me the proof, show me the study. Where are the statistics? Where are your receipts? Like, where's your proof of all this? You're all about all these things.
Well, they'll say, do your own research.
Well, there's nothing you're going to find though. That's the thing. Like, where are you finding this information?
Well, yeah, like if you're going to say something, back it up. That's what you're saying.
Exactly. Like, show me the stats. Show me where you found this information. Don't just spew stupidity at me and then me go,
Well, see, that's why we usually talk about studies and research and stuff here on the show lately. Because like I've got the one here. It says that researchers uncovered new cannabis compounds. Did you hear anything about that?
no, they don't run these studies in general, like mainstream media, because they don't want people.
No. They identified 79 new compounds.
Wow.
Yeah, including a previously unknown class of flavor alkaloids.
Really?
Yeah. I'm just trying to find it. What the exactly words here? They say there's polar, and I'm gonna mess up this word. Phenolics, polar phenolics.
I don't even know what word.
Yeah, they're a group of plant-derived compounds known for their solubility in polar solvents like water and alcohol.
Water's always good.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. They say that these secondary plant metabolites include flavonoids, and these acids, phenolic, whatever, are primarily recognized for their antioxidant and health-promoting properties.
So they're more like more looking into the terpenes and flavonoids of the plant.
They say they're also found in fruits, vegetables, and other base.
That's what I mean. The flavonoids and all those things that are in other vegetables and fruit, which are also found in cannabis, because it's a vegetable.
Yeah, they say one of the most significant findings is a tentative identification of 16 flavonoid derivatives, a relatively rare class of natural products which have been detected for the first time in cannabis. These compounds were primarily found in the leaf extracts of one specific strain, distinguishing it from the other two. So this discovery suggests a greater chemical diversity within cannabis than previously understood and opens new avenues for research in the unique properties of different strains. So yeah, they're finding stuff all the time.
Well, it's like Cheryl. Like Cheryl's like madly at school again, right? In September, she had to figure out how she was going to be on campus, because she's got to be on campus to do these labs, because she's doing she's doing this research on cannabis, right? So right now, I believe last night she sent me a text. She was looking for a location where she could actually grow the sprouts to complete the research. And she was looking for maybe a micro farm that was already growing lettuce or microgreens or something that would be willing to come in and help her, or have a space in their space. So I haven't talked to her in a bit, but she's doing the research on the micro.
So obviously she's looking for somebody within her area.
She was willing to go as far east as Kamloops, because she's on the coast, right? But they don't want to go too far because Haley's doctor. But Haley has improved health-wise so much that Cheryl is able to take her with her and take care of her where she is.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah. Definitely, definitely something that's not like wow, because Haley has just improved. Like, it's just wow so much.
Oh, I know from the times that I've spoken to her,
But she wasn't even verbal for she was, and then she wasn't, because there was a time where Cheryl didn't think she was going to make it. She was like 85 pounds, like on the couch, and couldn't even speak. Right now, look at her go.
Go. That's right.
So, for heaven's sakes, like, what the hell?
Now, there's nothing else here on these new cannabis compounds. But yeah, as far as it just says here, is a detailed characterization of polar phenolics in cannabis inflorescence and leaf samples of 3 commercial strains by a comprehensive 2-dimensional liquid chromatography coupled to high-resolution mass spectrometry. That's what it's called. That's a big title.
Big title.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
exactly.
that's probably why people don't research anything about cannabis, because they get words in there you don't understand.
Oh, when we do the news.
Right back to the package. So it says it's got blah 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 blah.
It's
I try to
exactly.
say these words, flanoline and lanolene and all these.
Oh
names.
yeah,
What
yeah.
the-
They're tongue twisters for me too. When you start trying to name off the terpenes,
right?
there's no doubt
Yeah.
about that.
So yeah, it's difficult. Like I said, like I couldn't even. These are these baby Jeters that I like.
Yeah. Baby, what did you call them? Cheaters?
Baby Jeter is the brand.
Oh.
You see it. Yeah.
Hang on, bring that back up again. Let me see if I can. There you go. Oh, I can't. Yeah, it's too shiny, glossy.
Yeah. It's a stupid blurred thing too that I've got.
Yeah, it's that blur thing you got going on there. So yeah, okay, it's good enough. I've seen some of it. It's a blue and white label.
Yeah. Well, no, it's
Can't see through the packaging though.
no.
Hey, puppy. I can see him walking in behind you.
Oh yeah, he's back.
Hey, I have got another study here. You know, we talk about how cannabis or when we consume cannabis and how it can be found in our system for a long period of time.
Right.
Okay. What if you feed cows hemp biomass?
Well, then they're getting some CBD in the meat, and it's gonna stay in those fat for a really long time.
Well, there happens to be a study done on that, just so you know. It says that there's milk from dairy cows. Milk from dairy cows fed hemp biomass is cannabinoid free after 12 days.
So they let it sit for 12 days.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the numbers here. They say there's a study that was published in the Journal of Agricultural and Food Chemistry found that when dairy cows were fed spent hemp biomass products, cannabinoids, including THC, were undetectable in milk after a 12-day withdrawal period, but THC remained detectable in the cow's fat tissue for up to 30 days after the withdrawal period. So it wasn't in the milk after 12, but it remained within the cow, just like it is in you and me for a month after consuming
For
it.
12 days, you're gonna let that milk sit for 12 days? I don't
Well,
want milk for 12 days. I want it fresh. Like it's
I'm going to say it says here with an undetectable in milk after a 12-day withdrawal period. So I'm going to say 12 days after stopping feeding the hemp biomass to the cows. The milk's not sitting there. The milk's not sitting there for 12 days.
Milk sit for 12 days.
So what's the biomass? That's stalks, leaves, stems, and roots.
Oh, interesting. Oh God.
Now it was done at the Oregon State University, and they say there the researchers found that CBD and CBD acid remained detectable in the plasma of cows after calving.
Wow.
However, when hemp biomass was drawn from the cow's diet, the risk of ingesting drinking milk from the cows was eliminated after 2 weeks. So yeah.
Yeah.
And you can't. Now they say that they can't use. They say it's great for nutrition for the cows and everything, but they can't use it. They can't use it as feed.
Well, I think that the snowflakes should not worry about the THC in the meat.
Okay.
They sell that meat specifically for people that want to eat meat that has been fed THC. I
That's
buy
what,
it.
yeah. They say it can't be used because of the presence of THC, which could pose a risk to consumers.
No, not if you're
Do
willing to.
you?
Not if you're willing to buy it. You can't. You can't hurt the willing.
Okay.
I buy it. That thing's infused with THC naturally by
Yeah.
you eating that. I'm all for that. I'm down. That's grass fed.
Yeah, they say that earlier this month, the Association of American Feed Control officials backed using hemp seed meal, which are just hemp seeds ground into meal.
What is your problem?
So there you go.
Yeah, I still think it would be okay because I still think that grass fed cows are grass fed cows, and I would
Correct.
be for their THC.
Yeah, it's still grass, right? Isn't that what they call it? Grass.
Grass is grass.
Grass is grass. That's right.
Grass is grass, right? Grass, yeah. And like I said, if it's got THC, that's added. That's an added bonus because it's pre-infused.
Yeah, yeah.
That's they're missing a market.
I
They're
think so.
missing out on a market. There are a whole bunch of us fucking stoners that would buy that THC.
Well, THC fed beef. Yeah.
It's a market. They're missing out on a market.
Yeah. I guess they're worried about someone eating too big of a steak and getting high.
That sounds like a personal problem. Send them a little CBD cap to go with that. There you go.
Yeah, they bring them down, right?
Big steak. It's THC.
Well,
steak. Just send over, we'll just send you right along with some CBD caps. You suckers are too green now.
Yeah.
It's all that. Done.
Thanks for the love there, JJ.
Yeah.
Well, I just did a news story about a 90-year-old man who ate some plant that they didn't realize was psychotropic, and this guy got really wired. Yeah. And then there was another fellow who had it at a restaurant. Oh, it was the fish.
Oh.
It was the fish. Did you hear about the fish? The Sala Sapa fish. It gets people high. You got to eat its liver and its brain.
Oh. I would be somebody's fucking liver or their brain out, but that sounds really gross.
It does, doesn't it?
Fish liver? And a fish has a brain? When did fish have brains?
Yeah. How does it move its body? How does it eat? Something's got to run all that, right?
This little tiny fucking thing that you splatted over with a hatchet, yeah, to get
Right.
it. No, I'm good without the liver and the brain of anything.
Okay, let me just there we go. The Serpa.
The senior center every Friday for your weddings. I said, good for you, man. Yeah.
It's called the Serpa Selpa. Okay, and it's native to the Mediterranean Sea and East Atlantic Ocean. Okay. They say Stanford University launched a study on the so-called dreamfish to try to determine why its brain and organs can introduce an LSD-like effect on those who consume it. They said the ancient Romans used to use it for recreational purposes.
Oh, yeah, they're out there fishing the fuck out of that shit.
Now they believe that it's
fish.
Yeah, they don't believe that it's the fish itself. Okay, they say that they believe that it is the chemicals naturally occurring in the fish's body, but rather due to the diet that includes toxic macroalgae and phytoplankton. This process is referred to as, I'm not going to say it. I had to post it on Facebook to see if anybody could say it even once. Never mind 5 times fast.
That sounds like arsenic to me.
No, here, I'm just going to blow the word up here. Okay. It's in the quotes at the bottom there. See, it's spelled ICH.
Itchy itchy sailor mangle, blah blah-ism.
Toxism. Yeah. Okay. Now you understand.
Yeah, I couldn't say that.
Yeah.
Califragilisticexpialidocious-ism.
So what else they say? Okay. They said the most recent documented cases of individuals consuming the fish and becoming intoxicated were in 2002 and 1994. 23 years ago, a 90-year-old man ate one at a French river on the French Riviera and started experiencing auditory hallucinations and nightmares for 2 nights. The dream fish he gobbled up had not been gutted properly, and the experience was unintentional.
Yeah.
The latter case,
Good, or you're gonna get high.
another one in the 1990s, it happened to a 40-year-old male who ingested a baked sarpa at a restaurant. Ordered the food at a restaurant and started tripping out so hard within a couple of hours that he ended up in the hospital.
Oh no. I don't mean to
Yeah.
laugh, but that can be scary, especially like you're probably wondering, like, what in the fuck did somebody put in my drink?
Now, according to a photographer who was there, it is alleged to have he deliberately chowed down on one to see what happened.
Oh,
And he got a
geez.
chef to broil it for him, and he was pleased with the experience. But I could understand where a 90-year-old man wouldn't be very pleased with the experience, especially one who didn't expect to get high.
No, exactly. And the other guy probably, like, he was like freaked out. He went to the hospital. Like, again, if you've never
Yeah.
experienced LSD or psychedelics at all in your life, and you're not expecting to eat a fish and get lit,
Yeah.
like, I'm sure you weren't fucking, rat cowboy. They were probably like terrified because, again, depending on the trip that they're having too, like, psychedelics can be a good thing and they can be a bad thing. That's the thing. People have to be in a good mindset and in a good environment to do psychedelics.
Yeah.
You can go into some pretty dark, deep places you don't want to.
They say there's been reports of people seeing Batman and pink elephants.
No.
I know what you mean. Yeah, exactly. I know what you're
I'm not saying those are bad things, but like, again, like,
Yeah.
I've had friends that have taken LSD and have had the most wonderful trips ever. They were in a marshmallow floating around with fucking the Stay Puft Man, like, and then I had
Yeah.
other ones that were in a
Yeah, I
fucking
know.
hell. They were fucking being burnt by fucking demons, like, and I'm like, I'm not trying that shit. I'm good.
Yeah, no
I'll pass.
demons. Saw soccer balls before.
Well, I'm not. Like I said, these are two different people that I knew that had, and
Yeah.
were explaining their experiences with LSD, and I'm like, okay, well, the first one sounded fun, like, hanging out with the stage house puff man, and feeling like you're floating on a marshmallow, and you got rainbows and fucking clouds that are fucking looking like fucking Care Bears and fucking unicorns. Okay, that sounds like that one's okay. But then the other one's like, no, I was fucking wrong. I'm like, okay, maybe.
All right. We've got to go to a commercial break. We've overrun our time.
Oh my god! All right.
Yeah, I know. All right. All right. Well, as I mentioned, time for us to go take a break. When we return, we'll continue our talk.
I'm gonna go
I got
get
some more studies. Got some more studies to discuss going forward. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
I'm going.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look for systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hello and welcome back. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. I'm live, and Tamara's live, but she's just not here right now. I'm sure she'll pop in a minute. Just so you know, if you missed any of our live broadcasts, you can find our live shows afterwards at paceradio.net, as well as on our YouTube channel. And if you're on Spreaker, we release the podcast to Spreaker as well. And that's why we've got radio in our name. So, but it's like tomorrow is going to be a little bit longer than anticipated. So I'm just going to carry on with the study. As I mentioned, I had lots of studies here to bring up. And this next one here, it asks, can low-dose THC be used to medicate young children? There's always some discussion about, kids and cannabis and developing brains and this and that. And I'll just remove Tamara out of the screen until she returns. Whether you should, give kids cannabis, and there's lots of success stories out there, and we've had some in the past on the show.
Sorry, I got sidetracked by the fridge.
Yeah. Okay. I was just starting to get into the story here of some research, or it's a question. Really. Oh, that company. There you go. And the question says, can low dose THC be used to medicate young children?
I think so.
I think so too, as well.
I think it should be used for cats. I think it should be used for everybody.
Yeah. Now they're more or less specifically zeroing on the CBD end of things. What else does it say?
These are great for some people, but again,
Yeah.
it's need the full combination of all of those spectrums. And people, I'm saying it's more effective because it just is.
Yeah.
And
It
no one-
does say here that low doses of THC are actually beneficial for treating certain conditions in children.
Well, we know a couple that straight CBD didn't do anything. In fact, it made their conditions
Yeah.
worse.
Yeah. And you have, we talk about adding the THC.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I know that we've talked to Ollie Dog in the past. There's itsy bitsy bit in his medication that he makes for the dogs because of that synergy effect that's not there when you don't have it right?
And if you use a very minuscule amount, it doesn't affect a pet the same way. Same as the child, right? But again, a lot has to do with tolerance too.
Yep.
Pituitary gland. There's so many variables, right?
Studies have proven time and again that low doses and cautiously titrated amounts yield valuable therapeutic benefits for kids. Some of these benefits include seizure reduction, treating spasticity, and even nausea without worrying about intoxicating children or causing them to be impaired.
Well, because gravel will impair a child.
Yeah.
Right? Gravel impairs anybody. It says right on, it causes drowsiness. You know, we used to give kids gravel in the car before you left on a trip so they'd sleep. Just saying.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see what else they got on here. Let's see, THC extract for Rett syndrome. This study was from Melbourne, Australia, analyzed children with Rett syndrome. They say it's a rare condition is characterized by seizures, developmental delays, loss of motor coordination, as well as speech. The patients were treated with cannabis extracts that had both CBD and THC twice per day, and then assessed at the start of the study and then again after 12 weeks.
Yep.
And they say the oral administration of cannabis extracts for 12 weeks was associated with significant improvement in core RTT symptoms, including mental alertness, communication skills, socialization, eye contact, attentiveness, and anxiety. They say the cannabis administration also demonstrated improvements in key secondary outcomes such as overall clinical severity, quality of life, and reduction in caregiver burden.
Seeing with my own two eyes.
Yeah.
So these studies, I'm glad they're actually like publishing them.
Correct.
And that they're actually like, you know, not some rarity that you just hear about you know, once in a while. We know people that are, we have a couple of them, like I said, Haley's 31 years old.
Yeah. They said that
right?
yeah, they say that researchers also analyzed autism scores and found that there was significant improvement, and especially in disruptive behavior.
Sure.
Another one on autism. Yeah. So there's all kinds of, you know, benefits to the kids by using THC, and it's not a big scary thing that they keep talking about being, right?
Adults with the same conditions. Like
Yeah.
I've got AU ADHD. I find cannabis very beneficial. It helps me with nausea. It helps me with so many things that I can't even list.
Mm. Oh yeah, 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 for sure. Okay. What are you looking at?
A DB.
Rolling.
I'm rolling a DB for the first time in a week. I said I had to buy pre-rolls because I was so swollen up for 10 days.
Right. Yeah, well, you know, your arthritis, right?
Yep. So today I am rolling a doobie because I can.
Yeah, when you get a day like this where you
my
can,
little, you know, buddy box was down on my lap, so I was just looking at rolling this so I could.
no, do you take advantage of a day where you can roll? If you could roll many, you take the advantage of that and then have pre-rolls for those days.
I'm not
Yeah.
smart. I'm not smart enough to do that.
Well, you know, you can get sore. You can get sore, you know.
Whatever, like the whole, you know, quarter that I've got, and smash it all into DBs and put them in, you know, one of these little jugs that I've got that I've had to buy pre-rolls, and then I have.
Now, rolling joints, you know, could rolling 10 joints be a disadvantage because of the fact that it can bother you versus like you'd be excited or happy that you can roll a joint, but after you roll a few, you find that bothers your arthritis?
Yeah, I guess it probably does because my hands are already like starting to kind of like it depends on the time of day too. Like I'm
Right.
morning, first thing in the morning when I first get up, I can barely move. But then once I get up and get moving and stuff, but I'm not taking medication for my rheumatoid arthritis except for the methotrexate once a week. Like, I'm not taking anything for it pharmaceutically except for that.
Yeah.
Taking medication when it says, Tamara, take your meds. That's my ADHD medication. Because that stuff is the stuff that I have to take twice a day that I forget, right? Because I'll take it in the morning when I
Right.
get up, second dose I'll forget. So I've got a reminder for that. But that's only the only medications I take. Like, I'm not taking anything else. So except for this, right? And I smoke this pretty much. I get Taven off to school and then I'm lighting one up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And my first doobie of the day is usually when I go for my morning walk.
Yeah. Well, I'm, usually up making a coffee. Like, I'll do all the things I got to do, like get him off to school, and then I'll sit down with my coffee, unless I have my coffee made before then. Depends on what time I get up. But now my alarms are set for 7 a.m., so I'm getting up a little earlier. So before I was sleeping until 10.
Right.
And again, I was on a different schedule last year because I was working.
Yeah. Well, moving on to the next report. Always, education, right? CBD is promising treatment in skincare, including for acne and psoriasis.
I've heard that before.
I've heard about psoriasis, but I don't know if I heard about the acne. Maybe it's not something I heard a lot about.
Acne, age reparative, and like more of that than acne, but age reparative with CBD oil.
Yeah, the age end of things. Yeah, there's beneficial anti-aging benefits.
Yeah.
Yeah, psoriasis. I know that I've sat beside many of patients that were taking the biological medication that I was on at that time for psoriasis.
Yeah. 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 And they do use that for psoriasis. And
Yeah, it's an autoimmune condition, right?
right. And that's what I thought. Like, I thought, well, maybe if I ate cannabis because it's that autoimmune, it would
Well,
be.
cannabis it helps with your immune system.
So yeah, I thought maybe if I ate it, it would help everything, and it didn't. It helps some things, just not everything, right?
Yeah, just because you ate a big bunch of carrots doesn't mean you're gonna all of a sudden not have to wear glasses.
Right.
You know how they say carrots makes you so have to wear glasses. Yeah. Eat your carrots. I was allergic to carrots when I was a kid. So. But let's see what it says in here. They say that. Let's see where. Oh yeah, because they're talking about CBD. Okay, dermatologist. Yeah. They say that it found that that it is anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, antibacterial, analgesic, anti-prolific properties contribute to its therapeutic potential, including all these skin things, skin disorders, promoting skin rejuvenation, hydration, protection against oxidative and environmental damage. Could you use sunscreen?
CETA had actually put in, but the thing is, you can't use just the CBD because you have to have the SP whatever in it too.
Yeah.
So CETA made some sunscreen with the SP, but it had CBD. It was a CBD cream that she had the SP too. Yep.
Yep, they say it also shows promise in managing skin cancers. I am a skin cancer survivor myself. I don't talk about it a lot, but I had melanoma. And they said it can help with that. Now, just so you know, I did apply cannabis to my melanoma. It was just my cannabis. It wasn't, I didn't get any CBD product to add to it. I just had somebody take my cannabis and made some oil, and I applied it to my skin cancer. But I also had an appointment that if it wasn't gone by a certain date or noticeable reduction, then I was going to get it removed before it spread. Melanoma is one of the worst cancers that you can get, and I have had family pass away from it. So
my grandfather had it on the top of his head.
Yeah, we've had family in place.
So had it on the top of his head.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it can just go anywhere. So it's good that they're seeing on that is beneficial. And just so you know that even though I ended up having surgery to remove my cancer, and I used cannabis, it never reached my lymph nodes. It didn't get very deep. And was that because of my cannabis? Did it prevent it from spreading?
Maybe.
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 I can see it. I can see the coloration changing in it, but the size didn't get any smaller. So
Yeah, I get you.
it was doing something. It was doing something.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's interesting. It's I'm not sure what how long you left it or how long you used it for. But at the time, like how many weeks before your surgery that you used it, but
Couple months. Because I started using it before I even got to see the specialist.
Gotcha.
Like once I got the diagnosis.
I mean, they started using it. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Yeah. So and then there was you got a little controversial there at one point, but one place that they thought that was doing the surgery found out that it was already done, and they went, "What?"
Oh Jesus.
Yeah.
No, it's still there. I can see it. Go anywhere. No.
Yeah. Now, here's one that won't surprise, I don't think, anybody in another study. The cannabis improves sleep for insomnia patients.
No, that doesn't surprise me one bit.
No, it doesn't surprise me at all either. But, they always say, well, you need more studies. You need more studies. Well, here you go. Here's a study, right? So, let's see. This was just published just last week. It was conducted over 18 months with 124 participants. Woof, woof.
No, it's just he's whining because he's not on the bed. So he's
Oh,
whining.
does he want to get on the TV too?
He wants attention. He come home just a complete fucking boob.
Let's see else.
On the bed. He wants to get on the bed, but he can't get on the bed because there's no room on the bed.
Mm-hmm. So they say here the findings indicate a promising association between cannabis-based medicinal product treatment and improvements in sleep-specific outcomes. However, it is crucial to acknowledge that these findings must be interpreted with consideration of limitations in the study's design, and there is a need for high-quality trials to assess the long-term efficacy and safety. So we need more studies.
We need more.
Cool.
That's it. That's about it. Yeah, I'm just so like.
Well, it says here that one counselor has said that cannabis can quiet racing thoughts. I know a person that takes.
Really?
I know a person that takes CBD capsules for that reason. Calms their mind down before they go to sleep. They say that many people with anxiety and depression have had trouble falling asleep because of racing thoughts. So that's where cannabis comes in and helps out short term. But just help calm things down.
Well, it helps me sleep.
Yeah.
I don't know really anybody that doesn't, honestly. Like.
Oh, either do I. There's so many people out there that.
They use it simply for sleep. Like that's exactly what they say. They eat a gummy before bed, or they, they eat candy before bed to help them sleep, or they have a couple puffs before bed, and that's all they need, and they go to sleep, right? So I don't know how many more fucking studies these fuckers need.
You don't know what studies do what?
More studies these fuckers need. Like
how I know.
Ask anyone that uses cannabis. What do you use it for? Sleep, man. It helps me sleep. Any fucking stoner out there.
No. Yeah. And it's not just always one particular.
People say I can't smoke it during the day because if I do, it makes me fall asleep.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I've heard complaints. Al, your weed gives me the munchies, or Al, your weed makes me have a nap.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I like the fact that Al's weed gives people naps.
Yeah, put you to sleep.
I hear that lots too.
Yeah,
Stuff just made me want to sleep. Perfect.
yeah. There you go. Exactly.
Anything different? Because all I want to do is sleep on that stuff. No, no, I don't. Sorry. No, that's all I got. Need to get more.
Okay, I've got a report here from the Ontario Cannabis Store. They put out a social impact report, and they say this is detailing the advancements made through a social responsibility program.
Oh my fucking god, this can be good.
Okay, that's how they
This is gonna
emphasize.
be good.
What's that?
I said, imagine this is gonna be good.
Okay, this is the second report that they've put out, and they're going to do more of them. So this report highlights significant investments the OCS made across various social impact initiatives. So this is money that they put out or whatever, right, to do all this. And don't forget, the OCS is one, if not the most profitable business in Canada when it comes to cannabis.
Well, I would fucking hope they've spent a lot of money then.
Here we go. Let's find out where they spent some of it. Public education, said they spent $2.8 million to promote responsible use and awareness of the legal market.
I don't care about that. That's fucking yellow. Next.
They spent $560,000 to support cannabis-related events through industry sponsorships. They spent $525,000 for community research projects that funded through the Social Impact Fund.
Ooh, don't go, run to the bank with that one.
They donated $357,000 or invested in studying the impacts of cannabis industry and OCS operations.
Okay.
Now, yeah, there's no money allocated for anything that you're probably waiting for.
No, I was like waiting for a drum roll.
Yeah, no. Okay, they highlighted more than $4.6 million spent on creating a more equitable and informed Ontario, they say. They created 38 educational resources, 61 collaborative partnerships, and 3 years of climate smart certification, or whatever that is. Climate smart. I guess that's not the Canada, I know that. So. Let's see what else they have. That's it. They said there is a full report somewhere. It's available online, but yeah, there was no money donated to helping with this, so no. Yeah, there's nothing that way.
Nothing fabulous. Like, hey, we built 20 parks, or hey, we, helped a bunch of single moms, go to school for free, or hey, we got a bunch of school lunches, or hey, we hired 500,000 new teachers and doctors, and hey.
No. We warn people about cannabis in the illicit market. That's probably some of that money go towards those fake stores that they had up.
And them stupid fucking ads they put out. Hey man, don't smoke and drive at the same time, man. Hey man, you smoked a joint, let's get in the car, man. Like the ridiculous ads. How much money they spend on advertising? $5 billion?
Almost $3 million just from the OCS is what they said.
Oh my fucking Christ. That just almost makes you want to throw up. That's a waste of money.
See this hat? This worn out, beat up hat.
Yeah,
it's been more cannabis events than most people. Yeah, it's actually this.
And it smells like smoke too.
I had Gooey wrote an article, patient profile of me, back when he wrote for the Cannabis Health magazine. And that was back in the Hamilton days, Up in Smoke before Vapor Central. Like you're going back like 2006 or somewhere around there. And I'm wearing this hat in that photo in the magazine.
What does that hat say? Medicinal.
That says 420. Yeah,
Well, that's appropriate, Al.
it is. It is. It is. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. All right. What do you say? Time for us to take a break?
Sure, I got a whining dog to deal with.
All right. We're going to pay some bills. When we get back, we will continue our discussion. We got some more studies, reports coming up. And how much money Canadian households spent on cannabis as well.
That they've just, pissed away on absolutely nothing.
All right, you're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live at
Gotta
paceradio.net.
pay those bills. Gotta take care of those bills.
All right, we'll see you in a bit. About 2 3/4 minutes. Bye-bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching the Pace Radio Show. And tonight we're talking about some studies, some research, and whatever comes off the top of our minds. Right, Tamara?
Usually.
Okay. You know how we're always talking about cannabis, quality of life, it can improve. It's a medicine, how it can help people with so many different conditions. But it can also be a killer. And that is, there's a report here that the darkling beetles are no match for a hemp-based insecticide.
Oh,
Yeah.
so they made a
Exactly.
hemp-based insecticide, and the beetles lost.
The beetles lost. That's right. The adult form of mealworms. They wreak a heavy toll on poultry industry. Okay, hang on.
Well, I'm not sad about that because it's natural-based pesticide.
Yeah.
inhibit something that's going to hurt my chickens?
Mhm.
Why
They
do
say
chickens?
that there was an experiment that involves students picking an insect and determining an optimal feed formulation had some unexpected results. One student chose hemp as a feed, and while the insects appeared to thrive on a hemp diet, they never fully developed into adults and were deformed and died. And the connection was made. Feed them hemp. It's going to kill them. Okay.
I have to say that
The researchers say that hemp-derived pesticides are not only effective against darkling beetles without harming poultry, but also fleas, cockroaches, and other insect pests. You could feed flies. It says flies, so we can feed hemp to flies. We could, for people like ourselves who are in the rural area,
I have lots of flies.
can have lots of flies. Yeah. Let's see what else it says here.
You just grow the plants, will it keep them away?
Maybe.
But it's
I'm
hemp,
just
not cannabis, right?
Okay. They say they want to establish our pesticides are a viable product, and they partner with companies to bring it to the market. Yeah. So I guess you could. What would you do? They don't talk about how you could. I guess
Like,
you
is it like dimaceous?
just leave the hemp out for the bugs to eat. They don't say anything about how they made it.
Well, like
Other than
diatomaceous earth is like, like it's like crustules, but it's a powder. And they
yeah.
grind it all up. So what do? Grind up your dry cannabis, your dry hemp, and then throw it on top of your dirt. So
they don't say how they're making the pesticide, other than they just found it through, this was many years ago that they found that they had ate the hemp and died. So
I'd be down with the pesticide.
hey, I have no problem with putting plants in my living room. Growing cannabis in the kitchen,
No, no, I don't have them inside. It's more outside because they're like.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Well, this seems to be along the line of helping to feed chickens. Because they say that the target species is the darkwing beetle, and say the beetles are attracted by the feed, and they not only eat and contaminate it, but they infest the birds as well, and can transmit diseases.
I see.
Yeah.
No,
It doesn't say if they made a paste or whether they made some spray or whether they just talked about that.
I have wackenouts with them ostriches out in BC. I have to worry about my chickens every single day.
Yeah, there you go. Well, I'll throw some hemp out there, just so you know. Several years ago, 1994, actually, to tell you the truth, there was an experiment that was done with some chickens that consumed hemp seed. That's what their feed was, hemp seed. And there were several of them that ate this hemp seed. And in the end, the chickens were entered into a contest. the hemp seed birch or the reefer certificate. They interview some of the DEA inspectors that go around, and they were quite surprised. And they said this is the first time that DEA ever paid for any hemp that they took. Because normally it's stealing. They're arresting somebody for it.
Yeah.
So, and this was back in 1994. This is well before the Farm Bill was done in 2018. But yeah, look it up on YouTube. Reefer Roasters.
Reefer Roasters. I'll have
Reefer
I have
Roast.
to, I should get my chickens some hemp seed.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think I haven't got the video.
But here's my question on that. They won't feed hemp to cows because it won't stay out of their milk for 12 days. But if you feed hemp to a chicken, it's okay. It's going to come out in their eggs.
There was nothing there as far as how do I.
Or did they even bother to test them because they just didn't give a fuck?
Well, I don't know of them testing him for the birds for any THC. Yeah.
We just had an article, a study on cattle, where they won't, allow the cattle meat to be used because there's THC in it still. Yet they're feeding fucking chickens I guess there's no THC in them. But how is the cattle getting THC?
Okay, here you go. I'm going to actually I'm gonna load one of these videos up right now. And
Jesus. Smoking a joint and eating now.
yeah, they fed the birds hemp seed. And they loved it.
Oh yeah.
It may take a few minutes for it to load. So all right, we'll move on to the next thing.
They love anything. Them fucking raptors will eat anything.
Yes, they will, won't they? Okay.
I'm not sure about a human, but you just never know.
We're gonna move on now to, as I said, how much cannabis did the Canadian household spending on cannabis reaches? I got the hiccups now. $2 billion. It says here, Canadian household final consumption expenditures for cannabis reached a new high of over $1.7 billion in the second quarter of 2025. It's a lot of smoke.
Yeah. We be smoking.
Yeah. I'm just seeing if they're breaking it down to an average per household here, but I'm not seeing that in this report. No.
What about John's? Jeez.
I thought it might have said how much on average, like they spend $200 a month or $50 a month or something like that.
I think on average, people are spending probably anywhere between $600 and $800 a month on cannabis.
How much?
$600 and $800 a month.
Wow! Holy smokes! Ooh.
Yeah. I honestly believe that. I honestly believe that people on average are spending $600 a month on cigarettes and then bitching about the fact that they're broke and can't afford groceries. But their priorities are cigarettes, cannabis, and alcohol before groceries. And then they got no money to buy groceries, and they're bitching to spend $600 on groceries. To spend on cigarettes. So
yeah,
and battles, right? Like pick your priorities. But again, everything in life ain't free, and
no.
And you gotta pick your priorities. And if you're gonna, bitch about fucking, you gotta pay $2 for Ichiban now, rather than going to the dollar store, I guess, and buying it there, and then complaining that your beer's not, your beer's too much. Like, just then quit drinking the beer, quit smoking the cigarettes. The cigarettes, that's a really hard one. I'm not gonna say it's easy.
Quitting alcohol can be tough too, right?
The alcohol too can be tough, but again, like cannabis too can be tough to try and like wean yourself down off. But again, like don't sit and bitch about price groceries when you're spending that much money on weed and booze.
That's why I buy a a cart a month.
I buy 2 for myself a month, but I'm buying probably 4 a month for myself.
No, well, yeah.
About 1 a week, right? And then I'm probably myself going through probably $400 a month for
Yeah.
weed myself, right? So yeah, that together that's about $500-600 a month between the carts and the weed for our household, and that's not what I
Wow. Yeah.
purchased
Yeah.
in Grand Prairie. So yeah, another $200 for him, say up in Grand Prairie, that's $800 a month for cannabis.
It adds up quickly, doesn't it?
Yeah, and then again, and we're all medical users. Like
I'm so
that's
glad I can grow my own.
well, and that thing
Yeah.
is like I can't yet. Like I just don't have
Yeah.
the power, right? But again,
Right.
I'm hoping soon that this is going to come to pass, and I can. But until I can, but again, that's 3 people, and we're all medical users. Like every single one of us are
Right.
using medical. Yet nobody's subsidizing that. Nobody's making it any easier. It's not any cheaper. So
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see. Yeah. I'm gonna load up this video here. Okay, first I'm gonna play this one first just to introduce you to this stuff here. The reefer
roosters.
Right, right. I got another one loading, just so you know.
Well, you know Skippy went down to the farm with 10 pounds of hemp seed under each arm. His feet are moving, his mind a clicking. He was going to feed that hemp seed to a chicken. Well, the chicken couldn't get enough. Eating that hemp seed, not that other stuff, was the damnest thing that farmer ever saw. Those birds got so damn big, we took them to a barbecue sponsored by the pig. Meat inspector blown away. He was even said to say, it's not much of me being a boaster, but I'd eat that reefer roaster. Me even breaking the law. Reefer roasters, don't get you high. Reefer roasters, I'll have a thigh. Reefer roasters, juicy and hot. Reefer roasters, not just pot.
Fellow sent me a report written by the Birdman of Alcatraz, claiming it was the best singing food for canaries that there was, and that it was literally the best food birds could get with them. I'd already heard in Europe they had used it to feed chickens and thought it was a good deal, and it apparently their studies said it made their chickens fat and healthy. So it went from there until my friend decided to raise some and invited me to come to a barbecue. Wow. A policeman's benevolent organization through a really nice barbecue. Excuse me. And the reefer roasters went. And there were chickens raised here on this farm by some friends of mine, specifically for that. And they're fed this really healthy diet. And these were great chickens that when we took them we took these chickens to the location, the first thing they had to have done was they had to be inspected by a meat inspector. The inspector's remarks were to the effect, this chicken meat looked so healthy that he had not seen meat like that in 15 years. And he'd been a meat inspector for 20 something.
There you go.
I don't doubt. But again, where are you going to find clean hemp seed?
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm not sure. I've like the whole video is like half an hour long, right?
Yeah.
And I create these small little things for another purpose, and I'm not sure in there that they even mention where they get the hemp seeds from. This is 94. You saw the date on the thing there, right? So there's no hemp farm bill. Hemp, is illegal back then.
I know. That's what I mean. Like, that's why he's kind of snickering.
Yeah.
Even hemp seed back then was illegal. Like, it wasn't something that you could readily get.
No, exactly.
Even now,
Exactly.
it's still regulated the same way as cannabis.
Yep. It was super illegal. Oh, that file's too big. Can't show that file. Yeah, it was. You have to look that up
I will.
on YouTube. Reefer
I'll
roaster.
tell my new Roku TV. So I
Yeah.
will.
Maybe I'll show it this way. Maybe I can bring it up this way. As you heard him, he was talking about the police about the police thing that they were doing.
Yeah. They were
So
confused for this event.
right. Okay, let me see if I can get.
Chicken was getting done. All sorts of people were coming over to the tent, reading the literature, examining hemp products.
This is
while
the festival.
marijuana leaves fluttered in the breeze. Everything was going well. And then the narcs showed up.
VA.
After all, this was a police event, and the visit was friendly. No arrests were made, and this time they paid for the hemp products they took.
They're at a police event.
Just remember, don't try to smoke it.
Yeah. Plastic.
It's hemp.
Yeah. True.
George McKay, the chief chef for the Reefer Roasters Project, suffers from nail patella syndrome and is one of the only 8 medical marijuana patients currently receiving government-grown marijuana as part of the government's compassionate
Is that a
use
legal
program.
joint he's smoking?
Yeah.
Just like a good, this is a barbecue put on by the police. This is everybody's having a good time.
There's a rumor that we're ahead in every category.
Oh my God, chicken. Every chicken. Probably lined up. Weed chicken.
They even got good tunes.
I was gonna say that.
Everybody's enjoying the chicken.
Hemp-fed chicken. What? Hemp-fed chicken. Come on, try just one taste. The barbecue sauce is made with a hemp oil base, hemp seed oil base. It's no THC. It's okay.
What?
It's a good piece of chicken.
It looks like one of them stuffed Thursdays.
That'll do it.
It looks like it's good. He looks to be enjoying it.
They're all coming back for seconds. Where do you want to know what part?
Here we'll say high on pork. All right, what happened? What we got here? Above and beyond the college. Yeah, we don't have any.
Winner,
We smoke
winner.
them. Yeah, and we smoke them too.
The Metropolitan Police has thanked BC Normal for growing reefer roasters on hemp seed and cooking them for the barbecue battle judges. I call that a nice outcome.
Really?
For building good relations with the community police.
There you go. Reefer Roasters. Check it out on YouTube.
That's
It
all.
is.
That's-
Yeah.
And that was like 2 decades ago, like 94, 3 decades.
94. Yeah.
3
Yeah.
decades ago, 30 years ago.
So that's that was
30
you know,
fucking what?
obviously, yeah. You can see the one cop there. What? It's what? Yeah, they're raised with hemp, man. So
I think that's great. And like again, I think the regulations on hemp are ridiculous, and it should be able to be grown just like wheat or canola
Yeah.
or whatever field that farmer decides to throw in that year. It reminded that it helps with summer fallow. It takes the toxins out of the dirt. There's so many benefits to having just a hemp field to do like a cleanup on any land.
yeah.
Throwing it around all those orphan wells in Alberta.
Yeah. Help clean up the land out there.
Just saying.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, we're down to the last few minutes here. What have I got left here? Did you hear about the big bust? Let's see what the big bust was. Several hundred kilos of cannabis, along with cannabis plants, edibles, vapes, tobacco, cocaine, and cash. 5 people have been charged. They were distributing cannabis in New Brunswick, Quebec, and Nova Scotia. They seized 753 pounds of cannabis.
What? That's
Yep.
quite a fair bit of
28,280 cannabis plants. A few there, eh? 400 cartons of tobacco. Okay. And they found money. Vapes and edibles. 5 people have been charged with that.
it's unfortunate that it still continues to be used as a commodity. Like,
Yeah.
tobacco's legal too. So is alcohol. Yet it's still used. They still have black
There's still
market.
bootleggers in both ends.
There absolutely is. You can make there's contraband cigarettes like all over the place. You can
Mhm.
buy them online for crepe sakes. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's same with weed. You can buy it online, whether it's reputable or not. When you're buying it online, you don't know who you're buying it from. But again,
Wow.
these things are able to be purchased, right?
Yep. What do you got? Okay. Well, you got anything else you want to mention, say, do, bring up?
No, I don't.
No.
Send money to CSP to Marilene9 at hotmail.com. Because
All
we
right.
need stuff. So other than that, 'cause I got people waiting. So yeah, we need stuff. But other than that, no. Just another
All right.
in the hood.
Yeah. All right. And then we shall sign off and say thanks to everybody for tuning in to tonight's broadcast, as well as to our sponsors, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, and at ease.ca. And other than that, thanks once again, and we'll see you next week. Other than that, bye-bye.
Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education. You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Headline at the International Cannabis Business Conference says that German scientists call for approval of cannabis research projects. Cannabis policies and regulations should be informed by science rather than driven by political propaganda or special interest. This is true for every part of the world, including in Germany, where a coalition of leading scientists is calling on the nation's government to approve cannabis research projects. Lawmakers in Germany enacted the nation's historic legalization law in April of 2024, while the landmark policy change has improved Germany's cannabis industry and personal freedoms in many ways. Progress on the scientific research side of the equation is still lagging in a large degree. That was recently called out by the coalition of scientists in an open letter addressed to the federal government and the Federal Office of Agricultural and Food.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Coming up on today's show, we're going to be looking at what's been happening in the news.
And then we've got Timmy's cinema review, where he's going to tell us just how did Harold and Kumar escape Guantanamo Bay.
As well, we're going to be looking at what gets me going.
Well, what gets me going?
And what gets her going is the death of cannabis retail.
That's true. And of course, part 2 of our special interview with Canadian rap artist Chocolate.
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name is Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, and I am the doobie.
Today on the show, we are celebrating World Freedom Day.
That's a good day to celebrate.
Right? Who doesn't want freedom? Although they do say that, do people really want freedom? No, wait, that's not the word. It was privacy. Is this World Privacy Day?
No, it's World Freedom Day.
Okay, no, I was going down a whole different...
But what is freedom? Like freedom to just make your own choices, to travel, to...
No, free, yeah, free. You're
like,
free.
to do whatever you want.
You are free to make a decision, right or
within
wrong.
Like, well, I guess you're not free to murder.
No, you are absolutely, you are free. Okay.
But you have to take
You are
the
free to murder, but
consequences.
you need to accept the consequences of that decision. So
Don't do that. Don't murder.
a free world basically allows us, it's like if you're being a parent and you're giving your kids freedom, that gives them the freedom to make wrong choices and to fail, and to experience the consequences of those failures. And as we grow up, parents no longer in there. But I think freedom is simply that. Freedom is the ability.
So like you're saying, I'm free to walk on that parking curb if I want to.
Yes.
And if I fall off and hurt myself, I have to deal with the consequence of
But
the
you're free to
swollen
do
ankle.
that. You're free to do that.
I just might.
You know, and people can put up fences and signs to say, listen, we want you to know you shouldn't put that chainsaw in your mouth.
You don't put Tide Pods in your mouth.
Right. But we cannot ultimately stop
That's
you.
why you are free to do so.
Like, think
But
about it.
That's not why they call it World Freedom Day. There's a specific reason why today
Today
is
was
World Freedom Day.
today was a monumental day.
Yeah.
Today, okay, so
in history. Today in history.
in
we should
history.
say. What year did this happen?
Well, it depends on if we're talking about the same thing.
Well, doesn't it have to do with the Berlin Wall?
It does.
Okay.
We are talking about the same thing.
Okay.
Once again, here on the Newbie and Doobie, we are in sync. Well, not in sync.
No,
No.
I would be Justin.
Backstreet Boys.
I would be Justin. And in that case, I would be
wanted,
Nick.
one time I wanted to create a synchronized swimming team that also sang, and I would call it In Sync, but SINK.
You know what? Even better, you should just synchronize swim to NSYNC songs.
Right? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Done.
Coming up
Coming
on
up.
a future episode of the Newbie and the Doobie.
Newbie and the Doobie.
You know, I thought it was something else entirely. I didn't know it was Berlin Wall.
Yeah.
And I literally, I know nothing about the Berlin Wall.
The World Freedom Day. Okay, so the Berlin Wall was, well, I was going to say it's a famous wall, but you know, okay. So,
well, I've heard of it. I just don't know what happened.
Well, let me walk you through some stuff. Okay. So, to be fair, I had to look up some stuff, but 1961. Okay.
Maybe that's why I don't remember.
All right.
It
Well,
didn't happen yesterday.
I wasn't around either.
That's what I mean. It didn't happen yesterday.
It didn't happen yesterday. 1961. It was the communist side of Germany. Okay. On the east, they created this barbed wire concrete structure.
Okay.
Basically, because I mean, who knows? I don't want to get into all the political thing, but they were trying to stop a whole bunch of people from fleeing the east to go to the west.
Okay. So it was like a east side, west side, like east side. Oh no, it's west side.
Very much Biggie Tupac.
West side. Sorry.
Is it Tupac? I always get that mixed up. But that's what it is. It's kind of like, or no, wait, no, it wasn't Biggie Tupac. They were on the same side, but then it was Snoop was on the east, right? Who was
Did you just say Biggie and Tupac were on the same side?
Weren't they on the same side?
I thought Biggie shot Tupac and Tupac shot Biggie.
No, I think they were on the
How
same
did that
side.
work?
And then there was like, the.
See, that's still before my time. I wasn't.
This
paying
is called
attention.
getting out of your lane. I have no idea about what happened in the hip hop
I know.
culture.
I was playing 90s hip hop for you the other day, and I was like, you know this one, you know this one. I was playing "Hits from the Bong" by Cypress Hill, and you were like, I know that sound. I've heard it before. I'm like, yes.
But then,
you named it. I was so proud of you.
But then we put a little on the Bengals, and
like the
walk like an
Tigers?
Egyptian. No.
Oh.
All right. Let's stay in our lane. So in 1961, Germany became East and West.
Okay.
And the Berlin Wall was splitting that up.
Okay.
But on November 9th, 1989. Okay, so I was 16.
Okay.
So I was fully functioning as being able to really understand what was going on. And this was all over the TV. And back then, you didn't have the ability to go online and watch it after that. So people were like literally climbing the wall. People were taking hammers because the announcement had been made that you were now allowed to cross the border freely. But of course, there's a wall there. So it's kind of like that hindrance, but you can do it if you want. And sure enough,
So
the people
people
went
were
out
like,
there.
"That's enough."
And we were watching it on TV as people were not only climbing the walls, but taking hammers. And it was this.
Oh my God, I would have cried.
It was an amazing
I want to
celebration.
cry now. It's just the feeling of those people. Oh my God. Can you tell it's that time of the month? I'm like so emotional, but like the feeling of tearing down that wall.
Yeah, no,
to
it
get
was,
to freedom.
Once it not only was a very physical like moment in history, but it was symbolic in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And sitting back in Canada as a 16-year-old boy who had no idea, I was in a pretty chill household. I didn't have a whole lot of rules. The concept of not being able to freely go and come as you please, those type of things, like to have the only wall that ever stood in my way. You are tearing up.
I'm trying hard not to, and it's literally just pouring out the side.
The only wall that ever stood in my way was internal walls that I had built myself to stop me from being free. But the concept of this, it was fascinating. But I watched it as it was happening, and that was the beauty of pre-internet, was you saw this stuff happening and it was in the moment. It wasn't like, hey, watch that clip later. You couldn't put it aside. You had to put everything else you were doing in life and choose to engage in something.
Yeah.
And I was 16 watching this thing happen. And it was, I still today can remember the images, but that was what happened. And that's what this day became standing for, is breaking down those walls and celebrating freedom.
I cannot believe I'm crying right now.
I believe you're
cannot.
I believe you're trying
Because you
I know
spend
you.
time with me.
Because I know you. Yeah.
You know, I watch. I can tell you if the show has good writers, if it's a drama series, because I am the one sitting on the thing crying, like, oh my God, such good writing.
And this wasn't even writing.
No, but this is it's kind of like what's happening now with this the virus that the whole world is facing. We're all dealing with the same thing, so we can kind of feel what other people are going through. And I could imagine the entire world, you know what I mean? Like when Princess Diana died, we all sat around the TV and we watched and we mourned together. I could see that same thing with they, like, even though, like you say, we're in Canada and we have freedom to go and come as we please. I can only imagine the way people must have been feeling. So that's why
It was pretty amazing, and to know that was simply like to have something like that with those are stories that you kind of go, oh, that was back in like the 1800, 1900, but it's like, no, this like literally in my generation, stuff like this was going on, and how far the world has come.
Just so you know, that was the 1900s.
It was. Yeah,
oh my God. Okay, so funny. I seen a TikTok the other day. Just want to say this because 1900s. Buddy goes in to show his ID. She says, "Ma'am, can I see your ID?" And he's like, "Yeah." And he says, "Do you need me to pull it out?" She says, "No, I can see the one from here." And he's like, "The one?" She's like, "Yeah, at the beginning of your birth year." And he stopped and he was like, "Oh my God."
You're too old.
You're of age if you're 19 something.
Yeah, all I need to know is there a 1 at the beginning or a 2?
If there's a 2, I need to see that.
That's funny.
Was that it on the Berlin Wall?
Yeah.
So it's funny that you said the only wall that you had to deal with was the wall that you built for yourself.
Yeah.
Because when we heard it was when I heard it was the World Freedom Day, had to do with the wall coming down. I was like, oh, like the song by Pink Floyd, The Wall.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And of course, I went to Google and I'm like,
I think Pink Floyd was on Tupac's side. I'm pretty sure. But
I think he was on Elvis's side.
Oh, that's probably more likely.
Which is not dead.
I don't even think Pink Floyd was an actual person, but
well,
was it? No, I don't think there was a guy named Pink Floyd.
No, it was a band.
Okay,
called
all right.
Pink Floyd.
Right. He was best friends with Led Zeppelin, Mr. Led Zeppelin.
Is that a name too? His name
think
was
so.
Led?
I think his name was Led. It was Led and
was
Pink
it
hanging out.
Leonard Zeppelin, and he did use
He's
like,
like,
I'll just cut the middle.
I'm not going with Leonard. That sounds goofy. I'm like Led Zeppelin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So I did a little bit of research, and it's not about the Berlin Wall.
Right. Okay.
Right. So according to the band, the wall is actually the self-isolating barrier that we build for ourselves over the course of our lives. And the bricks are the people and events that turn us inward and away from other people. Which makes sense because the lyrics are all in all, you're just another brick in the wall.
Right.
So it's really nice that you said that, because the emotion that I was feeling, what we just talked about, and how good it would feel to tear down that wall. Imagine if you could tear down this self-isolating barrier, this friggin' wall that you put up to protect yourself due to past experience with people and things, and just be free.
Yeah. Well, and we've talked about it on other shows where we talked about facing fears and stuff, that we are both individually and together on a journey of breaking those walls down, the internal walls.
Oh yeah. There's
And
been a lot of this over the last couple of years, and
don't just climb over the wall.
tears.
Don't just climb over the wall, the internal walls of fears and barriers that you've put up in your life. Take hammers and chisels to it. But also, even more than that, this show is about breaking down that wall. There is a newbie and a doobie sitting across the table here, discussing cannabis from both sides, from two very different backgrounds. And we know there's a stigma out there, and our goal is to break that stigma, to break down that wall and the barrier, and just be able to have the conversation, because too many times the newbies and the doobies, they're separate. They don't understand the other side's perspective.
They don't even bother to try.
No.
That's where I'm like, please just try.
So let's celebrate World Freedom Day once again here
Yeah.
by having a conversation where a newbie and a doobie can talk about cannabis, and
And maybe a conversation with yourself too.
Right.
about some of these things that you need to tear down.
Maybe there's a wall between you. Maybe you're a newbie like me, and there's a wall between you and cannabis, but it's a wall that was built on horrible misinformation, disinformation, and maybe that wall needs to come down too. So,
Mhm.
all
Break
right,
the walls.
break the walls.
All right, should we get into birthdays?
Yeah, let's do some quick birthdays quickly.
All
then,
right. Oh, there's not many today.
All right,
So
what do
we
we
got
got?
Chris Jericho, wrestler,
Jericho,
right?
wrestler, yep.
Turning 51.
Yep.
We got Nick Lachey from that show and band 98 Degrees.
Oh, he wasn't in sync.
No.
Okay.
No,
all right.
he was too hot.
Yeah.
See what I did there? 98 Degrees.
Ah. Hot.
He was the hottest.
How old is he?
He is 48.
Didn't he marry Jessica Simpson?
No, he married Vanessa Hudgens.
Okay. All right.
Oh, that's wrong. That's wrong. Sorry, Vanessa.
That's okay. One thing we do on this show is spout off information that may or may not be true.
And yes, he was with Jessica Simpson. And they had that show for a short
Yeah,
period
they had a
of
little bit of
time.
show, yeah.
Yeah. I was just trying to
I never watched it.
dismiss her because it was a long time ago. Anyways, and Cisco.
Cisco.
I was waiting for you to say Cisco.
Cisco. I don't even know if we have time for this story. Let me.
Can I say just one thing?
Yeah.
Okay. If you do not know who Cisco is, I was like, wasn't that Drew Hill? No. Cisco is a member of Drew Hill, which is a band, and they're still going strong today. And he's 43. Happy birthday, Cisco.
Cisco is the story that
Yes.
I have. Okay.
Yep.
Let me tell this story very
well,
quickly.
it's not. It's Choclair, but okay.
So we met with Choclair, not Choclair. And I told him this story, and MJ said, don't tell him the story, but I had to tell him the story. And I sat down and I said, when I heard that we were going to be sitting down and meeting Choclair, I was like, oh, that's awesome. I remember Thong Song, Thong Song, or don't ask me to sing the song.
Yeah.
And MJ's like, that wasn't Choclair, that was Cisco.
I said Cisco.
Cisco. And I was like,
stay in your lane, Timmy.
So I'm like, oh, I can't wait to tell that to Choclair. And she's like, do not tell that to Choclair. So we get on the stage. He comes out, sits down on the interview. And what do? The very first story I tell him is that I thought he wrote Thong Song. And you know what? He took it like a champ.
Yes. Well, what's funny is he actually had a story about what he was doing music wise when Thong Song came out and how it was like overplayed at the bars. And yeah, it was fun, but not so much funny when Timmy was like, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it.
Choclair's a good dude, and I'm sure Cisco is too. I've never met him, but Thong Song.
I used to love Drew Hill.
That's not even right.
I used to love Drew Hill.
Are we ready to get rolling?
We are. You know I'm always ready for that.
Roll it.
What's been happening in the news?
Well, a rare smelly corpse flower, aka the penis plant, bloomed for the first time since 2018.
Yeah, I got nothing. I got nothing. It's a corpse smelling penis plant.
That hasn't bloomed in a while.
Some things literally just write themselves, folks.
Road trippers from North Carolina buy lottery tickets in 11 different states, winning them the $2 million Powerball prize in Virginia.
After tallying their fuel receipts from that trip, the couple celebrated their $32 profit at a local Denny's.
Two brothers and a friend from Idaho set a Guinness World Record by passing a beach ball back and forth 673 times in just 3 minutes.
And in other news, there is clearly nothing to do in Idaho.
An alligator in Mississippi approached a golfer, snatched his ball in his jaw, and headed for the pond.
The golfer, while finishing the back nine, was heard saying, "There goes my shot at a 69.
RCMP remind Nova Scotians to lock their doors after pair enter the wrong home and clean it.
My door is literally open all the time. Sponges are underneath the sink." You know, I would literally allow myself to be tied up, pistol whipped, and left for dead if somebody would come in and clean my house. That is a home invasion I would welcome.
Take note. Police are hunting for a loose monkey spotted in Tokyo.
Bangkok responds to the news with, "Hold our beer."
Now to the serious news, shall we?
We shall.
Okay. So the High Tide Cannabis Store is going to be transitioning to a discount club model.
Like a Costco kind of thing?
Well, sort of, I guess. There's going to be exclusive benefits, kind of like a loyalty plan.
Okay.
So a little bit about High Tide. They have over 93 locations in 4 provinces. They've been around for quite a while. They have e-commerce sites. They sell multitude of cannabis things. They were quoted saying, "Our focus is to convert consumers who are currently buying from the illicit market."
Okay. Well, it's obviously a market that is underserved. You're often talking about the high price of cannabis.
Yeah, so because of the rules and the regulations that are in place, it make it really difficult for producers as well as retailers to be able to offer, quality product at a cost-effective price, at a discount price. So kudos to High Tide for being able to try and implement some sort of system for people who are still continuing to purchase from the illicit market. I would like to point out that their key investors are Tilray and Aurora, which are bigger names in the cannabis industry. So I would like to, I hope, High Tide, that the strains and products offered to people at discounts are not just the big name licensed producers, but also some of the smaller ones as well.
So is this a good idea?
Absolutely. We need discounted cannabis in the industry. And it's also a great way for them to, who wants cheap weed? Cheap, come on.
I just pictured people, because I think Costco right away. I just pictured people like going in like with those huge like trolleys, with big bags of weed.
Well, technically you can't do that because you can only still purchase your 30 grams at a time.
Oh, still makes a funny picture.
See, rules and regulations. So it's great that companies are finding ways within the current rules and regulations to boost their sales, to help the customer. And I'm going to get a little bit more into the rules and regs and specifically into Ontario and why I think they're monopolizing a little bit too much. And if we just chill and changed a couple of those things, people like High Tide Cannabis and other retailers would be able to provide us consumers with a lower cost, better quality product than maybe say Buddy down the street.
Buddy down the street, you can't compete with this, man, unless you have a really big trolley. Is that it?
That's it.
That's what was in the news. And welcome back to another cinema review. Cinema, S-I-N, cinema review.
Today, we're going to find out just exactly how did Harold and Kumar escape Guantanamo Bay?
Well, we're not going to find out how they did it. I don't want to spoil the movie for anyone, but I am going to tell you my thoughts. Over the years that MJ and I have been together, she has been on a quest to show me the iconic stoner flicks. And some of them I had seen, some of them I had heard of, some of them I'm familiar with. Harold and Kumar, pop culture icons, I definitely heard of them. And recently we had sat down to watch one of them. Now I did them out of order, I completely understand that, but it was all based on the themes of our shows. But I will be reviewing all 3 over the next little while. But today, I start with the second movie, Harold and Kumar Escape Guantanamo Bay. I have a feeling that I'm about to hurt MJ's heart.
It's all right. Just don't talk bad about Kumar. Love.
Oh, man. Okay, let's get into this. But Kumar was the worst part of that movie. Anyways, here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Drink my water.
My cinema review. Have you ever felt that an oral presentation, or any presentation for that matter, would be exponentially improved if you were simultaneously peeing? Either have I. However, the creative crew behind 2008's Harold and Kumar Escape from Guantanamo Bay apparently felt it would be at the very least helpful. At one point during my screening of this stoner cult classic, I literally turned to Mary Jane and said, "Has someone peed in every scene?"
I didn't even notice.
Lovers of this flick will be quick to fact check me on the actual pee count. But even if I've overstated the amount of urination, my point has already been made. Fact check this. Mentally exiting any film's storyline because characters relieving themselves was more noticeable than said storyline is never a good sign. I do not want to piss on this parade. I was so proud of that line. But I was relieved when I got to escape from this experience. Look, I'm not against lowbrow humor. In fact, there are many movies on my favorite list that utilize some of it masterfully. But when TNA, dick jokes, farts, and bodily fluids completely overshadow the points the writers were clearly trying to make, my assessment ranges from disappointing to failure. If this movie was a Seinfeldian film whose sole purpose was just to get laughs, then for some people, the creators might just have achieved their goal. But I don't believe for 1 second that they weren't trying to do that, or were trying to do that, depending. There was an obvious attempt to bring to light things like friendship, love, and even more blatantly, corrupt government, and the many deep issues surrounding race. I don't believe that comedy needs to have a message. It can absolutely be about nothing. However, the moment you decide to aim for social commentary / comedy, you can't miss this bad. I'm not saying you have to be an expert marksmanship like Carlin or Chappelle, and you need to hit every Cheerio in the bowl. But you need to at least keep the seat clean. Guantanamo Bay wasn't the worst movie ever. It wasn't even the raunchiest movie ever. And it might not even be the worst of the threequel, of which I will be watching the other two. But for an iconic franchise that clearly had a story to tell, this newbie was left underwhelmed by everything except NPH, obviously. Harold and Kumar Escape Guantanamo Bay gets 1 joint out of 5, because I don't believe in giving 0 joints out of 5 on a show about cannabis. There should always be 1 joint.
I second that.
P.S. I did do this cinema review bottomless.
That was good. Although I didn't hear anything negative about Kumar.
Kumar did the cannabis culture a huge disservice. And I can get that into maybe a future what gets Timmy going. It's time for another What Gets Me Going.
Well, what gets me going?
What gets her going? Take it away, MJ.
Okay.
I just made that up.
Okay. Timmy. See, it takes me a little bit longer.
High five.
High five. No.
Not today.
What gets
What
me
gets
going?
me going? Got
Okay.
it.
Don't confuse them. This is going to be confusing enough. Okay. So just try and stay with me because it's a lot. It's a lot of information. This is based on an article that I read in Now Toronto. Just gave me a little bit more information as to what exactly is going on here in Ontario. So this is entitled, How Ontario is Killing the, sorry, I had to double check that there. How Ontario is killing the cannabis retail. I almost said retail cannabis. Cannabis retail. Okay. So in 2018, Canada legalized cannabis straight across the board, but they left it up to each province and territory to figure out who was going to distribute and sell to the general public. Okay. So in the beginning, it was the Ontario Cannabis Store, or the OCS. I just want to go off on a little side tangent. I'm going to try and keep it short.
Mm-hmm.
The Ontario Cannabis Store is a subsidiary of the LCBO. The logo for the OCS, you know where I'm going with this, don't you?
Yes, I've heard this What Gets Me Going as well.
The logo is reported to have cost $650,000 to create a circle with the letters OCS. That's it. Nothing fancy, no colors. They didn't want to appeal to any children.
No.
650. Anyways.
It's free market.
Yeah, nothing free about that. Anyways, so the OCS did a male-only model. Not like...
I'm a male-only model.
I knew that was coming. So they would basically, you had to go online, pick the product you wanted based on whatever THC in the photo on the screen, and then it was mailed to you. But you had to pay by credit card. You couldn't use any other form of payment. So if you didn't have a credit card, you were SOL. If you didn't have a mailing address, you were SOL. If your package got lost in the mail, same thing.
SOL.
Yes. No. LOM, lost in mail.
Oh, okay.
Or LOT, lost in LIT, lost in transit. Lit. I love it. Anyways, another side tangent. There was a lot of issues. Basically, there was a lot of issues that came with the male model, and sounds funny now.
No issues with me, folks.
So they decided on a brick and mortar type situation where they were going to allow 25 retail locations in Ontario, only 25 in all of Ontario. And in order to become one of those lucky 25, you had to throw your name in a hat, and everybody did, and you only 25. It was a big lottery that they did. It was 25 lottery winners. If you were lucky enough, fortunate enough to get one of those lottery spots back then, you're probably doing really well right now because you were able to establish yourself in your community. Mm-hmm. You know, you've got a good foothold. You got a foothold. Mm-hmm. The word? Okay. Where am I lost on my card here? So basically, what most people don't even know is that in order for those retail stores to sell us cannabis, they have to purchase their cannabis through the Ontario Cannabis Store still. So they're not allowed to go to the producer to get the cannabis like the Ontario Cannabis Store does. Mm-hmm. And you're like, but why? Like, why is it this way? Well, the Ontario Cannabis Store is trying to ensure that everybody pays the same price for the cannabis. So there's no favoritism if a producer actually owns stock in a retail location, which happens. you can only own a certain percentage, and there's rules around that as well. But it's to prevent them from undercutting somebody else, so that way they get a better deal, and then it's just to make it fair for everybody. So I get that. But there are ways around that. We could rewrite the regulations to make it so that way, the producers are the ones selling to them, and they have to sell to the same price across the board. So like, I feel like it's one of those moments where I'm like, why is it this way? And in the selling process from the Ontario Cannabis Store to the retailer, they're still, okay, yes, they're still selling it at a wholesale price, but it's still higher than what the OCS is getting it from the producer. So if you get it, I got my little chart over here. Let me see. So initially, it went from the producer to the Ontario Cannabis Store to the customer. Then they decided they weren't going to do that. They're going to do brick and mortar stores, right? Then they have the producer to the Ontario Cannabis Store. Now there's two options. Same before, like to the customer, or you can go over to the retailer, which then goes to the customer. But in this process, to me, $2 a gram, the OCS buys it for.
Yeah.
Then it goes to the retailer for $4 a gram, who sells it to us for $8 a gram. Doesn't matter if we buy it from the OCS or from the retailer, we're still paying the same price. But the OCS is still making money off every single sale that they sell to every retail store as well.
Right.
So everybody's making money.
Yeah.
Except for us, because we're spending it on a product. But that's normal.
That's normal.
That's
yeah.
normal. When you buy a product, you generally don't get money
Right.
back.
And the doubling up, the more middlemen, obviously the price is gonna go up.
Right?
Yep.
Okay. So not only is the Ontario Cannabis Store setting the price, but because they're also controlling the supply through the producers, they're also controlling what products the retail stores are actually able to obtain. So they're controlling the price and they're controlling the products. Sounds to me like they're controlling the entire market.
Okay.
Now, I'm just going to give you a little bit of, so I went online and I looked specifically at a strain from an LP, 3.5 grams in Nova Scotia, cost $35. 3.5 grams in Ontario cost $59. Huge difference. And it's not like we have a different currency. It's all Canadian money. It's all the same. There's no like, is that when you trade money? Exchange rate. Yes, there's no exchange rate. It's legit. It's straight up money. So just to give it in terms that maybe you can understand as a non-cannabis consumer, you like chocolate.
I love chocolate.
Okay. So you might like white chocolate. You might like milk chocolate. You might like dark chocolate. And dark chocolate comes in like a multitude of different percentages, right? So they're not denying us chocolate. They're giving us chocolate in milk, white, dark, but they're saying we're only going to give it to you from Nestle and Hershey's, for example. You only get these couple companies. And what happens is it's usually like a pay-to-play system. So if you want your product at the cannabis store, at the Ontario Cannabis Store website, it's generally the larger producers that are getting in, which is pushing out the smaller producers.
Okay.
Not really leaving us with a lot of variety. It's horrible. It's literally, it's frustrating. Okay, so and I'll explain.
Glad I don't consume.
So there are over 1,000 cannabis stores in Ontario, with sometimes 5 of them being on the same block. There is a block in Ottawa specifically, 5 stores on the same block. And you're like, great, okay, MJ, yeah, there's a coffee shop on every corner. What's your deal? They're all selling the same products, legitimately the same products. I'm not talking about, oh, you can get a chocolate dip donut here. You know damn well a chocolate dip donut from Tim Hortons tastes different than one from Coffee Time or Country Style or the corner store that makes donuts because they're in a small town.
Right.
So I know I went another food analogy here, but I like to eat. That's probably a side effect of my cannabis. So it's frustrating when you go into a store and you can only get ABC products. Now, the OCS has also been accused. I'm not saying they've done it. I'm saying accused. Don't know, I'm not the OCS. But they've been accused of hoarding high demand product to keep for themselves online, while retailers are sitting there with no stock and no ability to purchase. Let's talk about the stock that the OCS keeps. They keep it in one warehouse in Guelph, Ontario.
Guelph.
Good old Guelph.
Everything's
The
east
center,
of the
right?
center of the universe up here in Canada. Absolutely.
One damn warehouse.
It's like the Fort Knox.
I want to go there. I'm like, this would be like the amusement park for cannabis people, or it would be the worst place ever. Because I would not want to try and find a strain in there, for sure. I'm sure it's all like meticulously like set out and whatever. But the problem with having one warehouse for all of Ontario is a lot of times it takes months for the products to even reach the consumer. So when you're talking about consumers wanting a nice, fresh, clean product, they're getting dry dust because it's sitting on the shelf for months when it could be in the store. Now, let's talk about the store. Say you want to start your own retail location. I mean, who hasn't dreamt about being a legal drug dealer? Okay, maybe in that
I
side
dream
of the
about
world.
Survivor.
That's funny. It's a little different type of survival. So if you would like to open your own store, after you get yourself your criminal record check and your financial stability form, whatever that thing is, you need to get your retail operator license. And you're going to have to apply for that, $6,000. There's renewal fees every 2 years, but I'm not going to get into that because this is enough money that we're talking about. If you're approved, you get to do the retail store authorization. That costs $4,000. And just to put that in perspective, because I know these things actually cost money and they have to be in place, but if you wanted to get a retail store authorization for alcohol versus cannabis, alcohol $1,500, cannabis $4,000. A little bit of a difference there. And when receiving product from the Ontario Cannabis Store, because that's the only place you can purchase from, their terms of payment are no credit cards, cash on delivery. Obviously, they don't care. It doesn't have to be like cash on delivery, but the money comes out of your bank account the day of delivery. I don't know if that's what Justin Trudeau was intending when he said he was going to legalize cannabis in Canada and leave it up to the provinces. Now, I specifically, living in Ontario, reading this article was like, yes, I need to discuss in depth what's happening in our province. Now, I'm curious as to what's happening in your province, in your state. Is it legal? Is it just medical? Is it recreational as well? I want you to reach out to me and tell me what the issues are in your area, because I think we need to talk about this. Canada specifically wanted to legalize cannabis for 2 reasons, they said. 1 was to reduce illegal activity. 2 was to reduce availability to the youth. Based on the current rules and regulations that they've put in place, it has not stopped the illicit market with packaging rules and where they can order from. People are finding a lack of supply. Lack of variety. As advocates, as consumers, as non-consumers, I really feel like we need to do better and look at these regulations again. 3 years has gone by since legalization has became a thing in Canada, and I feel like it's long enough that we should be able to see what needs to be changed, what's working, what's not working, and how do we fix it? Are you with me?
I'd be silly to say no. I'm sitting literally right beside you.
Are you with us?
And that is what gets me going.
Mm-mm. Gets me going.
Cheers.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of On the Spot with the newbie and the doobie. We are very excited today to have our guest, Claire, in the house. Talk to us about the process of moving mountains, Claire.
Well, the process that kind of came up with it is that, like, I kind of, for a while, I've kind of been like hiding a little bit of, kind of like part of like, I guess you could say like a little bit of a dark side to me, which was like dealing with, you know, depression and mental illness and everything like that. And I used to go and think about a lot of really hurtful things about myself. And, well, really it was all about myself, like, you know, self-worth, self-esteem, and stuff like that. I've been doing counseling and stuff like that for a while to go and figure out where the source was. I kind of sort of know where the source was, and I think we figured it out, but I won't put that out there for right now. But like once I figured it out, it was like one of those things where, you know, it was a life-changing situation because like I was growing like my beard out. I was looking like David Letterman of today.
It's a good look on Dave, though, admit it.
Yeah, but not on me. And, you know, and I was just like, okay, and, you know, I'll just go and eat this and whatever. Just like, literally just like, I don't care about myself type thing. Like, I don't care how I look. I don't care, you know, if I'm eating Kentucky all day or whatever. I don't care about my health. I don't care about anything. And, but through like great friends, great family, and even through just like just literally strangers that might just even stop and be like, hey man, you okay? You know, like, you know, and then would sit and talk, even at those little 2 minutes, even 30 seconds, that just kind of clicks your brain off of where your brain is going. Like, you know, because it's I don't, because I'm not a clinical science on this stuff, like, you know, but it's like, it's something that goes on in your head. And it's either chemical, mechanical, but it's something that just gets you in a situation and it just makes you go and think that you're lesser than, and that your worth is not valid. And so one day I remember, I don't know what it was. I don't know. I don't want to say rock bottom because I don't know if I hit rock bottom, if I ever hit rock bottom. I just know I was in a very low place, and I sat there and I wrote this song. I don't know why and how I came up with the Made to Move Mountains title. I just figured it was a lot to move. I'm thinking it was a lot to move, and if you can move that, then you could do a lot more that's less than what you have to do. That's a heavy lift. That's a heavy load, heavy cross to bear or whatever. And then I did it, and it started coming out. The song, it came on this Stomp the World, like back when they used to do all these dance movies like The Drummer Line and Dance the Nation with the Girl, The Last Dance, and
Stomp the Yard.
Stomp the Yards and all these other movies. It came out like around that time, but it only came out in Germany because they had this Stomp the Yard World Revival or something like that. I forget what it's called. And it just took off. And the song just took off, and it came back over here, like literally officially until I put it on streaming platforms. It never actually had a release date over here. It's only because we have streaming I could just put it up, but it all just came back over here. And people over the time would just tell me, like, you know, I really like the song. I really like the song. Like, this a motivational song. I go to the gym, I listen to this song. I go over here, I listen to this. It's just a good motivational song. I was made to do this. I can do this. I can do this. And then just over time, it's just kind of, you know, just kind of seeing where things were and how they are. And sometimes, you know, when you go through stuff like this, it's like it's never really leaves you. You just kind of know how to handle it. And because you know how to talk to yourself, look at yourself in the mirror, admit whatever flaws you had, be able to say, whether you messed up that day because of whatever you did that you weren't supposed to do. But but you're admitting things to yourself and get yourself stronger. I was talking to people like Kathy Edwards that works with me with the Made to Move Mountains Outreach, and Jimmy Link that works with me with Made to Move Mountains Outreach. And they just started saying, you should really just get your story out there, because people don't know, they don't know, because you always put on a front. You always got to be a certain way. Like, it's like, you're never going to catch, unless you catch her going to 7-Eleven, which I'm sure she never does on her own, unless it's right beside her house, which I doubt because she's in the hills. Never going to catch Beyonce in a pair of old Omaha University slacks or tracksuit or something like that. Like, she's always going to be dressed to the T. And then you feel like that's how you always have to be. And they encouraged me to go and start talking about stuff like that and what I've been going through and some of the challenges that I still go through, trying to go and just kind of get myself right. And once I started doing it more and more, it was just very heartwarming to see like the support that people would come up and be like, man, I'm so glad you're talking about this, because I feel this way too. I've been going through this too as well. And if you can talk about it, I feel like I could talk about it and everything. And I always try to end it. There's an Ice-T situation, the rapper Ice-T, all his gangster rap songs and everything that he used to put out, it always ended with whoever was the gangster in the song was either dead or in jail. So it always, whenever he was saying, I'm a coke dealer or I'm this guy or that guy, whatever, never ended good. And then where I try to go and switch up everything is that it always ends right. It's like, I'll get out of it. Like, I'll try and be that thing. And then those were the stuff that came with Made to Move Mountains. And then we decided, just because I was working with them, because they deal with a lodge that deals with mental illness, homelessness, and addictions and everything like that. And I got to meet them, and I got to meet a lot of the people that stay at the lodge, and we became more acquaintances than friends, but we're nice to each other. We always say hi when we see each other. There's this one guy that just loves it when I bring my beer cans over. Like, that's his thing. He just likes to go to the beer store and returns it. Maybe he likes to return it because he likes the money he gets back from it or anything like that. But that's his thing. He rides his bike, goes and returns, and I always drop off whatever beer cans or whatever bottles I have, because that's his thing. And I get it. There's little things. I like to go to the studio. If I can go to the studio anytime, I want to go. That's my kind of like my little comfort zone. And so I got to get to know people and all those things. And we started up Made to Move Mountains Outreach. And within a few short months, we got this winter drive that we're doing now, where it started on October 16th. It's going up into November 30th. We got drop-off places in Toronto. I'll link you guys up with all of the places, exact locations where they are. But we got a few in Toronto, we got Leamington, we got out here in St. Thomas, we got London. Like, we're pretty much going up and down the corridor. And then just to imagine that Kathy, who had the lodge, until we did the Made to Move Mountains Outreach, had no help. Their own money. People come up to the back of her building, knowing she's the only one that helps in the city, and she makes them sandwich. If they need to go to, if they need $10 because they haven't eaten and she doesn't have it right now, whatever, she gives them $10. But she knows them, so she knows they're not using it for a different purpose. They know that they're just hungry, because these guys sleep in the car washes and turn on the water and use their money to go and make it hot, so they can sleep when it's cold, because the steam warms it up. That's the stuff that we're trying to go and try and fix and try and get proper help from that region of Ontario and other regions all over across. We're just starting small, but that's what our purpose with Made to Move Mountains is. And with the Made to Move Mountains Outreach on the 29th, where the event with at Meza will be like a great event, and we'll have everybody out there. We're going to raise money. We got a lot of giveaways and everything like that. That on the 30th, there was also kids' day, like hot dogs, hamburgers come, because it's Halloween. They can dress up in their costumes, bouncy castles, this, that, and whatever. We have Stoner Chef coming around, that he's going to be helping us to go and give out food. People can go and buy food. A lot of sponsors like Giant Tiger, Healing House, and a whole bunch of other people that are involved in it. And it's great to see how it it really went and bigged itself up over the past few months, because at first we didn't know what and how. Like, I don't know, I've never ran a situation like that, and neither has anybody else. But the support that we're getting and the people that are really helping us out, we appreciate it. And 100%, like, there's no administration fees, there's no this, there's no that. Everything that goes in, literally, if you do like an e-transfer, it goes directly into the account, to where the people that are helping and volunteers go and sit there, like we did on Thanksgiving. We were able to go and give out meals for Thanksgiving because of the donations that we get from people. And it's not just cash donations that we take. We need stuff like toothbrush, sleeping bags, socks, mittens, hats, personal
Personal hygiene for women.
And for women, men, whatever, razors and all these other different things. Like, cash helps, products also help, everything helps. And that's one of our phrases that we like, is like, thank you for helping us help others, because that's exactly what this whole movement is. There's nobody getting rich off of it. There's only people just sitting there and being able to live off of what others and their generosity can go and help them give as they go through the very tough times in their lives. And it's not to say like we don't want to kind of count them out, because I could have been counted out.
Yeah.
And that would have been like Jacques Lair, yeah, back in 1997 had this record, and now he's just gone.
Well, it's that time again.
Time for a smoke?
No, it is unfortunately time to say goodbye.
Oh, well, we'd like to thank you for joining us today.
We'd also ask that you would go and support us on Patreon at our Patreon page at the Newbie and the Doobie. And that way you can support us in helping us raise funds to continue to do what we're doing and to build what we're doing. As well, there, you're going to be able to see full interviews. You'll see clips of interviews on this show, but the full interviews, if you want to see those, they're on our Patreon page, as well as extra content as well. So check us out on Patreon at the Newbie and the Doobie.
Yep. And you can also follow us on Facebook and Instagram.
And of course, you're going to want to be subscribing on YouTube and on your favorite podcaster. Push notifications, whatever you need to do to make sure you do not miss any of our episodes.
And then don't forget to share with your friends, whether they're a newbie or a doobie.
And with this, I close. New episodes every single week here on the Newbie and the Doobie. So until we see you next week, don't forget.
Stay lifted.
And keep on laughing.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie. And this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
Stay tuned. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It's September the 11th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I'm live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. Cindy is still away. She's got another 2 weeks or so before she'll be back. So until then, as I've been saying for the last 2 weeks, I'm plugging it alone. Today, as I mentioned, is September the 11th. It is 9/11. I don't know if you remember where you were 24 years ago today. That's when the New York and the towers and stuff in New York with the planes and everything that was happening. And the U.S. was attacked. I remember where I was. I had just walked into the local cable and TV business, and there at their counter was a big screen TV, and there was videos running of the planes crashing into the buildings. Not a good, not obviously not a good moment, and changed the world for forever. And things are still changing. So, but that's where I was. I don't know where you were on a day like today. I just thought I'd mention it. So I also like to mention that I'm trying something new today. I'm doing this live as well, so it'll be interesting to make sure hopefully everything works out. We'll find out as the show moves its way along. So today in the news, questions are asked. Can cannabis reduce alcohol consumption? A question that Congress has finally asked. Is radiation good for cannabis? But first, we're going to start off with the story about where to travel to where you can enjoy legal cannabis and not get started. That's right. Here we go. Or not get arrested. I'm sorry. Headline coming to you from Leafly says, where in the world can you it's going to mess up a little bit, but that's fine. Where in the world can you legally get high? It's estimated that around 500,000 people across countries, states, and cities in every corner of the world now have access to legal adult use cannabis. That's right. There's places such as Basel to Bangkok, Canada to Czechoslovakia. Lovers of the herb can enjoy a smoke, vape, munch on an edible, or whatever without the fear of arrest, and with all the benefits that legalizing cannabis can bring. So which was the first country to do so, and how many have followed suit? Countries with nationwide adult use cannabis legalization include Uruguay, who did it in 2013 and the first country to do so. Canada in 2018, Mexico in 2021, it was legalized via the Supreme Court ruling. Malta was the first European country in 2021. Luxembourg 2023, but they do have limited home growing and consumption there. Thailand, first Asian country in modern times. Theirs keeps bouncing around, but the guy who legalized it is back in charge again. Germany 2024 is the largest European economy to legalize. South Africa in 2024, Czechoslovakia in 2025 is the most recent European country to legalize. What about different models of legalization around the world? Commercial models such as Canada and US states, licensed businesses can produce and sell. There's homegrown only in South Africa initially. Personal cultivation is allowed, but no sales. In Malta and Spain, they've got cannabis social clubs. In Uruguay, initially, they had state monopoly and government controls production and distribution. And Germany has a hybrid system with different models that are combined. Now, countries with decriminalization, but not full legalization. Portugal, They did this 2001, and not only cannabis, but they did that to a lot of drugs. Spain, cannabis social clubs operate in the gray area there. The Netherlands, which might surprise some people thinking it's legal there, but not quite yet. It's allowed there. They say that Georgia, legal to possess and consume privately. Argentina is decriminalized for personal use. Ecuador, limited personal possession allowed. And Chile is private consumption and cultivation allowed. Countries with the strictest cannabis laws. These are the places that you do not want to go to for cannabis holidays. Singapore, trafficking cannabis can result in a death penalty. Saudi Arabia, severe punishments, including death for large quantities. Malaysia, death penalty possible for trafficking. China, harsh penalties, including life imprisonment. Japan, stigma, criminal penalties even for small amounts. South Korea, testing citizens who return from legal countries. Ooh. And the United Arab Immigrants, zero tolerance, including for CBD products. So those are some of the places you don't want to go to, as well as places that you do want to go to, because there are lots of places where you can get your cannabis at. All right, time for me to move on to my next story. This one here, very interesting, one that affects people here in Canada, and I'm sure that it does in other places as well. And the headline coming to me from StratCan says that new sensory testing suggests E-beam irradiation could degrade cannabis quality over time. That's exactly. A new research paper raises concerns about the long-term impact of E-beam irradiation, arguing that it affects cannabis quality, especially THC stability, tripone health, and the appearance of microseeds. E-beam is a type of radiation often used for the remediation of cannabis and food products in Canada for shelf stability by removing contaminants. The paper, Impact of Electron Beam Radiation on Cannabis Quality Over Time, suggests that while irradiation effectively reduces microbial load, it could potentially also compromise the chemical and sensory integrity of cannabis over a 6-month period. The paper has yet to be peer-reviewed, just so you know. The blind randomized study compared irradiated and non-irradiated samples of a single cannabis cultivar over 6 months. A key finding was the accelerated degradation of total THC in the irradiated sample, which the study says showed a 9.67% decline compared to a minimal 0.79% decline in the non-irradiated control. Wow, that's a huge difference. The results, say Hall and Roth, people who are involved in this, show that the irradiated sample initially showed a higher THC reading, which the authors attribute to temporary surface conversion post-irradiation. However, THC readings then showed a decline over time. Beyond potency, the sensory evaluations revealed a range of more subjective negative impacts on the irradiated cannabis. The authors say the irradiated sample showed shifts in trichome coloration with increased browning and shrinkage and consistently lowering curing scores over time compared to the non-irradiated control. Now, microseeds were also said to be found in the irradiated sample after 6 months, a phenomenon the author suggested aligns with post-irradiated tissue instability observed in other botanicals. While the irradiated sample's aroma scores remained high, its flavor initially lagged behind the control. Future research directions suggested by the authors include comparing different irradiation types, and dose levels, investigating the persistence of microbial sterilization or unintentional contaminated samples, evaluating the impact on multiple cultivars, incorporating analysis of terpene and moisture content. Now, I've talked to some people about this irradiated stuff, and what they've seen in some microscopes is was damage. So I'm not surprised by that. I'm sure there's probably not other people who aren't, but yeah, today's cannabis, a lot of it is irradiated in order to control bacteria and mold and so on and so forth. So, hey Eugene, thanks for stopping by, buddy. But yeah, if you don't have to, if you especially if you grow your own and you look after things, but yeah, there's good behind it and there's bad behind it. So, all righty, time for me to move on to my next story, and this one is just getting it all lined up there, clicking away and everything. Okay, this one comes to me from the International Business or Cannabis Business Conference, and the headline says that Morocco approved 67 new cannabis-based products. As the emerging legal industrial hemp and medical cannabis sectors have continued to spread across the globe, Morocco is seeking to take its rightful spot as a global industry powerhouse through domestic production and international exports. The North African nation recently announced that it has approved several new cannabis-based products, which will further help the country's industry. The Moroccan Agency for Medicines and Health Products has confirmed that 67 cannabis-derived products have been granted market authorization, including 26 cosmetics and 41 food supplements. Cosmetics, interesting. Now, last month, Morocco completed its first legal medical cannabis export to Australia. The successful export involved a 50-kilogram batch of the local Bolgia cannabis variety and marked a major milestone for Morocco's emerging industry. A recent study conducted in Morocco found that this cannabis strain exhibits a higher level of chemical stability compared to other strains commonly cultivated in the country. The study was performed by researchers affiliated with various academic institutions in Morocco, and the findings of the study were published in the journal Food Chemistry Advances. In this study, a comprehensive analysis of the cannabis cultivars was conducted, focusing on the phenocannabinoid profiles of resin from one local cultivar, which is that Belbelia, and 4 exotic cultivars over 3 consecutive crop years, according to the researchers. Now, they also went on to say that the results showed significant chemical polymorphism along the study cultivars, with the clustering of phytocannabinoids indicating these distinct chemical groups based on the concentrations of the major cannabinoids. Now, the researchers concluded, in addition, only the local northern Moroccan cultivar demonstrated chemical stability across the 3 harvested years, whereas the exotic cultivars exhibited heterogeneity from one year to another. And some words are just can't get out right, people. So yeah, there you go. It sounds like that strain is a very good strain and one that can that holds its own, that doesn't degrade over time, which is good stuff. All right, we're going to move on to my next story, and this one is coming to me from the Marijuana Moment, and headline on that one says, Congressional Committee wants marijuana studies to include strains with diverse variety, quality, and potency. Yes, 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 yes. A congressional committee has approved a spending bill with an attached report that says researchers should be studying a broader range of cannabis products that better represent the variety of quantity and potency of commonly available cannabis strains. Yes, exactly. Yeah, these are strains that customers are actually using. The House Appropriation Committee reported approved on Tuesday, covering labor, health, and human services, education, and related agencies, also expressed concerns about the lack of technology to detect impaired driving from cannabis and increased reported cases of cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome, CHS. One section of the report addresses cannabis research issues, with members stating that they're concerned that the development of a drug-impaired standard for cannabis remains unlikely in the near term and encourages the National Institutes of Health to continue supporting a full range of research on the health effects of cannabis and its components. Now, the report also says that the committee is aware that the majority of federal research has been limited to cannabis from a single source, and encourages NIH to undertake research that strives to encompass the variety, quantity, and potency of commonly available cannabis strains within the current constraints of the law. Yes, exactly. Now, another section of the report suggests on CHS, which they say is a disorder associated with prolonged high-potency cannabis use that leads to severe nausea and vomiting. With the growth of high THC vaping products and their increasing use among adolescents, the committee believes further study is warranted. It says, while directing the Center of Disease Control and Preventive Substance Abuse and Mental Health Service Administration and the National Institute of Drug Abuse to conduct a study on the prevalence of CHS among youth and assess any collaborations between CHS incidents and youth use of THC vaping products. So there you go. It's good to see that they're requesting different strains for all these tests, because this doesn't make sense, as we know, just to test one variety of cannabis. There's so many different strains that they're all different in one way or another, in their own way. So yeah, it's good to see that they are going to be testing other strains. Probably the unfortunate part is it just seemed to focus a lot in on the impaired driving end of things instead of for the health of patients. So, but who knows? Maybe that'll change over time, right? Sometimes it just takes time. All righty, I got one more story to do. I've got it all lined up. And this story comes to me from Leafly with a headline that says that cannabis may help heavy drinkers reduce alcohol consumption, who drink heavily to reduce their alcohol consumption. Researchers discovered that on average, participants consumed approximately 25% fewer alcoholic drinks after using cannabis compared to when they consumed alcohol alone. The study, conducted by scientists from Colorado State University, the University of Colorado Boulder, and the University of Colorado Anschutz Medical Campus, is the first to test the effects of legal market cannabis on alcohol intake in a controlled setting. They say cannabis use was associated with the reduction in alcohol intake. They say that the findings of the study also noted that for some individuals who drink heavily, cannabis may serve as a substitute for alcohol, adding that craving reduction is a potential mechanism through which this could occur. And for the trial, the researchers recruited 61 heavy drinkers who also use cannabis several times a week. Each participant completed 2 laboratory sessions, one where they consumed alcohol alone, and another where they first used their own legal market cannabis before drinking. The sessions took place in a mobile laboratory parked outside the participants' homes, workaround designed to avoid federal restrictions on handling legal cannabis in campus laboratories. During both sessions, participants received a standard priming drink and then had the opportunity to consume up to 4 additional drinks. When analyzing the results, researchers identified 23 participants, termed sublinators, who drank significantly less after cannabis use and reported consistent decreases in alcohol cravings. Another 23 participants, labeled non-substituters, drank the same amount for more and showed little change in craving, while 15 participants abstained from drinking altogether during both sessions. Those who drank less after cannabis reported greater decreases in alcohol craving. According to the researchers, they also found that self-administering cannabis before alcohol significantly reduced alcohol consumption compared to when alcohol was offered without cannabis. While the results are promising, the authors acknowledged limitations to the study. They noted that cannabis was also consumed before alcohol, meaning the reverse order was not tested. Additionally, the mobile laboratory environment may not replicate a real-world drinking sessions, and the sample was not broadly represented, comprising mostly of white and male subjects. The study, which was funded by the National Institute of Health, National Institute of Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism, joins a growing body of research examining cannabis as a potential tool for reducing problematic alcohol consumption. Wow, that's good news. Great news. It can, there's lots of people who can enjoy a drink out there, but are people that have had problems with it, and there is alcohol poisoning, so people can die from over consuming alcohol. And if cannabis can help save a life by reducing the amount that somebody is consuming of the alcohol into things, then especially if they're a heavy drinker, then why not? So, and you can see where we've had some reports in the past about the alcohol industry being concerned about the cannabis end of things, and those numbers on that study, while there is some limitations to it, could back them on their concern. So, all righty, folks, I am done. That is the stories I got for today. Other than that, thanks to our buds at the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop at ease.ca and Limestone City Hydroponics. And in closing, as I always like to say, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching. Plus, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcasts is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Re-rolled sour Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic. 420pace.ca.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.